Oh yeah. Is it not happening?
I'm getting this form is currently not accepting responses.
That's what I'm getting too. Yeah.
Alec,
First.
did you put that up last time?
I don't know who made that last time.
Did you put that up last time? I did not put that up.
Where that
This feels like the short URL company may have given someone else those 5 characters.
What did we do? Did we put the whole? Did we put just the media folder?
I think it was a link to our Dropbox folder of demo media, which is a voxel thing and not necessarily a SAML proof.
Yes, it was that. Would you be so kind as to make a new one? Thank you. Morning. There are no rules. Any seat's good.
There are no rules?
There are no rules. Oh, I see. You're going to be that student.
Of course.
No, there's just me and my several decades of teaching knowing the psychology of who picks what seat. That's all. I do not know that psychology because I do not teach in enough consistently shaped rooms. g.ph. All right. Good morning and welcome to the QClass. We're going to get started, and if anyone joins us after we begin, they'll just come in and I'll think about the Abner eccentric routine that I know where he does a whole comedy bit about the latecomer. My name is Sam Kuznets. I am the head of education and training at Figure 53. We have some other action figures in the room today. 3 members of our development team over here. And in the back is Alec, who's the technical director for the Voxel, the venue where we are today. And we have you lovely folks who have signed up for a class this week. This class, the goal of this class, is to teach you QLab from end to end. So we'll start with the assumption that you have met QLab and poked around with it a little, but not necessarily anything beyond that. And by the end of 3 days, we'll have talked about essentially everything QLab can do. I was brought up in a Montessori educational environment. I work well outside of structure and with a lot of Q&A and a dynamic moment-to-moment change of plan. That is the world in which I was brought up. That is the educational paradigm that I was given. So I encourage you to please do not hold questions for the end. If you have a question, go for it. The direction of this class will be shaped by you. Every time I have taught this class, and the folks in the class have told me more of this, less of that. No, keep going on that topic. Let's get into that. What's the next step from there? That's when the class has been really great. So I encourage you to do that as much as you like. Sometimes I might push off your questions if I'm in the middle of a thought or if I know that something that comes next might change what you decide you want to ask or something like that, but I got you, okay, well, hang on one sec, and we'll come back to it. Does that make sense? Okay, great. Also, I am an Italian Jew from New York. I speak quickly and a lot. And so if I have spoken too quickly, or if I have glossed over something that you wish I went into in depth, please do not hesitate to say, hey there, tough guy, slow down, do that again. We did not understand a word you just said. Totally fine. And I am kind of a chatterbox, so I can go on and on. We are streaming this class. This is new for today. Your faces are not on the stream. Your voices may be dimly on the stream. If that does not feel good to you, you can give me a don't want it. Mute things, please, and we will mute while you ask your question and then unmute. No big deal. And then on the other hand, the stream, barring unforeseen circumstances, the stream will then be saved and presented for playback on YouTube. So if there's a moment of the class that you wish to revisit to refresh your memory or to maybe catch something you thought you missed, that will be available to you as well on our website at QLab.tv already. Without further ado, I'll go in. This is QLab. What you see here on this side of the cyc is a mirror of my screen so that you can see what I'm doing and I can see what I'm doing by looking here without twisting my neck all day, although you'll find that I do anyway. Over here, you're seeing output from QLab. So this section represents my cues going to the stage for the audience. There are speakers all around us, which we'll make some use of. There are lights around me, which we'll make some use of. And on my desk, Mac Studio is running QLab. I've got a MIDI controller for pressing go and back and next, and we'll talk about how that works. I've got a MIDI fader box here, coffee, and that's what we're using today. All right?
And we're going to dim the lights a little bit to this.
Mood lighting.
How about this?
No, I wasn't criticizing.
Back to this.
Does this feel correctly moody for everyone? Okay, great. What is QLab and what is it good for? All right. Hypothetically, that's about the question I'm hoping you will have already answered for yourself when you get here. But a quick perusal of the topic can sometimes reveal differences of opinion, which are fruitful. QLab is a macOS application for media playback and show control, designed for live performance, but used for all kinds of things. So the main idea of QLab is I have a thing that I want to happen the same way every night during the run of a production, and that thing is a playback of a piece of audio, a piece of video, or a sending of DMX data to lighting equipment, or sending of show control data to other equipment. And I want that to happen predictably and reliably, day after day for the run of my show. QLab makes that occur. It is designed to be linear by default, but it does not assume or constrain you to only operate in a linear fashion. So, and by linear, what I mean is things happen in the same order every day. It is also designed around the assumption that while things happen in the same order, they will not happen necessarily with the same time between them. as anyone who's ever worked on a good comedy knows, the distance between the first cue and the second cue is based on whether or not the audience is enjoying the show. And if anyone who's ever done a tragedy in a theater that's too warm, you will notice the exact same thing. It is, again, does not require that. Some folks do use QLab to do a show, as it's called, on rails, in which the timing between all the events of the cue, all the events and all the cues in the show is exactly the same. That's possible. We'll talk about that. But the baseline default behavior is order matters, order is specific, exact timing between cues might be variable. As much as possible, we make QLab in a way that it assumes the least possible about how you work and what you want. It tries to leave things possible, it tries to keep doors open, and it tries not to be Clippy, the helpful Microsoft thing. It looks like you're trying to create a queue list. Would you like help with that? It's not what we make it to do. Instead, we stay out of your way and assume that you know what you're doing and try to let you operate. As a result, there are lots of things in QLab which can happen many different ways. And I'll try to explore those different ways when we come to them and try to point out why you might choose one way or another, or equally importantly, point out when it doesn't matter which way you choose. You choose the way that works nicely for you. Okay? What isn't QLab? There are a couple of things that folks have sometimes wished QLab did that feel a little bit cross purposes for what QLab is good at. Notably, QLab is not an audio or video editing tool. You can achieve the results of editing audio or video a little bit with QLab, but it's not a DAW. It's not a replacement for Final Cut. It's not a replacement for Logic or Pro Tools. And it is not fundamentally a timeline-based program like Watchout or Ableton, which involve, let's talk about Ableton separately. Watchout, which is a video playback program, operates on a paradigm of timelines. You can force Watchout, or fool Watchout really, to behave in a more reactive way that it moves away from a fixed timeline concept, but by default it behaves according to a timeline. QLab's the opposite. By default, QLab does not behave according to a timeline, but it can be compelled to if you wish. QLab is also not Ableton Live, which is a musical playback and creation tool. Live is designed to understand, above all else, tempo and time signature and bars and beats. That is Live's core grid. QLab does not, by default, behave according to tempo, bars, and beats, though you can fool it, and we will. But by default, QLab does not understand what a bar is, what a beat is, what a downbeat is. You have to teach it. I'm going to give a little tour of this window. Good morning. How are you? Welcome.
Thanks.
Come on in. I'm going to give a little tour of this, this window, which is the main window of QLab, and of what my screen is doing so that you can see what I see. Critically, down here in the right is simply a mirror image of this screen, again, just for the purpose of saving my neck so that I can see what I know you're seeing and refer to it without twisting my head around. This window here is called the main workspace window. A QLab document is called a workspace. When you create a bunch of cues and save it and close it and come back later, what you're opening is a workspace. And that workspace uses this main window and then several other windows, almost all of which are optional. You can get, pardon me, you can get away with just using this one window, but as you'll rapidly see, there's some advantage to using the others. The main workspace window can be thought of in sections. So we have the header up here, the toolbar, the cue list, the inspector, and the sidebar. So we'll go through those one by one. Not going to spend too much time, again, unless you want me to spend more time on something, by all means, slow me down, make me go back. The header starts in the top left with the Go button. The Go button, perhaps unsurprisingly, when you press it, the queue that is standing by goes. You can tell what queue is standing by two ways. One is it has this playhead, this little gray triangle on the side. The other is that the name and number of the queue that's standing by are listed here. You'll see the queue number, a bullet, and then the queue name. If the queue has no number, you will see just the name. Below the name and number is the notes field, which contains notes about the queue, which you yourself enter. I don't use queue notes a lot, but when I use them, they can be like a standby line for the operator. Right? Or it can be something like you want the operator to do outside of QLab. Or whatever. Sometimes I just write the page number the queue is on so that I can refer to it later. The notes field can be styled, right? Format, font, bold. And you can paste in text to the notes field. You can paste in pictures to the notes field. Here's a cautionary tale. A gentleman wrote to us many years ago saying, my QLab workspace will not open. I double click, it seems to open, and then it closes. And we discovered that what this gentleman was doing was sound for dance. And instead of writing down textually a description of the staging at every moment of each cue, he simply took a photograph with his digital camera and then put the photograph in the notes field. When the dancers look like this, do this. Kind of smart. Really sort of, especially if you're not used to dance or used to working in dance, it can be a really straightforward way. Go, right? Great. Trouble was that his camera was shooting uncompressed TIFF images, and he was putting them in, and they were tens of megabytes a piece. And this was many years ago, and he was using a computer that was running out of RAM, simply loading the workspace, because it was full of many, many hundreds of megabytes of notes photos. So do anything you like in the notes field, but consider that particular risk. Below the notes field and the Go button, we'll talk about the Go button and its tricks and powers later. The toolbar. This toolbar is a series of buttons which represent each type of queue in QLab. And here we get to an important paradigm of QLab. There are many types of queues in QLab. First of all, you don't need to know about all of them. If you're not doing any video, you don't need to know what the video queue is or what it's doing. If you're not sure what this button is, you can leave it alone. There is more here than you may need to use in one show. There's certainly more here than I hardly ever use in one show. So we'll go over it bit by bit. Rest assured that what you don't know won't hurt you much in QLab. Each type of queue has one job, theoretically. It has a function. So an audio queue, the job of the audio queue is to play audio. When playing audio is what you want done, an audio queue is the one to do it. The job of a fade queue is to adjust levels of other queues. If that's what you need to do, then that's the queue you want in general. So you can think of each queue as having one function, or each queue type as having one function, and if the function of that queue type is the thing you're trying to do, then that's how you know that's the queue you want to use. Each icon is meant to sort of remind you of the role of the queue. Some of them are a little more hypothetical, like the network queue is a sort of sort of a stretched metaphor, but it's difficult to imagine what is not, and easily represented in a 40 by 40 pixel grid. If you hover your mouse over a queue type in the toolbar, you will see the name of that queue type. The idea being that over time you can acclimate yourself to associate the image with the type. Okay. There are some other tools that are available in this area that we'll get to over time. Below the header is the queue list. And the queue list is a table. It's ordered top to bottom. So when you press go on a queue, by default, without any other programming, the queue below that queue will then become standing by. So here I am on queue 81. When I press go, queue 81 goes, and now the queue below 81 is standing by. And when I press go on that queue goes, and the queue below it is standing by, and so forth. So that's the queue list behavior. The columns from left to right are the status column, which shows us the playhead, which queue is standing by. In this empty space, it shows us some information about the queue that is generally temporary. For example, if I hit go on this queue and this queue is running, you see it has the green triangle here, which means this queue is running. This queue below, when I roll this queue, now both are running, and now both are not running. If there is a problem with the queue, if the queue has a programming error or some kind of thing that will prevent it from operating, you see a red X. The red X means broken. There are other statuses, which we will get to bit by bit, but the important thing to know is that the point of the status column is it's a temporary quality of the queue, a temporary aspect. Finally, there is the icon that represents the type of queue. It should match up here. Although group queues have several different icons depending upon the mode of the group, and we'll get into that in a bit, as do fade queues. So the icon here generally matches the icon up here. Again, just a clue. It doesn't matter, but it's helping you keep track of what kind of queue is this? Oh, it's a memo queue. Right, that's a memo queue. That's a memo queue. Got it. The next column is queue number. Queue number is, strangely, optional. So you can do a show with no queue numbers if you want. If you're doing something quick and dirty, if you're doing something without a stage manager, or even without an operator, you're just programming your own show and then running it real quick, one night only, maybe you don't put in queue numbers. Queue numbers also don't have to be numbers. When I was coming up, it was fairly popular to use letters for queues. That is because back then, in the distant past, A, no computerized playback of audio meant that shows with tons of audio cues were rare. And B, headset systems sounded even worse than they do today. So the possibility of confusing what the stage manager said was higher. And so some folks came up saying like, oh yes, numbers for light cues because the light board requires it. Letters for sound cues so that nobody gets confused. When I am teaching design, I tell students, do not let anyone tell you that letters are correct for sound cues. If you like that, do that. The last show that I did with fewer than 26 cues was when I was in high school. And so for me, I think the most recent show that I co-designed had 1,100 cues in it. So what I'm going to get up to queue AAAAA, and then is the next queue AAAAB? And what if I put a queue between them? Is it AAAAA.5? Is this better for the stage manager? Does this make it easier? I think it does not. So what I do is I just use a number scheme different from the lighting designer. What are you doing? You're starting at 1 and going by 10s? Great. I'll start at 10 and I'll go by 2s. So the chances are that the stage manager never has to call lights 10 and sound 10 at the same time, or something like that. But do as pleases you. If you want to name your cues, you can do that. If you want to emoji your cues, you can do that. Reasonable people may differ on what is or isn't useful, but also what is or isn't joyous. Critically, Q numbers have to be unique in a whole workspace. So if I have one Q81, I can't make a second Q81. QLab will prevent me. If I go to a different list in the same workspace, I still can't create another Q81. If there is a Q number, it must be unique in the workspace. But since a Q number is not really a number, but text, weirdly, that's okay, right? Even though we, as humans who have presumably at least been to elementary school math, know that 81 and 81.0 mean the same thing. But they are not the same thing, because one of them has a 0.0 and the other one doesn't. So even though they are numerically the same, they are not the same, and so they can both be present. In fact, so can that one. Again, reasonable people may differ on what is useful. For me, that does not seem useful, but I want to point it out. And later on, when we talk about show control and about different devices triggering each other, we will revisit this topic and have a new attitude about what is useful. Yeah?
So if you were to make a Q80.5, it's not automatically going to place it between 80 and 81.
That's exactly right. Unlike, for example, an ETC console, the number of the queue does not automatically imply order.
So you would have to just drag it there. and
Right.
Play it. So it plays it in the order in which you drag the queues.
Right.
regardless of the number.
Barring you doing clever programming, queues play in the order they appear, regardless of their number. And why you want to do queue numbers out of order or not is sort of not my business, right? You want to do 80 after Q81? Okay. Okay. For me, as a designer, if I'm going to reorder my queues, I find it easy to renumber them first and then reorder them according to the number. But that's just what's easy for me. But as you point out, the order is independent of the numbering. Queue name does not have to be unique. All of the queues could be named Steve in your whole show. Also, the true thing is that queue names don't matter to the machine. They're only for you. So you should name a queue whatever you wish to name a queue in order to be productive for you. Many queues have an automatically assigned name. For instance, unless you change it, the name of an audio queue is the name of the audio file that queue plays. The name of a light queue is the number of parameters that light queue adjusts. These are default and automatically generated, and they're not important. If you want to change it, change it. If you create an audio queue and it's the name of mycoolsound.mp3, and then you change the name of the queue, it doesn't change your sound file's name. It's just the name of the queue. So queue name is really very loosey-goosey, and it's all up to you, and it's not super important for the machine. Yeah?
Is there a way, once you rename a queue, to go back to its file name easily?
Its default?
Yeah.
Yes, if you delete the name, it will revert to its default name. So if I delete this name, it stays empty because memo queues don't have a default name. But here's a video queue. If I delete its name, it restores its automatic name, which is the name of the workspace. I'm sorry, the name of the file. Okay. Next column, target column. Here we go to another root concept of QLab, which is important. For all queues in QLab, you either have a target or you don't have a target. If you have a target, you must have a target to work. If you have a target, you must have exactly one target. And what is a target? A target is the thing the queue does something to. So, an audio queue must have a target. The target must be an audio file. When the audio queue plays, I'm going to play that file. Sound in that file comes out of speakers. A memo queue does not have a target. It doesn't do anything to anything. It just is by itself. So some queues have targets, some queues do not. If they do, they must have exactly one target in order to function. And if they don't, then they don't. Does that make sense? OK, great. If a queue has a target, the target column is used to show you the target or to set the target. So this fade queue has a target, which is Q80, QClass. What that means is whatever this fade queue does, it does it to Q80. If I delete the target number from that field, I get a question mark and a red X. Q is broken. Why is it broken? I hover my mouse over the X and it says missing Q target. Oh, I don't know what to do my fade to. So you can double click there and type in the number of the target Q. And now look, once again, it knows to target Q80. If I renumbered this queue, the target automatically updates. So I can renumber my queues safe in the confidence that any queue that targets my queue will know that the queue number updated. That is because the actual targeting mechanism is a secret, invisible number that you can't change, which belongs to queues indelibly forever. You don't have to worry about that. It's called the QID, and it's not visible, and it's only going to be useful to you at the end of the third day of this class, after you've learned fancy tricks. But until then, we can just think about the queue number as like a pointer to the queue that knows how to update itself around and about. Does that make sense? If there's another queue that I want to change the fade queue to target and I see the number, I can just type that in. And now this fade queue targets that queue. If I don't know the number, or if the queue doesn't have a number, I can also target a queue by taking the target and dragging it into the target column of the fade queue. You see that while I'm holding the queue down and hovering over the fade queue, I have that white dotted line saying, no, 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 if you want to drag a target, drag it here, please. And when you do, it turns blue. You did it. This is the spot. Let go, and the target is assigned. And now you see that the queue that has no number, the target column shows an italicized version of the queue's name. I don't know the number, so I'm putting the name up here. Doing my best, folks. If you added a number later, QLab would update to that number. And now I will restore all the things so that my next demo, I don't confuse myself. We'll talk more about targets later. There's other kinds of target trickery, blah, blah, blah. Questions so far? Great. The next column is really 3 columns in one, and it's about time. The 3 columns, pre-wait, duration, and post-wait, all refer to the behavior of the queue in time. So first, pre-wait. Pre-wait is an optional amount of time, that is, you can leave it blank, an optional amount of time that elapses between when the queue is told to go and when it actually goes. So if I set the pre-wait for Q81 to 5, when I press go on Q81, 5 seconds will elapse. And here I go, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, action. And then it goes. Many reasons why you might use a pre-wait. Simplest example for me is because a stage manager is calling queues. Maybe that stage manager's got a real mouthful, right? All right, we've got deck queues, we've got fly queues, we've got light queues, sound queues. I don't want my sound queue to happen exactly with all that other stuff. But I don't think there's enough time for the stage manager to say all the things I want them to say and then have my queue happen on time. So instead, I will say, hey, lighting designer, how long is your light queue? Oh, it's a 3-second fade? Great. I'll put a 3-second wait, pre-wait, on my queue. And I'll say, hey, stage managers, call lights and sound together. They say lights and sound go, but actually my queue goes when their queue is over. OK, easy. The other reason you might use a pre-wait is to time things out that are too precise for a human to time out. I worked on a show called Punk Rock, which had all these zero-count transitions from scene change into scene. And it was actually a really wild show because the scenes were hyper-realistic, supernaturalist, 100% realism. And the scene changes were like a bad acid trip with outrageously loud music and bright, multicolored strobing light. And then the scene changes were like 100% realistic interior. And they wanted the changes on a zero count, but the lighting designer had LED fixtures, tungsten fixtures, and fluorescent fixtures. Great, so a zero count fade was like 8 different times. So what we had was, we put a stopwatch on a video of a blackout, or on lights up, and discovered that the ballasts of the fluorescent fixtures were like 1.34 seconds or something. There was a very specific delay. So I created a bunch of triggers in QLab that told the light board, okay, fluorescent fixtures go, and then 1.34 seconds later, LED fixtures go. And then with the LED fixtures, my sound came out on a zero count. And so all that timed out just perfectly without the stage manager having to sort of develop an intuitive sense of 1.34 seconds, which is not like the easiest thing to develop, right? Especially when you're being blasted with Nirvana right at the edge of hearing pain threshold. Worked out though. So that's another reason to use pre-wait, and a little trip down memory lane for me. Pre-wait. Duration is the length of time it takes for the queue to complete. Duration is also a column that can lie to us. Because Q80 is listed as having a 4.29 second duration, but as you noticed when you walked in the room, this queue in fact lasts longer than that. This is a queue that loops, indeed, this gesture. So in the case of a queue with infinite looping content, the duration is a best guess at how long the queue would be without that infinite loop. Is that super useful? I don't know, it's up to you. But it is a value we can tell you. Because, going back to the beginning, where QLab says, I know the order, because you told me, of queues, but I do not know the timing of queues. This queue is going to go until you're ready. This queue goes as long as it goes. When you hit 81, after the fact, we could then say, Q80 was up on stage for 42 seconds. But that's only something we can know after we faded it out. So the duration is either the amount of time it takes for the queue to complete, or the amount of time it would take for the queue to run once, not knowing infinite loops in advance. The post-wait column is an amount of time that elapses, it's optional again, before continuing happens. And continuing is something we haven't talked about. So every time I talk about this, I think, should I just explain the continue column first so that I don't have to mention something before I've mentioned something? But then I tried that once and it was confusing. So instead I will say the post-wait only matters in combination with the continue column, which we haven't talked about yet. The continue column, which is headed by this little triangular with a circle type of arrowy image, when you click in this column, you have 3 choices to set the behavior of the queue vis-a-vis the following queue. The default, do not continue, means when I go, the next queue stands by. Auto continue means when I go, immediately the next queue goes also. But if there's a post-wait, wait that long before passing on. So here, I've set this queue to continue, auto continue. I've set a post-wait of 3 seconds. When I hit go on 80, 80 starts, and immediately the post-wait counts down, and when it's complete, 81 starts. So I've chained 2 queues together with a specific amount of time between them. I've created what we call a queue sequence. Sequence is anytime you press go once, but more than one thing happens. If I set a post-wait of 10, and I hit go on Q80, 10 seconds count down before Q81 goes. So if I know I want this queue up only for 10 seconds, I can set that post wait and save the stage manager the requirement of calling another queue because I know exactly when I want it. In this way, we can slowly start to subvert QLab's assumption that nothing happens except you tell it to happen, and that the exact timing between queues is flexible. Well, here, the exact timing between these two queues is not flexible. It's 10 seconds. But that is because I chose it to be 10 seconds. Does this make sense? OK, great.
You would have the same effect as if you put the post wait on 80 at 0 and the pre-wait on 81 as 10.
Exactly the same effect, and I am delighted that you mentioned that. Because this is our first example of two ways to get something done, which in this particular context have no difference whatsoever. What we will see over time when we start to create more complicated queue sequences is that even though this has no effect here versus here in this example, there are other examples where it will have an effect, which is, of course, why it's there. But you're right, in this case, no difference. And and when we look at other kinds of queue sequences, hopefully you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. The other option in this continue column is auto follow. Auto follow has an arrow with a little flag on the head. And this was a little mnemonic device I did my best to invent. It's a flag. Flag starts with F. Follow starts with F. I don't know. But also it kind of looks like an arrow going this way. So it's like, after this, then go down. I don't know. I try, right? It's doing my best. Auto follow means when this queue goes, wait till it's done, and then go the next queue. Basically, it automatically sets the post wait identical to the duration. And you'll notice the post wait has set itself to the duration. And if I change the post wait, nothing happens. It stays 4.29 because the duration is 4.29. Go. Duration starts counting down. Post wait starts counting down. And the signal is then passed on. Notice that even though this queue loops indefinitely, since it has a duration, that duration becomes the post wait, and the post wait is respected. And it does not loop infinitely. It fades out and stops, right? Auto follow and auto continue with a manually calculated post wait, the same as duration, no different. Other than if I change the duration of the queue, if I've set it to follow, I don't need to remember to update the post wait time, right? So that's the queue list. There are many other parameters of queues. The basics is what we just went through here of type, number, name, target, pre-wait, duration, post-wait, and continue mode. But if you want to get into any more details about how to adjust the details of a queue, any more specifics, shouldn't say the word details twice in a sentence to define itself. I've been to spelling bees. You have to go down to this section of the queue of the workspace window, which is called the inspector. The inspector is a many-tabbed interface which shows the parameters, all the parameters, of the queue that is selected. So Q80 is selected. The Basics tab shows me a lot of the things we just talked about. The queue number, the duration, the pre-wait, the post-wait, the continue mode, the name, the target, the notes, which are up here. All that stuff is stuff I can edit up here also. So I can edit down there, up there, it doesn't matter. It's the same. There are a few other basics which can be adjusted here, which we haven't yet talked about. I'm going to step aside from color for a moment because it's the most fun, so it goes last. Flagged is a checkbox which, when checked, puts a little flag in the status column of the queue. Flagging a queue means it's got a little flag next to it. That's it. Why do we do this? You can do what you like. For me, for this guy, I work, most of my time as a designer is spent as an associate designer. So I'm someone's wingman. I'm facilitating their design wishes and needs. And so when I'm in previews, or even in a run-through, I'm sitting at QLab, and the designer's sitting over there with a notepad. When I'm wearing a headset, so I can tell when a queue is being called. I look at my designer, I hear a queue called, and they go like this. I flag it. Or if I see them furiously scribble, flag that also. Then at the end of the run-through, the designer comes up to me and says, we've got a lot of work to do. And I say, yes, 9 queues. Because I've flagged all the queues where they made a face. Critically, as we get to our notes the next morning, we do the note, then I take off the flag. Now I know I've done my note. Simple little thing, but very useful for me. When we get down the road to using QLab Remote, which is our iPad or iPhone app, QLab Remote, when it's in read-only mode, can make only adjustments to the flag and to notes. That way, the designer in read-only mode can't screw up the show by mistake, but can flag and unflag queues and add the note saying, what were we thinking with this fade, right? Real story. So that's flagged. The next checkbox is auto load, and this is a real big can of worms. So I'm going to give you the short version and trust that the long version is long and we can get into it when you feel it is time. In short, when you tell a queue in QLab to go, the computer has some stuff to do to make that happen. Of that stuff to do, some of it can only happen right when the queue is playing. For example, if the queue is an audio queue, sending data to the audio interface to actually send voltage to the speaker cone can really only happen when the queue is meant to be playing. We can't do that in advance or else we'll hear it early. Sending pixels to the screen can only happen when we want to see it. But there's other stuff. Decoding the file, allocating memory, doing stuff these fellows know about. That can happen in advance so that QLab is as ready as possible to play a queue. Modern Macs are, I believe the technical term is, stupid fast. So most of the time, doing that extra work that could be done in advance is not actually super necessary. When we do a regular show, lights up, lights down, music covers scene changes, the telephone rings, someone knocks on the door, there's thunder and lightning once in a while. I guess I'm doing an Agatha Christie play in this little demonstration. Most of the time, that's so low intensity compared to what's possible on a computer of this sort that we don't need to do all that advanced prep work for every queue. But some of the time, you have a sequence of queues that is complicated or that requires a lot of disk access or who knows, but when I hit go, there's a lag before the queue goes. In that case, you can check the box auto load, which says when the playhead arrives at this queue, do all that stuff you can do early, right then. This checkbox can be deceiving, though. We had a very anxious, nervous designer who, upon hearing a description of what autoload does, said to himself, well, I always want the computer to be as ready as possible. I will click autoload on every queue in my whole show. Easy. That way, every queue is ready. But what that means is when you play a queue and then the playhead moves to the next queue, it immediately does all the work to prep that queue. If that queue is like 1,000 video files that QLab suddenly needs to grab all data from all places on your disk and do a bunch of prep work, it can cause the queue that's currently running to be starved of resources, right? In the days of spinning hard disks, this was really easy to demonstrate. You just say, auto load a file that's 4 gigabytes while playing a little 2-track audio file. And you hear the disk spin up, and you hear your audio file stutter. In the days of solid-state disks, it's a little more subtle, but it does happen. So this anxious designer was causing bad performance by checking all the autoload boxes rather than alleviating bad performance. Yes?
Does the load queue do the same work as the
It does. And the load queue is nice because the load queue, which we'll talk about in a bit, the load queue lets you decide when to do the loading. So you say, I know that there's a period of 4 minutes where no queues are playing. That's a perfect time to load the next queue, because it doesn't matter if it has to thrash my hard disk and run a bunch of processes and who knows what, right? Because no queues are playing. So you are in charge. I will load this queue when I am ready. Thank you very much. Yeah?
Will auto load and the load queue also help you with using audio effects that are not the audio unit ones, but like some other effects that you use instead of the system ones?
Yes, insofar as sometimes those effects do a lot of work right when they start running. Notably, Altiverb. Altiverb is the #1 offender in this department. If anyone is not familiar, Altiverb is like the best sounding reverb plugin there is. And for the amount of money they charge for it, it better be the best. And Altiverb does a weird thing, which is when you load it, it scans your whole hard disk for Altiverb presets. Okay, I've got a 4 terabyte hard disk. We're going to be here for a moment. But what if I'm trying to play some high-res video at the time that Altiverb is looking for presets? Maybe I will have a problem. So by loading the queue that uses Altiverb in advance, I can say, you do your thing when you're whatever, and now I will play my video queue. So yes, loading helps.
So tagging on to that, where is the load queue as opposed to auto load command? And is it something you have to fire manually, or can you tell it, once this queue is complete, load the next queue?
So, perfect question. Let's pretend that class notes is a complex queue full of all kinds of media that if I loaded it while Q81 was running, it would cause trouble. Let's pretend we know that. I can instead create a load queue here. The load queue goes after 81. The target of the load queue is class notes. I guess I should number this for this demo. So now when I run this load queue, Q82 loads as though I pressed the auto load checkbox. I can now have that load queue auto follow from the fade. So I run 80, I run 81, and then when 81 is done, it auto follows the load queue. The playhead then stands by on 82, and 82 is loaded, ready to go. This is exactly how I would do this if I knew that 82 was a heavy lift and I wanted it ready to rock, but I didn't want it to possibly interfere with the previous queues playing nicely. Please.
Is the circle a progress bar and it's just immediately filling?
No. The circle is iconography representing a filled progress bar.
Okay.
Yeah. The load queue is iconography representing an almost completed progress bar,
Okay.
suggesting, I hope, using this queue will fill the rest of the circle up for you. Metaphor.
So I noticed once it loaded, the yellow circle disappeared. Is that the sign that it's a status that the queue is ready?
Yellow circle is loaded.
Yellow circle means it's loaded. Okay.
Yeah, no, nothing means nothing. Yellow circle means loaded, and then when I hit go, bam. Yellow circle vanishes because no longer loaded, playing now. Although as it happens, 82 is a queue that has no action in it, so we didn't see the green triangle. But if it had, here we go, we can simulate a duration by giving a nonsense queue inside there pre-wait. Right? How are we doing over there?
Doing great.
Great.
Working hard.
Yeah. Any commentary from the universe?
No questions yet from the stream. We have folks from Australia and all over the place with us at the moment.
Outstanding. Good eye.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Globalists and all over the place. So.
I'm a great fan of Palabulus, so I'm very glad that they're here. Anyone here know Palabulus? Dance company? wild dance company. Phenomenal. Anyway, I'm glad they're here. I'm glad you're here. Welcome. This is new for me doing the streaming thing. We're all learning together. Some people are learning about being on the internet. Okay, great. Moving right along. Okay, so load queues, auto load, same effect, different method. My best advice to you about loading and auto loading is do not think about it until you've observed a problem. Then consider whether loading will help your problem. Do not be like the anxious guy who loaded all the queues. Because the other thing is, here we get into like, if there is such a thing, computer philosophy. Computer scientists, computer philosopher. The macOS is very clever, and most of the time that helps us. RAM in the computer, which stands for random access memory, is analogous to the working surface of your desk. It's where stuff is when you work on it. There's a fixed amount of RAM in the computer, of course. Sometimes it's a very large amount, but it is fixed. And when a computer is running a bunch of different programs, those programs say to the operating system, I would like some RAM, please. I need some memory to get some stuff done. And the computer hands some out. If a program asks the computer for memory and memory is full, the macOS says, which bit of this memory can I give to this program that's asking for it that's maybe not genuinely in use? So it looks and says, oh, no one's touched that little bit of memory for 30 minutes. I'm going to stash it over there on disk in a file where I know, and I'm going to give that bit of memory to the program. And then when someone else comes along and if they ask for that again, I'll be like, you hang on a second, put it back into memory, now you can have it. That's slower. We don't get to decide when that happens or to what. So if you load a queue and then let 30 minutes go by, maybe it's not genuinely loaded anymore. Maybe some of the things are still true about loading, but maybe that huge multi-gigabyte video file was moved out of RAM because it's been 30 minutes and other stuff has happened since then. You can't control that. We can't control that. You can't know that. You theoretically could know that, but you really can't know that. So this guy, this anxious guy, Act 2 was all loaded and he was all proud of himself, but none of that stuff was still in RAM by the time he got to Act 2 because Act 1 was very long. He was doing ballet. So he had lied to himself and it did not help, and he then felt as though he was no longer in control of the situation he thought he was in control of. So after a long conversation, a lot of hand-holding, we got him to a place of understanding, and he loaded all his Act 2 queues at intermission. It's an improvement. An improvement. Okay. Good? Moving on. That was the load checkbox. The armed checkbox, by default, is checked for every queue. When the armed checkbox is unchecked, the queue is drawn with these stylish safety stripes. A disarmed queue is as though it is muted, but as though mute applies to all of its behavior, not just sound. So if it's a video queue, it doesn't play video. If it's a script queue, the script doesn't execute. If it's a MIDI queue, it sends no MIDI messages. A disarmed queue only does one thing that only continues to do one thing, which is it continues to have its pre-wait, duration, post-wait, and continue elapse. So if I disarm a queue because I don't want to hear it, but that queue is still set to auto-follow, when I hit go on that queue, the effect won't take place, but the auto-follow will. The purpose of disarm doing this is so that you can disarm a queue without spoiling a sequence that it's a part of. Why you might disarm a queue, maybe the queue absolutely cannot happen at the wrong time. Maybe it's a safety consideration. That same show I did, Punk Rock, with the psychedelic scene changes, but the naturalistic scenes, It was a play about gun violence. But you did not know that until the last scene, when a character appears with a gun. And so you're in a theater for almost 90 minutes before you realize what the play is about. It's a very, very powerful way to write a play. And so the character comes on with a gun, and for reasons specific to the visual of the prop, the director wanted a gun that was not 100% reliable whether it would fire 2 shots in a row. Because blank rounds have less powder in them than live rounds, and so for a semi-automatic handgun on stage to fire a blank, sometimes there's not enough gas in the thing to run the slide fully, and the shell from the shell casing from the blank jams in the gun, so it can't fire the second shot. But the director saw that and saw the revolver and said, that gun looks like the gun this person would have. And so we made a recording of the gun. I sat in the front row with a really good microphone, and the actor stood on stage where he's standing when he fires, and I recorded that gunshot. And then we played that through the sound system at approximately the same loudness as the actual gun on stage. And because the acoustic properties of the recording exactly matched the experience of the person sitting in the front row, it was a surprisingly good facsimile. Still a recording, but we wanted to have it in our pocket in case the gun jammed, because if the gun didn't fire twice, the plot of the show was spoiled. So we had a cue that the sound operator could fire, and the sound operator was under instruction, once the gun comes out, hold your finger over this button. And if he goes to fire the gun and you just hear a click, hit your button. But we didn't want it even possible that that sound effect would happen at any other time in the play. So we disarmed the cue, the backup gunshot cue, so that there's no possibility we'd hear it. And then, when the actor enters and pulls out the gun, there's a couple of pages before any danger occurs, enough time for the operator to arm the cue and hold his finger there and sweat until the scene is over, at which point he disarmed the cue again. Yeah? That's an example. Yeah?
So if the cue is disarmed, you can't even manually start it. It is muted, period.
You will not hear or see that cue no matter what until it's armed again. Not entirely different from parking a light. Out of the question. Yeah?
So yeah, just curious about a use case. So there's a production that I do that has a narrative version that's shorter than the full-length version.
Sure.
And we maybe on a Wednesday might be doing the full-length version, and that Thursday doing the narrative version out in the community. Would something like this be useful for some songs that aren't going to be in that narrative version?
Because I don't know the exact programming of your show, it's hard to say for sure, but I could imagine using arming and disarming as one way to achieve your goal. No question.
If it, sorry.
Yeah.
If a cue is disarmed and you're going through your list and you're like, go, 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 and like say it's this instance where you have like 2 different shows in one type thing, will it just skip that cue in the list and go to the next one?
No, it will go, but nothing will happen.
So you still have to hit the go button for it, even if it's not armed.
Right, so here I go. Go, 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 go. But now I'm going to disarm this one. Go, 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 go.
Okay.
It's exactly the same sequence. The behavior of the operator, identical. A cue that's disarmed, when you cue it, the playhead behaves exactly the way it would otherwise. What you're talking about is maybe after I hit go on the toolbar, if the cue list is disarmed, you want the playhead to automatically land on the inspector.
Right.
You want the playhead to move differently than it would otherwise, and that is not what disarming does.
Okay.
We can talk about how to do that using something called a go-to cue, but that's more trickery.
So if it's part of a series of follow cues, it's still going to run the timing, so you're going to essentially have dead air for that amount of time until it gets to the next cue.
Yes.
Okay.
But if it's a series of follow cues that are light cues, instead of dead air, you could simply have a time where there's no changes.
Right.
Yeah. But yes, the timing is unaffected, sequencing is unaffected. Yeah? Okay, good. So now we get to color, because I said it's most fun, so it goes last. For those of you who are not familiar with the macOS or not interested in delving into specific settings, who were not 10 years old when they met their first Mac and just tried every setting because you can, in System Preferences, General, there is something called Highlight Color and Accent Color. And the only reason I'm getting into this is because on my computer, the Q that is selected has a blue bar. But on your computer, it might have a different color. Accent color has to do with, accent color multicolor has to do with the fact that some programs can compel the macOS to use a color of their choosing. So this is set to that. So QLab uses the default, but another program might say, like, I've got my own special orange. Can you use that for selection, please? The only reason I'm pointing this out is because if you've tinkered with this, what I see as a brightish blue bar, you might see as a pink bar. Now, when I was 10 and playing with every setting, well, the computer was black and white, it doesn't matter. But since I can remember it, I've always used the blue. And so for me, blue being selected is just like what it is. Some folks have become very attached to other colors. I'm going to continue to refer to the selection as blue, and I'm going to continue to use the blue here, but I want you to be hip to this idea that it could be some other color. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because we're talking about color now. Qs can have colors. If I set the header color to red, while it's selected, you see that little red stripe in the margin there. But while another Q is selected, the whole Q is red. Q color has no meaning to the machine. It's just for you. I always make my intermission Q red so that an operator who's become hypnotized by the run of the show and is not really thinking about it, sort of going through and doing the thing that we all know we don't want to do when we're operating a show, but we all do when we're operating a show. When they get to intermission, there's something, some visual clue to remind them that the life is about to change and that they have a preset to go do during intermission, so get on it. Or something like that, right? I just give them a little clue. If I'm doing a show in which I've got a bunch of show control cues, where QLab does stuff of its own, but also sends messages to the lighting console, I make all my show control cues orange, so that when the lighting designer, or more likely the lighting programmer, angrily hollers at me about something, I can very quickly find the thing that he's upset about and soothe him. Because lighting programmers like things the way they like things, and if it goes differently, they're agitated. And that is justifiable because their stuff is complicated, and it takes a lot of will to make it behave properly. So I want to be as useful to them as I can and immediately find the thing and talk about it so that they don't feel hung out to dry. Yeah? But it doesn't matter. It could be any color. The machine doesn't care. It's whatever works for you. Some people use color all over their workspace, and I say that's wonderful. Good for you. I just use a couple of select colors, and that's my style. QLab 5.2 introduced lots of colors.
Thank you.
Right on.
Yeah.
So instead of we had about 5 colors, now we've got about 20. So you can make all the colors, all the things you like. And there's one reason to do this is because it's fun. And you know, we all need a little joy wherever we can get it. But another reason to do this is because folks with color vision differences, now I believe, no matter what your color vision difference, there are now sets of colors where you can use 3 distinct colors that are distinguishable no matter what your color vision, except, I've forgotten the word for the condition where you have no color perception whatsoever. Those folks, I believe, we're still only going to have 2 colors available to them, light gray and dark gray. But that is actually very, very hard to design against in a way that is really effective. But if you or someone you know has firsthand experience in this department, I'd love to hear about it. And I'd love to talk about it. Something I didn't say earlier about my job at Figure 53 besides education is that I do a lot of the design work for QLab. Not all, but a lot. And so this is an area where I can participate. So if you've got a color vision difference or a vision difference of any kind that QLab is not serving, I definitely want to hear about it and work on it.
Is there a way to make it change color while it's running?
So glad you asked that, Captain Segway. This little pip is the color that the Q is in general. So if you set no color, it looks like it looks. If you set a color, then it looks like that. If you click this padlock and unlock it, then this pip becomes the color the Q is before it runs, and this pip is the color the Q is after it runs. So I could make this Q start off red and then turn green after I run it. Red, standing by, and now, what happened? Oh, I didn't actually click the padlock. Red, and now it's green, right? Or I could make the Q start off no color and become green, or I could make the Q start off red and become no color.
So it's just before it's run and after it's run, but not while it's running. So you know, you can, if you're not sure what you're hearing, you can look and say, oh, this is the Q that's playing.
Oh, interesting. You're saying could it have a unique color while it's running and then restore its non-running color?
Yeah.
You could make it do that by using a reset Q on it. Reset targets a Q, and when you run the reset Q, its target Q goes back to how it was when the workspace opened. But also, Qs that are running are listed, skipping ahead a moment, in the active Qs display. So a Q that is running is always listed in here. So if you're not sure what you're hearing, this is the place to look.
Oh, okay. No, I don't have that on my screen. Is that because I don't have a show loaded?
Is your sidebar showing?
No.
So if you type Command L,
Oh, there it is.
yeah, and you have two columns, lists and carts and active queues, which we'll talk about in detail very shortly. We're skipping ahead just a bit. But let's go back to color for a moment, and I'll come back to the sidebar and viewing those things. So in short, the answer to your question is no, we can't do exactly that. But with some extra work, you could make that occur. But for now, and unless we hear like a really compelling argument, there's just a before color and an after color. And what? No, that's it. Color questions?
Which is your favorite?
Me personally?
Yeah.
See, that's like, that's like asking someone their favorite child. It's like, yeah, that we have that, but we don't talk about that. No, because I made the colors. But I will say that I have a personal affection for midnight. Midnight is patterned after a specific color, the color produced by a blue line machine. My scenic design professor, John Lucas, who is no longer with us on this earth, kept his blue line machine in his office that any student could use at any time. But he kept it next to his coffee machine. And I don't know if you've used a chemical blue line machine before, but yeah. So the vat of ammonia, thank you. The vat of ammonia sat with an open top and just a rubber tube that feeds into the blue line machine right next to the drip coffee machine. And you do not drink that coffee. And learning that from the upperclassmen when I was a freshman, just being like, hey, great, nice to meet it. Oh, a design student, that's great. at that time at Brown University, there were like 4 of us who were like interested in theatrical design, and the theater department was full of folks who wanted to be actors, directors, writers, critics, all of which is wonderful, but we just felt like we were a sort of tiny minority. And so I was enthusiastically welcomed by the upperclassmen, and they were like, okay, this is the blue light machine, it's always on, this outer room is always unlocked, you can come and use it anytime you want, day or night. Do not drink that coffee, Sam. Don't do it. And so the midnight color makes me think of John and his blue light machine and his coffee, and so that is why it's my favorite color. The end.
Is no color the same as reset color?
So reset color is going to make a lot more sense when we talk about Q templates tomorrow.
Okay.
Probably tomorrow. So we'll skip that for now. But no color and gray are not the same, which I want to point out. Gray is one of the, I think, 6 special shades of gray in QLab. So you notice now that the header and the Q list are slightly different tones. The whole Q list is alternating dark gray and medium gray. Dark, medium, dark, medium. Gray is slightly lighter than medium. And no color is whatever color that stripe would be otherwise. So gray is very, very slightly different. Yeah?
I have a question, if this is possible. So when a cue is actively playing, the arrow shows to the far left of the cue.
The green arrow.
The green arrow.
Yes.
And that will be there until it finishes.
Yes.
Okay. I guess I was just wondering if there was another way to show time that we're seeing on the left side within that arrow, like a bar moving across at the same pace.
Wait, this
that
arrow
arrow.
and this time?
Yeah.
You were imagining that this arrow would fill.
Fill or have a bar that sort of traveled at the same sort of speed as that, maybe to give that second.
For me, that's a very small space to have an animation in.
Yeah.
It would be hard for me to imagine that progress being useful, especially if I have a whole bunch of them. Seeing that bar there, like already this is kind of busy for me.
Yeah.
And if I've got this open, busy and busy. So it's nice to have a little peace and quiet over on the left side, for me.
Yeah.
But if there's something you think that that's going to communicate, I'd love to know what that is.
Yeah, I was just thinking about accessibility, you know, the idea of different colors and what that could do and how that could speak to different learning styles, if that was another way to kind of communicate travel.
That's an interesting question. Worth pondering. But I don't know that I have more than that right now.
Now, why was it looked like what you had up before when you had the now it looks like 2 cues are running, but there are many more green arrows.
Splendid. All right, so let's get into this because now that we've finished color, we're done with the inspector, basically. We're done with the basic understanding of the inspector. So let's talk about the sidebar for a minute. And let's start with active cues and talk about exactly that. When a queue is running, it's listed in active queues. By default, as queues get run, they start appearing at the bottom of the list. So the oldest running queue is at the top, the youngest running queue is at the bottom. As you've just observed, Jeff, there are some arrows here, there are some cues here. It feels like there's a mismatch. When I unfold this group, I should now see as many rows here as there are here. And the only queue that's showing this sort of progress thermometer, there are 2. 80 QClass and figure 53 cross loop pro something. If you look over here, the group queue 80, which encloses all this stuff, is progressing. This video queue, figure 53 cross loop pro res 4444 60 fps dot move, is progressing. All the other queues are just counting up with no progress. The reason for that is because all of these other queues are queues with no discernible duration. They are video queues that are showing a still image, like the Voxel logo. They are text queues. Only this queue is showing an actual movie file. The animation up in the corner. So only this queue has a progress bar that elapses. Since this is a group queue which contains that queue, this also has a progress bar, saying one of the queues in here is doing this. Logical?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Now,
Yeah.
if
Oh, sorry.
multiple queues within there were doing something other than being a still image, what would the progress bar of the main group follow?
So I've confused things by having an infinite loop here. Let's imagine a group queue with no infinite loops in it. When I hit go, the progress bar of the group begins counting up. And as long as at least one of the queues inside the group is still progressing, the group's progress bar is progressing. When the longest queue within the group is concluded, then the group is concluded.
And if it was a loop, that's when it would restart.
Yes. Over here.
So in the active queues, Voxel has 0 and then also like another 0. Is that just because it contains other queues because it's a group queue?
Yeah, this is kind of an artifact. Voxel is a group queue. The group queue contains only queues that have a unknowable duration. But group queues in timeline mode, which are these group queues in timeline mode, the rule is their duration is equal to their longest child's duration. In this case, their longest child's duration is an unknown time, so it displays this. It's not really a specific end goal, it's just the result of a bunch of conditions. Yeah?
Let's say you have a background, something running, like a timer or whatever, is there a way to hide it from the active queues so it's just actively running in the background and not really on it?
No, all queues that are active are listed in the active queues. What you can do, click the gear in the lower right and you get to Workspace Settings. In General, Display, you can sort the active queue list by most recently started first. So the oldest queue is here, the youngest queue is here. And then if you have timers going, they get shuffled off the bottom of your list. But it requires mental flip-flop to understand that time moves up in active queues now instead of down. There's at least one other hand. Yeah?
If you're going to go over this, you can say, shut up and wait till later. How did you arrange all of the images onto the display? So, like, normally I would have built something to just load in one single display, but you have each one separately.
Are you here all week?
I am.
Great. Video queues in depth, probably tomorrow.
Cool.
And I think that's the time to talk about that.
Awesome.
Because we're verging on like designer talk and not just QLab talk, which I'm like stoked to go into. But let's wait till we go through what video queues are and how they work.
Thank you.
Will you remind me to come back to composition tomorrow?
Oh, we'll remind you, don't worry.
Hand, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Completely unrelated, but do you know where I could find the restroom?
Oh, absolutely. I was not too far from a break.
Oh, that's fine.
But if it's urgent,
No, it's
okay, great.
And my question is, if you have a group like this, and let's say that like the QClass or Voxel, like you're not going to be at Voxel, you're going to be somewhere else. Can you unarm in that group just the Voxel part and like arm something else that says like whatever, some other location? Not here. Yeah, exactly.
Right, so here I am at Voxel.
Uh-huh. Not Voxel. but it's all within the group, so like, yeah.
Right? But now, I've gone to, or theoretically, in a couple of weeks, I'm going to the middle of nowhere, Ontario, to teach a class. Will be decidedly not the Voxel.
And it has everything else still there, but that part, so that way you don't have to like get rid of or change around. Got it.
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay. And because it's in the group, it still runs and it takes its go, and it'll still go to the next queue in the list when you're ready to go to the fade. I
have a feeling that you two both do shows that have more than one form, but the show is the same show fundamentally. Because that's the second question you've asked that gives me that clue. Is that something that you run up against often, or is something you're thinking about? Great. Okay, great.
Something very minor, but is there a reason the icon for a still image is the same as the icon for a moving image?
Because it's the same type of queue, and because the queue does not change its sense of self-worth based upon its target. Yeah.
I was going to say another time where I use the disarming is when it's a crazy quick run. You have 2 or 3 shows. One includes a pre-show speech and maybe a post-show discussion. The others you just want to go right through.
Yep, absolutely, exactly. Yeah.
And presumably, since you'll get into this later, and I won't be here for the video part, you could also, for example, just do a link to or a file that's a PowerPoint file. If you were doing a single slide PowerPoint, you do the same thing you did here, correct?
Well, QLab can't play PowerPoint files.
It can't play. Okay.
No, PowerPoint files are nasty little demons that don't deserve any of our attention or love. What you can do in PowerPoint, if you must use PowerPoint, first of all, I feel for you and I'm sorry. And second of all, you can export PowerPoint slides as still images. You can also export transitions in PowerPoints as little movies. So you can take your PowerPoint presentation, export each fixed slide, export each transition as a movie, and then bring them into a reasonable piece of software that belongs in the theater.
I feel like I could have banged. Got it.
No, here's the only thing is PowerPoint does what it's meant to do pretty nicely. The minute you try to bend off the path of what PowerPoint is expecting, you hit the hardest of walls. And the PowerPoint file format itself is only usable by PowerPoint or other Microsoft tools.
So a follow-up question, which you might get to later then, is there a listing of what files are compatible for that?
Yes.
Great.
It's in the manual, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. You're not going to be here tomorrow?
I might be online.
For still images, PNG, JPEG, GIF, TIFF, but PNG and JPEG, get on with it, you know? For moving images, it's a bigger ball of wax, but if you don't have any time to answer any questions or talk about things, ProRes 422 proxy for movies. And if you do have time, we'll talk about it. That's tomorrow. Anything else? Great, then I think it's a great time for a short break. Use the restroom, have a sip of water. There is coffee, we think.
Yes, there's coffee. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Liz. There is coffee in the lobby. If you want some, you can have some.
Is it ammonia coffee?
It is not ammonia coffee. It is not ammonia coffee. So we'll take, I don't know, 6 minutes, 7 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Less than a 10, more than a 5. And then we'll be back.
Nobody uses blue line anymore.
Nobody uses blue line anymore, and they're right.
They're beautiful, but
My first plots were done on a pen plotter.
cool.
It was really fun to watch it draw. I know. I mean, it took like an hour.
But it's cool.
Yeah.
So Karen was going to come, but she had COVID last week. She's feeling better, and then she was like, "Did you want to mute this?" I was like, "She was like, I'm buy it on Voxel money.
It would still be installed though. What app do I use?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's 10:43. Uh-huh. 10:43 on day 3. That happens. I guess that is the app that I use.
They obviously just repainted the floor. Yeah. Oh, you sure? Yeah. I don't normally keep it because this is my work.
Okay, great.
Do we have a change log?
If we don't get the demo media stuff downloaded today,
It's not urgent. It's just so that you have something to play with.
because it's taking like hours.
It's a 5 gigabyte directory.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't try to download, it's a lot, it is a lot, I wouldn't try to download the whole thing.
Okay.
It's really just about like, that came about because last time when we were doing some demos, someone asked, hey, do you have like a folder full of stuff I can screw around with? And we were like, sure, here you go.
Got it. Yeah, like
But
the audio alone is almost 5 gigs.
Yeah, it's not like, we're not gonna do exercises or anything where you have to have that.
Cool. Great.
Is that on this? Now it's just this building, or is it still have? Oh, we still have it.
Building a new QLab.
I know everyone's gonna get an update notification.
Yeah.
When's it out?
He's building it.
Oh, literally right now. That's amazing. Amazing.
One of the questions in the stream just now from our good friend Andy Dolph is having a rough idea of when topics will be covered on which days. Roughly.
Yeah.
This guy already knows some QLab stuff. Taught himself.
I don't want to answer that.
QLab
No,
say no?
I know. I should be a grown-up and answer it.
I already annoyed Sam enough. Just like the same spreadsheet.
Man, shipping physical stuff, you have the most interesting questions from customers. One was, can this order be canceled? And I responded, okay, great. Can we unmute the stream, please? Okay. Back from coffee break and restroom break. And two questions from the stream over the break. One was to provide a brief overview of what we're talking about on each day. So it's this. Today we will focus on basics and on audio. Tomorrow, video and other stuff. Lighting and still other stuff on day 3. That's a very rough overview, and I do not feel beholden to it. So if the folks in the room or an enticing question from online divert our course, so be it, because a plan is only as good as you want it to be, or the other way around. The other thing was asked for from the stream is easy seeing of what keys I'm pressing. So I've started a program which, when I press keys, it shows what they are down there. And there's no like great place on the screen to put that, but I've put it in the lower left. And if everyone's like, your head is in the way, then maybe I'll find a different place. But also I haven't been using a whole lot of keyboard shortcuts yet. So the most complicated typing is yet to come. Okie dokie, we were talking about active queues. Talking about all kinds of good stuff in active queues, progress and so forth. But here's some things that we haven't talked about. Each queue in active queues has a pause button. When you click it, it pauses that queue. If you pause a still image, it has very little meaningful effect, but it can be done. Queues also have a panic button. So I want to talk for just a moment about the difference between stop, hard stop, and panic, which are 3 things that seem like the same thing in QLab, but which are slightly different things. Panic is a fade out and stop. So when you panic a queue, that queue fades out and stops. If you click the X in this row, you'll see that this animation, which is sort of letting you know that the fading is occurring. But this is the icon that represents panic, a stop, but with a slopey line representing a fade out. The duration of that fade is in Workspace Settings, General, in the General tab, panic duration. So the idea is, if you run a queue by mistake and then fade out and stop it, it can be less obtrusive to your audience. It could seem like a strange design choice instead of an error. If you run a queue by mistake and then stop it on a 0 count, it's more likely to seem like a mistake or like a very strange design choice. So it's a little soothing. Also, once you get into the experience of fading and stopping every thing, you start to notice how kind of jarring it is to stop something, even when you're in rehearsal, without fading it out first. It's actually very nice to fade out and stop. And the more obtrusive it is to play, the more pleasant it is to fade and stop instead of just stop. In QLab, there's also 2 other kinds of stops. Fade out and stop is a panic. Stop stops a cue, doesn't fade it out, but under some circumstances, if the cue has effects attached to it, those effects will continue to render. So if I stop an audio cue that has reverb on it, the reverb will tail out naturally. And then hard stop means stop really, actually, everything entirely now. The escape key on your keyboard is attached to panic. When you hit escape, every cue in QLab that's currently playing panics, fades out and stops. If you hit escape while the panic fade out is occurring, it becomes a hard stop. So 2 taps of the escape key is hard stop all. This is maybe the only keyboard shortcut in QLab that is not changeable. Escape is indelibly attached to panic, and the reason for that is it is a safety concern. I would like every person who's ever used QLab, ever, to be able to help in any theatrical emergency if there are loud sounds playing when fire department comes in and needs to tell people what to do to get out safely, and the QLab operator has had a heart attack. I would like you to be able to get up from the audience, calmly walk into the booth, double tap escape, and save the day. I would not like it if you walked in and double tapped escape, nothing happened, you thought, oh, they've reprogrammed their workspace, how clever, let me figure that out. And meanwhile, so, double tap escape, hard stop all, end of story. Of course you could quit QLab, but you know, double tap escape, hard stop all. Also in the active cues display, you see as I mouse over the progress bar, it brightens and a little yellow line appears at the leading edge. When you click and hold in the progress bar, you can drag the progress of the cue forward and backward. You don't have to click, you don't have to catch the yellow bar. You can click anywhere and the yellow bar will snap to that spot. Obviously, scrubbing this particular cue doesn't make an enormous difference because it's such a short loop, but if I were playing a more linear cue, I could just skip ahead and skip back real quickly. I hit that panic button by mistake. Yes, the question.
Yeah, two questions really. Is it a way to make the stop cue a hard stop if you for some reason need it?
This button?
Which one?
I'm sorry, which?
No, if you the stop cue.
Oh, stop cue.
Yeah, is it possible to make that a hard? Is it a hard stop?
It's a stop, not a hard stop.
Right. Can you make it a hard stop if you need it for some reason?
Chris, can you make the stop cue hard stop instead of regular stop?
I don't think so.
We don't think
Good
so.
answer. Question number 2. Can you scrub all running cues?
Only if they're all in a group.
Right.
Can
Only
you
if they're all in a
make
group.
that? Can you make
But
that? Now I'm still thinking about it. You could.
Go ahead.
The stop cue itself, we don't have a mode on. It just sends a stop.
Yeah, so
You could, if
OSC.
we wanted to get fancy, we could go to OSC. If you did 2 stops in a row, would that turn into a hard stop?
Let's find out.
I don't think so, but
Journey.
I don't actually know for sure.
A brief
off the top
aside.
of my head.
We're skipping way ahead here, right? But I'm gonna take,
But that
piece-
keeps it fun.
here's a piece of music. Great. Now we're gonna add reverb, the really long tail. So here's the cue. And when I stop, reverb, great. Now we're gonna try to stop. No dice. So we'll have to, when we get to OSC, show you how to do that. OSC stands for Open Sound Control, or shiny control. It was invented by sound people. It's useful for things way beyond sound. It's like, just like DVD. Its usefulness has exceeded its acronym, but we'll talk about it later.
I do like the idea of putting an option in a stop cue to turn it into hard stop. That would be cool.
Well, you're the one who's going to have to make it, so I'll let you take that note yourself.
Thank you, note.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for the question. Okay, active queues. Okay, great, active queues. The next part of the sidebar to talk about is lists and carts. This is a list of queue lists and queue carts, which we haven't talked about yet, which we will talk about, which are within the workspace. Right now we're looking at this queue list. Welcome to QLab 5. When I click here, I have a whole other set of queues. Here, a whole other set of queues. Any workspace can contain any number of queue lists that you like. When I do a show, that's not class, a show, I very seldom use multiple queue lists in an audience visible way. I would say I never use multiple queue lists in an audience visible way. I have one list for my show queues. I have one list for my test queues. I have one list where I put cut queues that I think maybe might get uncut in the future. And I have one list where I keep my scripts, programming aids, which we'll talk about later. But for real practical effect, all my whole show is in one queue list. You may prefer to put one act in a different queue list. You may prefer to make multiple versions of your shows in multiple queue lists, but you would have to manually synchronize them if you made changes to one version and that you wanted to track into other versions. The point of queue lists is to be an available organizational tool to you if you wish. Lots of folks who do musicals in which there is a set of click tracks for the musical director to trigger, put those on the main QLab workspace in a separate queue list. So the QLab, the operator out front at the mixing desk with cues in QLab that the audience can hear, also has a queue list with click tracks that the musical director starts remotely using a MIDI trigger. And it's all in the one QLab workspace so that you don't have to worry about maintaining a separate QLab system for the MD, who's got enough to worry about. These are potential reasons to use multiple queue lists, and there are others. But there's no specific reason. Yeah?
Would you be able to trigger that using OSC so that you can do it over Wi-Fi rather than having a long MIDI cable?
Yes. Although, spoiler is, unless you must, I encourage you not to trust Wi-Fi, because Wi-Fi is untrustworthy. Because a wire, you can always tell if it's going to stop working on account of it's broken. Obviously, you can't always tell. Sometimes it might be subtly broken. But in general, wires are dependable and at least break in a predictable way. Wi-Fi is designed on purpose to be unpredictable so that it can be resilient against unpredictable interference. Wi-Fi is designed to, with the philosophy better late than never. And better late than never is not generally how we like our queues, right? Although on a very short time scale, better late than never is good. So you have to determine whether the timing accuracy of your show falls within the acceptable range of the timing accuracy of Wi-Fi, and is your electromagnetic interference environment okay enough to depend on the Wi-Fi, blah, 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 blah. But all that said, A, I haven't relied on wireless things. I am, in fact, right now relying on a wireless thing. And B, it is completely possible to have a wireless environment set up that is unpredictable enough. I mean, that is predictable enough. And then finally, the answer to your question ultimately is, yeah, you can do that. So, but I have a colleague who would scold me if I didn't spend time on the dangers of wireless, especially Wi-Fi, which is like the second most unreliable radio I know of after Bluetooth, which is the most unreliable radio. If someone out here is considering using Bluetooth in a production environment, let me encourage you as enthusiastically as I can to consider any other thing. I would prefer a carrier pigeon to Bluetooth in a show. Because one person walks in with a phone with some kind of wild Bluetooth app running, and maybe your show is spoiled. Like, who needs that? But Wi-Fi you can manage. Okay. So we've sort of gone on a little circular journey visually here. At the top of the sidebar are 4 buttons, which I want to talk about briefly. 2 of them can really, really change your show's behavior for the worse if you click them without thinking about it. This one, Panic All, is the same as the escape button. You click that button, all cues in the workspace stop. They panic, but they stop. Likewise, this button, Reset All, hard stops all cues, puts the playhead in every cue list at the first cue, and loads the first cue of every playlist. So if you've got a big workspace, like I have here with 1,483 cues and 44 lists and carts, that's not a small thing. That is a complete emergency stop of your show. I find this button slightly too likely to spoil my day. And so I don't put my mouse anywhere near any of this stuff during a show. But there it is. If you are finishing a rehearsal and the director's like, okay, we're going to reset for a run through of the whole show. Get ready for the top of the show, please. Boink. That way you know for sure. Any fades or tricks or wherever you were in your rehearsal doesn't matter. Stop, reset. It's almost like I quit and restart QLab. Almost. Next, this button is black when when it can do nothing, but is yellow when it can do something. And what something is pause all currently running cues. When there are any paused cues at all, this button becomes green. Resume all paused cues. This is not a start button. This is not related to go. This is an unpause button. Pause all, resume all. The reason it's 2 buttons is because I could pause all, then start some more cues, then pause all, start some more cues, pause all. Then the resume all unpauses everything. Yeah? Okie dokie. And that's the sidebar. We talked about the basics tab of the inspector, but then there was a nice segue question that brought us up to the sidebar, so I skipped ahead to that. But I want to go back to the inspector briefly. The other tabs of the inspector vary depending upon what type of cue is selected. Every cue has the basics tab. Every cue has the triggers tab, which we'll get to. But then the following tabs depend upon the cue type that's selected. So I've selected a group cue, I have a mode tab and a timeline tab. I've selected a light cue, I have a levels tab and a curve tab, and so forth. We will work our way through these tabs as we get to each cue type as we talk. But the basic idea is that the type of tabs that are visible based upon the type of cue that's selected. Yeah? I also didn't talk about this button, Pop Out Inspector. When you click that button, the inspector becomes its own independent window, which can be resized independently, and which can optionally be set with this tick box here to float above all other windows permanently. If you have a 2-monitor setup and a very complicated cue to look at, it might be valuable to go put this on the other monitor so you can see side by side. It is not, again, it is not one of those things where it's designed to do something specific. It's just designed to be available to you if you want it. And when you click that pop back in button, it returns to the main window. Down in the very bottom of the workspace window, I don't know why I made it shorter like that, are a couple of controls which we'll talk about. First is the edit and show mode switch. When a workspace opens, by default, it is in edit mode. And when you switch to show mode, a small set of behaviors are prohibited, but critically, some other things are not prohibited. And I want to go over that real quick. When you switch to show mode, you cannot add queues, delete queues, reorder queues, or edit queues, except for flagging and unflagging and changing notes. Wait, that's not true. No. When you're in show mode, you can't do any of those things at all. You cannot edit queues at all in show mode. What you can do when you're in show mode is switch back to edit mode and wreak havoc. As a result, I encourage you to think about show mode as an error prevention mode, not some form of security that replaces trust. I am here to tell you that no matter what we did, we will never be able to turn show mode into a button that can replace trust. Because if someone wants to screw with your show, they will. And they don't need a password protected show mode to stop them. They can simply unplug the Mac. So, show mode is there to prevent accidental edits. Prevent accidental edits. Malice cannot be prevented. It can only be discouraged. So I recommend to you to avoid an environment in which the person who's touching QLab is a person you don't or can't trust. If that is the situation you're in, your recourse is your producer. Producer, I cannot trust my operator. I cannot vouch for what's happening next. Show mode is not security. There is no guarantee in this life. Good luck. Paycheck, please. Yeah.
In show mode, are the pause and unpause buttons active?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. In show mode, danger remains in the upper right corner.
Yeah.
The reset button is there. The panic button is there. Because in show mode,
Could hit a queue early.
you could hit a queue early. You could have an emergency. You could be in a situation where you need to respond in some dynamic and unexpected way. So, for that reason, a device like this is highly recommended when you're running a show. This box has buttons that send MIDI messages to the Mac. Those MIDI messages are attached to specific operations in QLab. This box has a little extension cord here to this button. That's go button. When I'm sitting here wearing my headset, go, 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 I'm not anywhere near any trouble. I have to make a big decision to go over here and press the danger buttons, right? And that feels maybe like overkill, but if you've done a show with like super fast queues, or even more dangerous, you've done an excruciatingly boring show, it's very easy to lose track of the entire purpose of being if you are running an excruciatingly boring show for a month. And it's very easy to lose track of where your limbs are and what they're doing and why you're even there, right? So I like to make it really protected against that. So something like this is nice for me. Something like this, which has a big green button, that's good. Little red buttons, harder to reach, trouble up here. That's what I like. I have worked on a show in a high school where the mouse had a worn out spring. It was an Apple mouse where the whole body of the mouse is the button. And I discovered I had this really twitchy kid as my operator. And he had a little tiny space on his desk to move the mouse. So he was picking up the mouse and moving it very often. And when he put it down, if he put it down just a little too hard, the weak spring would bounce the whole top of the mouse and it would click. And so he was like reordering queues left and right because while the mouse button was down, it would click, grab a queue, and then he'd let go of the mouse and the queue will have dragged. So for that show, I was like, dude, you're gonna put it into show mode unless I tell you to edit a queue. And so this little jumpy kid was like switching to show mode, doing anything switching to edit mode, make a quick change, back to show mode. To protect against his nonsense mouse and his jumpy, adolescent, excitable wrists. when I'm done editing a show as a designer, I here's what I do. In edit mode, I make some change to my workspace so that the little dot appears in the red button at the top of the list. Do folks know about the little dot? The little dot is named, this is not a joke. I mean, it is a joke, but it's not my joke. It is called the dirty bit. When you make a change and edit to a document in macOS, it sets a little flag inside the document called the dirty bit. And when the document is dirty, the dot appears, and you have to save your changes if you want those changes to persist when the document is reopened. When you save, Command S, the document is clean, and now you can close it and reopen it, and it'll be just the same. If the document has the dirty bit set, and then you go to show mode, and then you save, it will reopen in show mode. So that's what I do. When I'm done with a show, it's last preview or whatever, I make a little edit, an inconsequential edit. I delete and add a space to the name of something, just so that there's something edited. Switch to show mode, save, and now when this workspace opens tomorrow, it will be in show mode. So my operator has the confidence that I want my operator to have, the confidence that they will not accidentally change the show. I'm going to open the workspace, no matter what my ridiculous mouse problem is, no matter what, I'm good. The show will be unedited, so I can just sit here and run my show predictably night after night. I also want my operator to be able to switch back to edit mode if 1 week into the run, an actor sprains an ankle. This actually happened to me. An actor sprained an ankle really bad, terrible sprain, on stage, held it together, got off stage, intermission, all kinds of first aid occurred. But that meant that mid-run, we had to make changing to timing, which was accommodating the amount of time it took him to cross the stage. Okay, but now he's got a sprained ankle. He crosses the stage slower. So the operator calls me up, and he's like, what do I do here? I've got a copy of the workspace on my Mac at home, and I say, okay, go to edit mode, go to Q80, change the duration from X to Y, change the pre-weight on this Q, blah, 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 blah. That'll do it. Go back to show mode and then save. And that is a sanctioned by the designer change, right? But then we go back to show mode and save so the operator can confidently continue the rest of the run without accidentally making changes. So that's show mode and edit mode. Yeah? Great. Next, we have some buttons, little squares with little bars. The little bar shows the side of the workspace that's going to change when you click that button. So this one hides and shows this top area, hides and shows the inspector, hides and shows the sidebar. This one opens something we haven't talked about yet, the toolbox. The toolbox is a holdover from early days of QLab. It almost left QLab in, I think, version 3, but someone in our beta tester group said, you can't take that away, it's my favorite thing. You gotta put it back. Okay, so it stays. It might have been version 2. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The toolbox is an alternative to the toolbar. You can use whichever one you like. There's no rules here. The only thing that's interesting about the toolbox as a unique way to interact with the list of cues, there's two things. The first one is you see the names all nicely listed there, so it's really easy to keep track of which is which. But the second involves these command shortcuts. So if you'll notice, while the toolbox is open, command 0 through command 9 lets me create cues by typing a keyboard shortcut. So if I type command 5, I get a new text cue. But what if text cues are not part of your life? What if you don't care about text cues? What if you care a lot more about start cues than text cues? You could drag start up in the list and text down in the list, and now the start cue is command 5. The first 10 cues listed in this view get Command 0 through Command 9 as keyboard shortcuts. Again, that same beta tester in QLab 1 had set an order that made more sense to him than the default order. And every workspace he opens since then, he has changed the toolbox to his preferred order. So much so that his fingers remember the Command 1 means whatever it means to him, not audio. I think Command 1 is fade to him. When I sit down at his computer, my fingers remember a different order. So I'm slow with him. But when he sits down at mine, he can't make cues rapidly, right? Because his fingers remember the other order. So this order is remembered per workspace. And it is, you can create your own default in new workspaces, which we'll talk about down the road. That was your question. I thought so. I detected. So I'm going to restore this order before I forget, because the default order is what my fingers remember. So those are the two interesting things about the toolbox: reordering and seeing the names. Yeah? OK. I'm hiding the toolbox. So that's these little square buttons. In the, yeah?
As far as keyboard shortcuts go, are there other keyboard shortcuts for those things other than the first 10?
No, the first 10 are the only cues that get a keyboard shortcut.
Can you map? Can you do any kind of like key mapping to make there be shortcuts for those?
So yeah, but it's not QLab that does it. But here's a macOS thing I can teach, if you will forgive a brief aside. In System Preferences, Keyboard. Now, if you're using macOS Ventura, you'll see a very different appearance here. But Keyboard is somewhere in there. Keyboard, then from Keyboard go to Shortcuts. Little known fact, you can make your own keyboard shortcuts for any menu item in any program on a Mac using this view. So let's do it. Let's go and make a keyboard shortcut for Memo for fun. So it's in the Cues menu, Memo. So we're going to make, we click App Shortcuts. We click Plus, Application. And here's a list of all the applications on your Mac. So I'm going to choose QLab. Menu title, Memo. And the keyboard shortcut will be, well, I've got to make something that I know will not conflict with other keyboard shortcuts. So I'm going to make a really elaborate one. Command, Option, Shift, O for Memo. Then I click Add. And when I return to QLab, down here on Memo, bada bing, Option, Shift, Command, O. So I can now type Option, Shift, Command, O, and I'll get a new Memo cue. What's interesting is if I go to Toolbox and I move Memo up into my keyboard shortcut zone, it's overridden. Command 9 no longer does anything, because System Preferences is in charge and says, no. Memo's got this thing, the human said. I'm going to remove this keyboard shortcut lest I deeply confuse myself in the future. Yeah? This is powerful business, right? Any Vectorworks users out there? Yeah. Vectorworks is a bit of a monster on its own. It has its own keyboard shortcut assignment philosophy, if you will. Once you get used to certain keyboard shortcuts in Vectorworks, you're really stumped without them. And this is the place to look if you're at someone else's computer and your fingers in Vectorworks do not do what you think they should. This is one place to look. If you're using something like as Labyrinthine, but has no keyboard shortcut mapping tools, look here to solve your problem, right? So like, if you're a Slow Tools user, it's harder to adjust keyboard shortcuts there. You can adjust them here.
Do you mind mind just showing the path one more time?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
In macOS Monterey and older, Apple menu, system preferences, keyboard icon, shortcuts. In macOS Ventura and newer, when you get to this view, it will instead be a list and stuff view. So you got to scroll around in that list until you find keyboard. And they have Apple, I will call system settings in Ventura and newer an active work zone, which I believe in time will be predictable.
Maybe I saw this wrong, but when you had created the new keyboard shortcut for Memo.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot the last step, which is click app shortcuts.
Oh.
So sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
And then you moved it up to 9.
Yeah.
And it still said Command 9, even though it wasn't working. Then you moved it back. It didn't seem to have the new shortcut anymore.
So down here in the sidebar, you don't see shortcuts that you create here. But up here in the Qs list, you do.
I thought we did before you moved it up to 9, but then not after you moved
Let's
it
try.
back up.
Let's make sure that I haven't missed something here. QLab, memo, Command Option Shift O, memo, add. Got that. Now we're here. Qs menu, memo, that. But down here in the toolbox,
Oh,
nothing doing.
maybe I was seeing things.
Or who knows?
Okay.
But now I'm going to go back and get rid of it again. Okay. How did we get there? We were here, we were keyboard shortcuts, that's how we got there. Okay. So now I'm back to QLab. In the middle of the footer, shows you the number of queues, lists, and carts in your show. The main value here is bragging rights, but the secondary value here is this the most recent version of my show? Do I have multiple copies of my workspace? Oh dear. I made a bunch of queues on Tuesday, and then I saved a copy. Now it's Thursday. What happened Wednesday? I don't know. So I'm going to open these multiple copies and look in the footer to compare. Oh yeah, I made a whole bunch of queues. This one has more queues, so this must be my updated version, right? Not like super useful, but somewhat useful. Over on the right, these two box buttons hide and show the inspector and the sidebar. The gear button opens workspace settings, which we'll go through in detail in a bit once we've shifted away to something a little more enticing, because this is just a tour of like lists of buttons and things, and it can get a little dry. So we'll come back to it when our brains have been refreshed. This exclamation point in a bendy triangle only appears if your workspace contains broken queues or warnings. Warnings are when something's up, but it doesn't necessarily mean that your queues won't work right. So a flag counts as a warning. When you flag a queue, it counts as a warning, but it also doesn't change the behavior of your queue list. When you click the exclamation mark with the triangle, this window opens, the status window, which we're going to spend some time on in a bit, but I want to get to warnings because Warnings tab lists all the warnings in your workspace. If I flag this queue, you see it listed among the warnings. What's the warning? It's flagged. If I click Inspect Queue, the main window will jump to the inspector for that queue. So if I'm up here, I go here, flagged, oh, well, I want to inspect that queue. Now that queue is selected in my main window. This is how I work through my list of flags quickly with the designer tomorrow morning when we're doing notes after the run-through, right? Yeah.
So if you have multiple queue lists in the same workspace and on one of them there's an error, will that little triangle exclamation point show in the other?
Yes, the footer looks the same across all queue lists. It's workspace wide. When there are no warnings or broken queues in your workspace, this triangle will not be there. And we'll get into the workspace status window in depth down the road. We've now taken a tour of the whole workspace window. So if your QLab usage is, I would say, anywhere from complete beginner into solid early intermediate use, you may never go into any other window in QLab, with the exception probably of workspace settings. So this is like the most of it. You've now had a little tour of the main user interface of all of QLab. Congrats, well done. I want to move ahead to making and targeting queues. So now we've talked about queues. We've talked about their targets and their times. It's actually weirdly, there are a lot of different ways to make a queue, and we're going to go through them all one by one. This is a great example of something that it absolutely does not matter which you use. You should use what works for you. You can make a queue like 6 ways. You can go to the toolbar and click a button, and that will create a queue below the current selection. You can go to the toolbar, click and drag, and let go, and that will make a queue wherever you let go. You can go to the Queues menu and choose a queue type. You can go to the toolbox and double-click. You can go to the toolbox and click and drag. You can use the keyboard shortcuts 0 through 9 to create those types of queues, whether or not the toolbox is showing. That's a lot of different ways to make a queue. It does not matter what you use. What your fingers find pleasing, do that one. Right? There are 2 things to think about, though, when creating queues that can have targets, which is queues can be automatically targeted when they target other queues. What does that mean? If I have a queue selected and I create a new queue that could target the selected queue, it will. What? I select this group queue, I create a fade queue, and poof, the fade queue automatically targets the queue that was selected. I select a memo queue, I create a fade queue. The fade queue remains untargeted because a memo queue is not fadeable. There's nothing to fade. If I have several queues, which could be faded, and I select all 3 of them, and I did that by clicking one, holding shift, and then clicking the other end of the range of queues I wanted selected. And then I click a queue that could, then I click in the toolbar on a queue type that could target those selected queues. QLab asks me, what do you want to do with your 3 selected queues? Should I add 3 start queues after the last selected queue? Should I insert a start queue after each selected queue? Or should I just add 1 start queue with no target and you didn't mean to have things selected and you just have it happen to be, you want me to leave you alone, please? You can click the button you want to click. You can press return to click the blue button, or you can type the number of the button that you want. So if I tap 2, I get 1 start queue in between each audio queue, targeting the previous audio queue. This maybe would be easier if I named them. So A, B, and C, I click start, and notice now the blue highlight has moved to the button I used last time. So QLab remembers what you did last time and figures you might want to do that again. You can just hit enter. And now you have 3 queues interspersed. Instead, I see you. If you select all 3, create a start queue, and choose after last selected, 3 queues, 3 start queues. And then add 1 start queue with no target is just, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to have anything selected. Just make me a queue, please.
More or less answered, but so it will always, if you're doing an individual queue, it'll always drop it in after whatever the selected one is.
Yes.
Right? So then you would have to move it around if you wanted it to trigger.
Yes. Yes.
I noticed when I click on a queue in the toolbar,
That's true.
Okay.
Auto numbering is in Workspace Settings, General. Auto number queues with increment. By default, it's 1. QLab will always create, if you have this turned on, QLab will always create a queue number that is 1 higher than the last queue, but it'll skip over existing numbers. So if I've manually created queue 4, and then I automatically create queue 1, 2, 3, 5. But it only auto numbers when you click and drag, it is a little shortcut to allow you to sort of optionally auto number. Me, I don't like auto number, I turn it off. But it's just taste. Yeah.
When you group by increments of 2, and you do 1, 3, and then you have a 5 or a 4 already, would it increment from the last auto you made, or the pre-existing?
It's a great question. We might have to do this 91, 93. Oh, maybe I have to turn on auto number. That'd help. So, number 93, and now I make a new audio queue, 95, 97. So it follows the sequence you made. If this is 92, 94, 96. How about that?
But if you created a queue if you were clicked on 91 and created a queue, and the next one was 92, which one would you follow? Okay, great. There you go.
So it's trying to figure out what you want. It's doing its best here. While we're on the topic, selecting queues and typing Command D deletes their queue numbers. Selecting queues, going to the Tools menu and choosing Renumber Selected Queues gives you a renumbering tool. Start at a number, increment by, prefix, and suffix. Absolutely. Select one or more queues. Really only makes sense if you select multiple queues. Go to the Tools menu and choose Renumber Selected Queues, or type the keyboard shortcut Command R. You can choose a start number, an increment, and an optional prefix and suffix. The prefix and suffix will get added to every queue. So for Jeff, coming from ETC land, you make your order of your queues, you adjust them the way you like them, select them all, renumber, and then you can have, QLab will first delete the numbers of all the selected queues. So it will, if you're using a single queue list and you've numbered them however you numbered them, when you renumber them, it doesn't matter what numbers are in there. They'll all get removed so that they can get recycled. It's a great way to sort of turn your post-tech rehearsal Michigas into something nice and orderly. Yep. One other, yeah?
Yeah, question about the renumbering. When you renumber the whole queue list, it will renumber all the queues within a group. It would be great to have a choice to just renumber all the group queues as one.
So all you need to do is Shift, angle bracket, and it will open all group queues. Then you can select all, and then you can renumber. And then it will number everything inside the group as well as outside.
Seems to me it renumbered everything inside even if it was closed, but I may be wrong.
I think it won't, but let's find out.
I think it has to be selected.
Yeah. Yeah, because when the group is closed, nothing inside it is selected.
Right.
Because elsewhere in my list, we have queues numbered in the 90s. It's difficult in this demo workspace, which has been sort of built and refined over time, to keep track of which queue numbers I have and haven't used. And since there's 1,400 queues in it, like I once did like a big queue number audit. I was on a long plane ride to a class, and I was like, I'm going to audit all my queue numbers. And after like 12 minutes of that, I was like, no, I can't keep track. I need the machine to keep track for me. Which it does, but it means that this little demo has that caveat. Good, good? One more thing I want to show you about auto-targeting new queues is something different about group queues. When more than one queue is selected and you create a group queue, that group queue encloses the queues that were selected. When only one queue is selected and you create a group queue, not enclosed automatically. We'll talk just in just a second, like next demo is about group queues. Nah, not next, I'm wrong. We'll talk very shortly about group queues and their various modes, but the purpose of a group queue is to contain other queues, and so that's a quick way to do it. If you've grouped a bunch of queues and you realize you wish you hadn't, you can simply select those queues, drag them out of the group, and then get rid of the group. Command delete to delete a queue. Yeah? Okay. I want to talk for a moment about file targets and queue targets, because we've been mostly talking about queue targets. Queues that target other queues have queue targets. But audio queues and video queues have file targets, as do MIDI file queues. These are queues whose target is a file on your disk somewhere. There's an additional way to create an audio or video queue, which is to go into the Finder, Education, QClass 5. Okay, great. This is a folder full of audio for the show. I can take a piece of media, drag it into the workspace, and it will create a queue of the type that targets that media, in this case an audio queue, automatically targeting the file. So that's yet one more way to to create an audio queue. Likewise, I can drag in a MIDI file queue, a MIDI file, and it will produce a MIDI file queue that's pre-targeted, or a video queue, and it pre-targets a video queue. Yeah? If I create an audio, video, or MIDI file queue from scratch, and it has no target, the target column shows a little button, an arrow pointing into a circle. This button, when you click it, opens a file picker, and it lets you choose the audio queue you want, the audio file you want to target, and then that target is selected.
Is that a default folder within QLab's program files, or is that one you can?
It's the last folder that was open in the file picker. If you restart your computer and launch QLab fresh and click open, I'm not actually 100% sure where it ends up. I think it ends up in your home folder.
Documents.
Documents folder. You know what? No. Thank you. Here's where it ends up. It ends up in Finder Preferences. I think it ends up here. I think it ends up wherever new Finder Windows is set in Finder Preferences. That's a possibility. Or it could just be documents period at the end. Yeah?
If you're using this method to target a queue and you select multiple files, will that create multiple queues, or does it ignore it?
Multi-select is disabled so as to prevent that confusion. But if you want to create multiple queues targeting multiple files, it were me, I'd start from the Finder, select my queues, drag them in, boom. Or, and now we're getting fancy, take a whole folder, drag that in, and it makes a group queue containing all the files in that folder.
Is there a file size limit for video queues?
There is a file size limit for video files imposed by the Mac, but not by QLab.
Oh, okay.
So I think the upper file size, Chad, upper file size limit?
File size?
Yeah. It changed not too terribly long ago.
You're talking about file on disk, not dimension.
File on disk, yeah.
It may be codec dependent.
I think that, oh, I know. no.
Exabytes.
Here's what I'm thinking of. Okay, thank you, exabytes. It's very, very large. That's unsettling. No, here's what I'm thinking of. AIFF and WAV files have a maximum file size. And there's that's predicated by the file format itself. Video files, as far as I'm aware, there's no specific file size limit of any video file. Yeah, as far as I know. Yeah.
If you're in an MP4 or a MOV container, I think.
Sky's the limit.
Bytes, sure, but
Right. Right. An exabyte, what is after peta?
Yep.
Peta after tera? Yeah, so megabyte, gigabyte, terabyte, petabyte, exabyte. Each is an order of magnitude larger.
1,000
No.
of the previous.
Yeah, 1,000 of the previous. So, or 1,024 of the previous, depending on how pedantic the person who made your operating system is. And exabyte is larger than disks that I've heard of.
So you're saying 5 years from now, or probably next year.
Right. Although I don't know if an exabyte disk array, no, I'm not, this is well outside the scope of this class. Okay, how did we get there? File size. File size of videos, that question answered. Moving on. Moving on? Moving on. Okay, it's finally time to actually hear some stuff. Audio cues. So, when an audio cue is selected in the cue list, the inspector has the basics tab, which we know about. You're all experts. The triggers tab, which we're going to talk about later, and you're going to get sick of hearing me say we'll talk about the triggers tab later. Apologies. The I/O tab is next. I/O stands for input and output. And the I/O tab tells us about what's coming into the file. I'm sorry, what's coming into the queue and what's going out of the queue. In short, what's coming in is an audio file, which has got some number of channels. It is at some sample rate. And then what's going out is sound to a sound device. Above the line, the file target field here shows the whole path to the file target, which if you look in the basics tab is also visible there in the target. Up here in the queue list, we just see the button for replacing the target because this amount of information cannot be truncated down to a useful small version. So we just leave it alone and make it easy for you to retarget if you want by hitting that button. That's the file target field in I/O tab. If you click X here, it will unassign the target. And if you click the magnifying glass, it will open a folder in the Finder, open a window in the Finder showing the file that's selected as your target. Below it shows format. Here it says linear PCM, 2 channels, stereo left-right at 48,000 hertz. This format is just information contained within the file, and we are displaying that information. If your file contains lies, QLab will just regurgitate the lies. But if your file contains lies, then it's probably a WAV file that's corrupted, and you should get rid of it. Linear PCM, PCM stands for pulse code modulation, and linear PCM secretly is exactly what's going on under the covers in both AIFF and WAV files. They are the same file with a different jacket on. It's also true of core audio format files. Linear PCM is uncompressed audio. It takes up the most disk space of all audio formats, but takes the least amount of processing power to work and conveniently sounds the nicest. This particular file contains 2 channels. We're going to talk for a moment about the difference between track and channel, right? Track can mean a lot of different things. Channel can mean a lot of different things. And a lot of folks use those words interchangeably because a lot of times they are interchangeable. But for folks who remember or who use vinyl records, you have the easiest example there of the difference between track and channel. On a record, a stereo record, channels, stereo, represent the left and the right speaker output from a song on the record. Tracks represent different songs. So my album might have 8 tracks. It is song 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Each of those songs has 2 channels, left and right. Stereo is a word, hopefully we're all familiar with, which means 2 channels with a specific opinion about what those 2 channels are for. But hear me now. 2 channels does not mean stereo. Stereo means 2 channels, but 2 channels does not mean stereo. If I take my field recorder, which can record 2 channels, and I put one microphone in front of you and one microphone in front of me, and we sit down and have a conversation, and I record your channel and my channel to publish in my podcast, I could decide that you'll be in the left speaker and I'll be in the right speaker, or I could decide that we'll both be panned to center. 2 channels does not mean stereo. Stereo means about space, and 2 channels is just 2 channels. Something that a fight that was had in the past, which is thankfully over now, is does or does not stereo have a place in live theater? That fight lasted like 20 years for some reason, and it finally ended with, sure, why are we talking about this? Which I think is the correct conclusion. If you bring a stereo audio file into QLab, QLab will treat those 2 channels as distinct, but you have to decide whether they will be presented to the audience in a stereo form or not. I'm being weird about this. It will pay off in a minute. Here, stereo left, right in parentheses says, listen, Sam, I know you've got your opinions about 2 channels, but the metadata in this file says that it's actually stereo left and right. So take it easy. At 48,000 hertz means the sample rate of the file is 48,000 hertz. We can get into sample rate. If you want to get into sample rate, it's a little bit beyond the scope of this class, but the short and important part about sample rate is that QLab does not care about sample rate. Your files do not have to have the same sample rate as each other. Your files do not have to have the same sample rate as your audio hardware, because QLab uses the macOS audio toolbox called Core Audio, and Core Audio automatically resamples audio on the fly to match the sample rate of the hardware, because a predicate of audio hardware is that the audio that comes out must be at the sample rate that the hardware determines. If none of this makes sense to you, great, you don't have to care. If you are a person who knows and cares about sample rates, all you need to know is not a big deal. If you want to squeeze every ounce of performance out of a Mac, find out the sample rate of your hardware and resample your audio to match in advance. And you will save the tiniest sliver of a fragment of a percent of processing power of this computer, which until very recently was too powerful to export to certain countries because it counts as a weapon because it's a supercomputer. That law changed because it was nonsense. The point is, resampling is not a big deal. But if you wanna, go for it. Yes?
So this is a slightly dumb question to go back to. So
No dumb questions.
The ideal file type you've listed was AIF, correct? That's what it works best, or what you would say is ideal?
WAV, AIF, and Core Audio format are my recommended formats.
Okay.
Out of those 3, I personally recommend AIFF because WAV can get corrupted in weird ways where it seems like it's fine, but it's not. AIFF, if it's corrupted, it doesn't play. So I like that. WAV is the Bluetooth of audio formats. CAF is weird, but fine. It's weird because it's uncommon, but it's got an enormously high file size limit. So if you're playing a large multi-track that's many minutes long, you can actually exceed the limit of AIFF or WAVE's file size limit. CAF has an order of magnitude larger limit. So if you're playing a gigantic multi-track, use CAF, but some programs don't know what to do with CAF.
So here's the dumb question in line with the PowerPoint question earlier. So I work with a lot of students who would create lists and probably would be pulling MP3s,
Sure.
which we all know is a terrible format.
Sure.
So converting those to one of these alternative formats. I know Wave is easy enough, but AIF, I don't know that that's something that you can do with internal translation.
Okay, sure. Not a dumb question at all. I think a really reasonable question. And in the days of spinning hard disks and like pre-Apple Silicon Macs, my answer was different. My answer now is really don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Okay, but you said MP3 is a terrible file format. It is a terrible file format. It is also an ingenious file format. It brought about a lot of the things that I am happy about in the world of computer audio. It has two limitations that are important to understand MP3s. Limitation number one, the bit rate of the MP3 basically dictates whether or not it sounds like garbage. If the bit rate is a 192 or up, to most people's ears, it doesn't sound like garbage. And I'm one of them. If John Weston will differ. This guy's very precise. Some people will differ. I think 192 and up sounds fine. If you look at the spectrograph of a decoded 128 kilobit MP3, there's a sharp fall off at 16 kilohertz, which is why when you listen to rock music that was encoded as an MP3 at low bit rate, it sounds like there's like rubber on the cymbals, right? The guy hits the hi-hat and it's like what is that? Well, what that is all the transients in the upper frequency range getting sliced off, because the MP3 was made in a time when the game was, how much data can we rip out of this audio file and it still sounds passable because no one's got a strong internet connection and we would like them to be able to stream this, because we just invented the idea of streaming. Cool. Great, impressive, wonderful. Also, that sounded like crap. Go to 192 and up, doesn't sound like crap. That's problem one. Problem two is very difficult to solve, but is only sometimes an actual problem. And it's this. When you start playing an MP3, or more specifically, when you tell QLab, please play this MP3, QLab then does some programming stuff, including decoding the file and sending the bits that are decoded to the audio hardware. Because of the way the MP3 format is designed, there is a duration between when it starts trying to play it and when it can start playing it. And that duration is variable and unpredictable. So in my production of punk rock with the gunshot, I don't want that to be an MP3, not because MP3s sound bad, although they do, not because of that, but because I want it to go exactly when I say it goes. And the MP3 has that little slop. Now, the slop is small, but if I'm playing 100 MP3s at the same time, the slop adds up. If I'm even playing 4 at the same time, maybe the slop is different in the 4 files and they don't track perfectly. No, thank you. So for me, that's the real killer. So if I have a timing-specific situation, I will re-encode my MP3s as AIFs. I can't get back the file quality, the sound quality I lost, but I can get back timing control. And I will do that using Twisted Wave is my 2-track editor of choice. It's inexpensive, lightning fast, opens every file format I've ever thrown at it, saves AIFs, resamples, does some basic edits, love it. Fast and easy. So that's my destructive editor of choice. My non-destructive editor of choice is Logic, but you can use Pro Tools or Logic or Cubase or Live or whatever makes you happy. Yeah?
Is that a problem that can be solved by loading, or is that something that loading can't?
Believe it or not, it can't. Because all that happens is when you load it, then the unpredictable amount of time gets determined at that moment, but it's still a variable amount. It's so, On the other hand, the MP3 file format was invented a long time ago when like the fact that you could play audio on a computer at all was pretty impressive. There's also MP4s, which are like MP3s but sound better. Basically, MP4s sound one step better in bit rate. So a 128 kilobit MP4 sounds as good as a 192 MP3, blah, 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 blah. It's fine, use MP4s, what do I care? The only file format that's fairly common that QLab won't play is OGG, which a couple of diehard Linux fans really want, and no one else uses. So, file formats. Any other thing about file formats while we're in the weeds here?
M4A the same as MP4?
M4A is MP4 called something different. M4A is an MP4 that's specifically audio.
But it's just a naming convention.
It's just a naming convention. Thank you.
And M4B is the same thing, but for video.
And MP4 could be audio or video or both. Yeah. So once upon a time, the file name on a computer, something, 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 dot something else, could only be 3 letters, and it really super mattered. And now it can be anything, and it mostly matters. It kind of doesn't. Sometimes it tells you something useful. Sometimes it doesn't. It's a little vexing. .mov could be anything in there. .mov is just the name of a kind of box. What you put in the box is a whole other story. Great, thanks. But this is a small example. M4A simply lets you know for sure that's audio. It's MP4 type audio. It's also AAC type audio. AAC and M4A are essentially the same thing.
But MP4 can be video?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And M4V is MP4, but definitely video.
And M4A. Isn't there an M4A as well?
Yes, M4A is MP4 audio.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's one other format here, M4P, which is digital rights management protected, encoded, encrypted audio file or video file, which you bought from iTunes Store. Technically, anyone can make an M4P, but only Apple does. QLab does not and cannot play encrypted DRM encumbered audio. It's a world we don't want to get into, a problem we don't care to handle.
As a general point of reference, any of these, if you just load them in with those exceptions, will run in QLab.
Just drop it in and stop worrying
And the
about
only time you really would shift it to one of those preferred formats, guaranteed, is if you have time.
Exactly. Much like loading. If you have no problem, you have no problem. Question from the internet.
Question from the stream was, what about .avi?
Avi, a good friend of mine from high school, but not a good friend of mine in QLab. AVI files don't play in QLab, I think, and contain mysteries.
Similar to MOVs, they can have anything, and a lot of times they have codecs that we don't.
Right. So that I think .avi is only really comes into play in video land. And in video land, QLab has a smaller set of file types that it's happy with. And while an AVI file possibly could contain a file that QLab is able to play, it is often comes, as Chad just said, it often comes hand in hand with a file type that QLab cannot play. So .avi is best left alone.
But it will play MOV?
It will play MOV as long as the encoded data within the MOV container is one of the supported types. And that's the stressful thing, right? .mov doesn't tell you enough to know by itself, right? So like, MOV is the box. Inside the box is a MP4 video, good to go. MOV container contains I can't think of one right now, but there are file formats that can be used within an MOV file, which are not compatible. But we'll get to this in video land tomorrow. Any other file format? Bushwhacking our way back to the inspector. All this came from sample rate. Remember sample rate? And you don't need to worry about it. Okay, then here, yeah.
Sorry, just to
No,
say
please.
separates, we had a problem at some point with the show that the files that we played were, I think, 42100 or something like that, and we played QLab to output to Dante, or
No.
change the
QLab always outputs whatever the hardware asks for.
Right.
So if Dante asks for 96, QLab outputs 96. If Dante asks for 48, QLab outputs 48.
So, okay. So why did we have a problem with that?
I don't know.
No.
I need to know more about that situation. What I can say is that there are, if you're using MADI as your hardware output, so there's like Digico audio consoles, which are sort of MADI first. Digico consoles run at 96 kilohertz non-negotiably, and they don't have sample rate converters built into their MADI connections. So if you want to send digital audio into a Digico console, you need to use 96 kilohertz as your sample rate. Either that means you have to run your audio from your Mac at 96 kilohertz, which is twice as much work as 48 kilohertz, or you can run it 48 into an external sample rate converter to step it up to 96 and run from that converter into the Digico. Folks were having lots of problems running at 96 kilohertz. And we spent a lot of time chasing this down and a lot of energy. Little show, Hamilton, I think you've heard of it. The Chicago company, or the touring company that sat down in Chicago, was having like audience audible sample rate problems at 96. And ultimately, I think it was that show that discovered the problem, which is solved by putting 100 feet of low quality cable in between the MADI output of the computer and the input of the console. To be clear, adding 100 feet of low quality cable solved the problem. Turns out that the physical circuit for taking MADI into a digital console is the same physical circuit that you use to take SDI video into a video system. Doing it with MADI-specific hardware, more expensive. Doing it with SDI-specific hardware, cheaper. They both work. So a lot of console manufacturers use the SDI hardware because it's cheaper.
Is that why my Digico is so inexpensive?
That's why your Digico was not slightly more expensive. The SDI converter is intolerant. I'm going to get it wrong. Charles knows this exactly right. Do any of you remember this exactly right? MADI and SDI both use square waves to transmit binary data over a coaxial cable. The problem that Hamilton and others were experiencing had to do with the fact that the precision of these square waves exceeded the precision of the hardware receiver on the Digico. And so if there was even the slightest timing problem, the corner of a square wave got missed, and you'd hear a click. By adding 100 feet of crappy cable, the square waves got softened into slightly round-cornered square waves, round-rect waves. Are those real? They are now. And that was enough to give the timing circuit on the input a little grace to miss it slightly and not hear it. If what I've just said is not exactly right out there, internet someone, Charles, sorry, it is at least close to right. It is at least metaphorically right. But definitely the solution is 100 feet of garbage cable, which hurts my soul, but I don't care, it solves the problem. That possibly is similar to the kind of problem you were having. That's why I told this anecdote. Maybe it was fun also. Thank you. This horizontal line separates the input land, which we've been talking about, from the output land, which we are entering into. Below, we have audio output and format. Audio output is a menu which lets you choose the audio output patch that your audio queue sends to. And now we have to say what our audio output patch is. Here we go to a root design concept of QLab. In between QLab and the real world, QLab has a metaphor called the patch. And the patch is a space that connects QLab to either literal output hardware, like an audio interface or a Blackmagic video card, a decimator, or a virtual interface like Dante Virtual Sound Card, which is a piece of software that pretends to be an audio interface. The patch is where QLab hooks itself to that. And it is like an abstraction so that your cues don't need to know about the hardware. So my cue here, QA, when I play it, QLab's like, great, I have a file, I'll decode it, I'll play it, here it goes. The cue says, I have two channels, this channel goes here, that channel goes there, but I don't really know what happens on the other end. The patch handles that. The patch says what goes where to what channels of the interface. The purpose of this is to make it so that you, when you're programming cues, have to only do the setup of connecting to your hardware one time, and then when you're programming your cues, you just say, yeah, go to that, go to that, go to that. Does that make sense? So I've set this cue to use my main audio patch, which connects to Dante Virtual Sound Card, which has 16 outputs, and the format is 16 outputs at 48,000 hertz. So here I can immediately see that my audio file and my hardware have a matching sample rate. If they had a mismatched sample rate, the anxious ballet designer from Texas approach would be to immediately resample the audio to match. But the recommended route is to take note and not worry about it unless you hear a problem. To be clear, this anxious person, I think, also brought to light a lot of good questions. And I am also an anxious person. I'm just anxious about other things. So everyone's anxiety adds to the whole pool, and we learn. So here I can see that they match, so I don't need to worry about it. OK, great. We'll talk more about audio patches in a bit, but I want to talk about audio cues first.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So let's say that you don't have Dante.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be good practice to install, like I have Black Hole
Mm-hmm.
on mine. So install something like Black Hole on your, so that way you can always say, go to Black Hole as a, instead of like, oh, go to this speaker or that speaker, or this, and then when you plug it in, then it breaks.
Yeah, I hear you. I think no, it's
Okay.
not good practice to do that by default.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll show you how to do instead of that
Okay.
in a bit when we talk about patches.
Okay.
Yeah. But I hear what you're saying. It's a good question. It's a worthwhile question.
Only because I've had it break on me, like how many times you sit there and go, oh, you stupid thing, I
Yeah.
plugged you and now you're, yeah.
We're gonna, when we get to audio patches, we're going to spend time on exactly that conundrum.
Okay.
Because that's the I/O tab. Next tab is time and loops. The time and loops tab is all about time and loops. The waveform view shows you an approximate waveform of the audio file. If your audio file has more than one track, it is a sum, or is it just a sum? Or an average? A max? Max, yeah. So it's a combination of the tracks, of the channels in the audio file. It's not meant to be 100% sample accurate. If you zoom way, way, way in, you see an approximation of sample accuracy. But because this file has 2 channels, I can't say for certain that that is in fact exactly where exactly the zero crossing is of this waveform, as an example. Not super important until it is. We'll talk about it as we come to it. In the time and loops tab, you can also set the start time and end time. So by default, when I drop in an audio file to target as a target of this cue, when I play this cue, it will play the whole file end to end, every bit. But if I want to cut off the beginning of the file, I can set the time numerically, 2 seconds, or I can drag this handle and set it visually. Or I can click somewhere in the wave and then type Shift-I for in. Shift-I sets the in point of the file. Click Shift-I. If I want to reset it, I go to the start time and just type all zeros. The end time works pretty much the same way. I can type an end time in, 2 minutes. Or I can drag the end time handle, or I can click somewhere and type Shift-O for out. If I know I just want to play a little region of the file from here to here, I can click, drag, and select that region, hold Shift, and type I-O. And it is easy, which starts with E, so it's E-I-O. If I do it twice, it's E-I-E-I-O. Thank you. One heavy sigh, and I know I am teaching my class properly. Okay, so that's start time and end time. Play count, 1. By default, when I run a queue, it plays 1 time through. But maybe I want to play the song twice, 2. Maybe I want to play it 8 times, 8. Or maybe I want to play it infinitely forever until it's faded out and stopped or whatever else. So those are my choices there. You can do some other clever stuff in here, which we'll get to in a bit. The next tab is the Levels tab. The Levels tab shows a matrix mixer, which lets me decide what I hear through what output. First, we talked briefly about what a matrix mixer is. A matrix mixer, all it is a series of rows and columns, and where each row intersects with each column, there is a volume knob. In QLab, the rows represent channels in the audio file, and the columns represent Q outputs. Q outputs feed into the patch, then the patch decides how those Q outputs go out to the world, right? If you are accustomed to an analog mixing console, you can think of each Q output as a send, an aux, a bus, whatever. But critically, every row connects to every column with a volume knob, so every channel can go to every output at any level. Yes? The first row down here represents the first channel in the file, in this case, the left channel, because we know it's stereo left-right, because we were told in the I/O tab. The second row represents the right channel. The first column is the main column. The top row is the main row, which means this level control here, this 0, represents the overall level of the left channel of the file in the queue. This 0 represents the overall level of the right channel in the queue. And 0 in audio generally is quite loud. For those of you who are not familiar with digital audio, very briefly, 0 does not represent an absolute value. 0 represents a change. So when, sorry, not 0, this number, whatever it is, in this case a 0. What this means is this control, this volume knob, neither increases nor decreases the volume of the signal that passes through it. So a 0 means let the signal come through at full volume. -3 means let it through and step it down by 3 decibels. -6, step it down by 6. +3 means step it up by 3 dB. Right? So 0 means however loud the track is in the file itself, that's how loud it is when it passes through this control. So left and right main level is at 0 each. Then the signal passes across these cross points. The cross points, the points at which the rows and columns cross each other, are also volume knobs. So row 1, the left channel, hits cross point 1, 1 at 0, which means that the signal passes up the column at full volume. It goes to the next cross point, which is empty, which means no signal, silence. Then to the next cross point at -3, so it comes up the column 3 dB quieter, then it comes in. So the signal's journeying this way and leaving in each column at whatever level that cross point dictates. Does that make sense? Please.
So does that mean that the input are rows? So is that whatever you put there going to override the main, or is that going to essentially just refer to the initial sound file, and then the main is going to apply as well.
Each of these level controls is sequential. So I've come in at 0 dB, the overall level of the left channel. I go to crosspoint 1, 1 at 0. I come out to the left Q output at 0. So whatever the signal was in the file is exactly the level that it exits Q output 1. But here, I go in at 0 dB. I come to crosspoint, I come to column 3. I step down by 3 dB. And then I go to the output, which steps down by an additional 12 dB. So the signal as it exits this column from the left channel is 15 dB quieter than it was originally. Yeah?
When you're doing this gain staging, is there an advantage of at the cross points having at -3 rather than having at -15 at the fader?
I love this question. And the answer is, results-wise, it doesn't matter. If you want the level at -15 in the end, you can make it wherever you want it. The reason that I've done it this way is it's a little bit of force of habit, but there's a specific result I'm going for here. If you'll notice, channel 1 goes to output 1 at full and output 2 not at all. Channel 2 goes to channel output 1 not at all and output 2 at full. Those represent my left and right outputs. I want the left channel of the track in my left speaker, the right channel of my track in my right speaker. I want both channels in the center speaker. But because of the way that audio sums, I bring both channels into the center speaker at -3, so that my output level, as I get to my outputs, is even left, right, and center. Then, separately, I want my center quieter, please, to taste. So down here, I'm doing math to level. And then up here, I'm doing levels to subjective taste. That's the way I approach it. But if you wanted this at 0 and manually managed this, and you were better at arithmetic than I am, then no problem. But I think actually this is quite different, right? But I'm really like, I have dyscalculia, which is dyslexia but for numbers. So you can tell me your phone number, I'll repeat it back to you backwards by accident, not notice. Someone sent me to 123 West 45th Street and I end up at 145 West 23rd Street. That has absolutely happened to me. This is a demon for me, personally. This brain, these eyes, trouble. So I do it like this because this has proven to be a system that gets me what I'm expecting.
So does adjusting the main then adjust everything proportionally?
Yes.
Oh.
This main, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this main volume is a proportional control of the whole queue. So you set your whole queue the way you want it in every output, and then you want to bring the whole thing down a little, you grab the main. So when we listen to this cue, and here we go. Left, center, right. The sub is above you in the center of the room. Then left side is those speakers. Right side is those speakers. Left and right rear in the back corners. If I want to bring the whole cue down, I brought it down evenly in all my outputs. Bring it up evenly in all outputs. Right? There's some shortcuts here which I want to talk to you about. First of all, if you click in a level field and type a number, QLab assumes you mean a negative number. If you don't, you have to type a plus. Empty is silent, minus infinity. Actually, anything that's not, minus with no number or anything. Just type minus and you'll get it to silent. You can also click and drag up and down. You can hold Option and click to toggle between 0 and silent. There are a couple of other little tricks here. I'm going to start with this button, Set Default Levels. In every workspace, we've alluded to it a few moments ago, in every workspace is a template for each type of queue. When I create a new queue, its initial state is based upon the template. When I click Set Default Levels, it sets all the levels in this matrix to whatever the levels are in the template for audio queues. We'll talk about how to make that later. Set All Silent Levels does exactly what it seems. Next, 2 buttons, Inputs and Gangs, for naming. And we'll do this. We'll get through a little bit more, and then I think at about 12:30 we'll take lunch. Just notice the time and wanted to put that into the minds of hungry people. If you click Name Inputs, you can give the name, you can give the input, Chris, I think you actually can't. Okay, great. So there's a little small adjustment to be made in QLab here, it turns out. In theory, when you set inputs, you can name the input channel. So if you have a file that is not stereo, if I've interviewed you, it can be, channel 1 could be labeled Sam, and channel 2 could be labeled guest. And then I can see which is which right here.
I fixed something in 5.2.2 which I think broke this. So
okay, great.
Probably tomorrow we'll have it fixed. Sorry.
No sweat. If we go to gangs, that lets us do something else. With gangs, any controls, oh, gangs busted also. Oh no, gangs can accept numerical input. Oh wait, I see what's going on here.
It's the focus.
It's the focus thing.
Yeah.
Okay, great. In gangs, any controls that you give a matching number to, like playing the game of memory, when you go out of gangs mode, those controls will be ganged together so that adjusting one adjusts both. And gangs used to accept letters, but
it still does.
It doesn't.
It will once we fix all of this stuff that just changed yesterday.
Yes. Yes.
We were trying to fix some. Focus nuisances in interacting with audio levels. We were talking with folks on the Google group who had some great observations about workflow and the audio levels tab. And as with many things, we did a great job of adjusting the behavior, and then it had some side effects that
were hard to predict.
We didn't catch. The larger and more complicated QLab gets, the more easy it is for that to happen. So now we have found it, and we'll fix it for tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll just have a series of little. We had a bug fix hours ago. We just built a bug fix update, and we'll do another one.
That's how it goes. It was, I thought, like a bunch, and I thought you and some folks engaged in a really productive dialogue on the Google group about exactly what was happening and why it was making their lives a little harder. And you asked some great questions, you got some great answers, and then you made a change that really solved the issue that they had. And then
really broke this.
Well, and then because we were entirely focused on the issue that they were describing, it was at that moment difficult to predict what else it might affect, and therefore what else we should look at while we tested the fix.
Yeah.
And now we just found it. Because nothing tests QLab quite like a class where we show how every little thing works to people. In this case, we show every little thing doesn't work. In any case, when you set gangs to when you set any level controls to matching text in gang assignment mode, and then go back to regular mode, any change you make to one affects them all. Gangs and input names are per queue. And you can copy and paste them between queues, or you can set them in your queue template, which we'll talk about later. But it is per queue. Are there any questions about the matrix mixer?
How do you change the output names? The left, center, right, sub?
That's in the patch,
Oh.
which we will arrive at I'm going to say right after lunch. So we've heard this cue. We've adjusted the level of it. This fade cue targets that cue, and in the fade cue, in its levels tab, one control is active only. The main level control is set to -infinity, and the checkbox here, stop target when done, is checked. When I run this fade cue, the target cue will fade to this level absolutely, and then stop. So no matter what level the cue was before, no matter which outputs it was going to, the main level simply fades down to -infinity, and then the cue stops. We'll get into some detail on that again after lunch, but that's the basic behavior here.
Is that the default? Sorry, since the default is not for those two things to be selected like that, can you make it that way
In a fade cue?
No, for a fade cue, because like in fade cue, when like if you bring it up, it doesn't have infinity and stop target when done as like a default.
You can make a fade cue default to that.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't, but you can. If most of your fades are fade outs, or fade out and stops, then that could save you a bunch of time.
So if you wanted that cue to fade in when you started it, would you have to set the level of the targeted cue to 0, make a separate fade cue that fades it up, and then do an forget what you call the auto follow. If it's is it auto continue or auto follow?
Continue.
Does it start immediately?
Exactly right. So I've set QA to a main level of -infinity. I've set it to auto continue, which means the next cue will start immediately. I've set a fade cue to target QA and bring the main to 16. And of course I ran.
That's the best way to make a fade up.
Yes. And that's a fade in and a fade out. Yeah.
If you're trying to crossfade, does it just make fade in and fade out? Can you fix the other?
So now Sam climbs on the soapbox once more. Hear me. A fade is nothing more than a change in level over time, including time 0, including a small change in level. And level could mean any level of any parameter. So really we could adjust it and say a change in value over time. I have met folks who really feel like a crossfade is a sort of semantically unique and important thing. And I say, all a crossfade is one fade down while something else fading up. It's two fades, one down, one up. And if you really want to think about that as a special and unique thing, then you can do that. But for me, I do not find that valuable. A crossfade, therefore, is simply one thing fades down while another thing fades up. And if it's audio, the best way to do that is simply 2 audio cues, 2 fade cues. In video, because of the way that video mixes, you can crossfade video a little easier by fading in the new video in front of the old, or starting the new video behind and then fading out the old. So it's only one fade. Audio, unless your audio naturally fades in, you need to fade one out and fade the other in, right? So if I crossfade from this piece of music to a piece of music that contains a fade in the recording, then I don't need a fade cue. But indeed, crossfade is just that. Panning, another thing. Some folks who started on analog audio say, well, how do you pan something? Panning is just down over there and up over there. There it is. That's the Levels tab. We can go to the Trim tab. The Trim tab is the tab that I almost never visit. And it is this. It is an output level only adjustable control that cannot be faded. It is only changeable here with your mouse and keyboard. It is an overall adjustment of the volume of the cue, and I can count on one finger the number of shows I've used it in. And the reason that I used it was because I had a composer working with me. So I was the associate designer. I was a sound designer. I was a composer. The composer knew much, much less about Pro Tools than he thought. He would produce a piece of music for a transition. He would give it to the designer on a thumb drive. The designer would give it to me. I would put it into QLab. We'd make a bunch of cues and level adjustments and all kinds of things. And then, after we ran the scene change, the composer would do a re-edit, hand over a new version of that same track, and say, just drop it in, it's exactly the same. Was it exactly the same? No, it was not. It was wildly different level. And rather than deal with all my adjustments or whatever, I just developed the habit of opening it in Twisted Wave. Twisted Wave has a little display that shows the peak loudness of a file. I'd look at the peak loudness of the new file, the peak loudness of the old file, find the difference, put it in here. And then I knew all my other levels could stay the same mentally for me and the designer, who were like losing our minds with this guy. That show, and that show alone, is the only time I've used trim in a show. But that is for me, a perfect example of the kind of thing you might do with trim. Yeah? The audio effects tab is complicated enough that it warrants a post-lunch discussion, but I will describe in brief. What it is a place to add live audio effects to a cue which adjust how it sounds as it plays, like reverb or EQ or compression. And with that, I think we come to a very nice natural stopping point. I think we should take about an hour for lunch. It's 33. Let's come back. Let's take just a little bit longer because it's difficult to navigate in a new place. You don't know. So I think that we should resume at 1:45 for second half of today's class. You are welcome to bring lunch back and eat it in the lobby if you wish. You are welcome to go somewhere else and have lunch somewhere else. And that is that. For those of you watching on the internet, we'll be back at 1:45 Eastern Daylight Time. Thanks very much. I'm not anxious, just ready. Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I hope that you had a pleasant and restful lunch. Oh, I've just remembered that I forgot to put my phone back into Do Not Disturb mode. Now I have done it. All right, welcome back. So when last we met our heroes, we were journeying through audio cues, and we'd gotten through most things, skipping over a few of the more complex topics. So now seems like a great time to get into those complex topics. You may notice that the mouse cursor on my computer has grown. It was reported to us from a distance that on the stream, the mouse cursor was hard to spot. So we've bumped up the size to 150%, which I'm going to try my very hardest not to find super weird. But when you wiggle it, it gets even bigger. That's a feature Apple added not too long ago, wiggle your mouse to where is my mouse? I don't know, it's fun. Anyway, that's why there's a huge mouse. The jokes write themselves. Okay, I want to talk about fading audio, because we faded audio a little bit, but there's some details. So here's a piece of music. I'm going to start at this level. What's going on here? I've unplugged my Go box. What's going on here?
I did. I asked the question, so now it doesn't work.
Go box says it's working. Unplug. Replug. Interesting. Is it just the one key? No, it's the whole Go box. What happens if I quit and restart QLab? Mysteries. Have I done something strange? All right, well, we're going to stop demoing with this particular piece of hardware for now. Solve that mystery some other time. Here's a piece of music. Here's a fade cue that fades it out and stops it. We know about this. But I want to talk about the difference between the two modes that are available to us in fade cues. The first mode, the default mode of a fade cue, which uses the icon that looks like a backwards N, two vertical lines with a fadey line between. That is an absolute fade. An absolute fade fades its target to the level set in the fade cue, no matter what the target was doing before. So I'm going to roll this track. We see that it's playing at -16. When I run this fade cue, in the Levels tab, it says -30, right? When I run this fade cue, we fade down to -30. But if I start the fade cue at, the audio cue at -45, very quiet, and I run the fade cue, we come up to -30. The fade cue could not care less where it is when it starts. It only says, whatever you're doing, come to -30. Relative fade, on the other hand, a relative fade cue uses a different icon, kind of brackety things with a wavy line in between. When you look in either the Curve tab, in the Levels tab, or it's just the Levels tab. When you look in the Levels tab of the fade cue, there's a tiny menu here, Relative, Absolute, which you switch to Relative. First of all, you lose the ability to fade cross points. You can only fade outputs. Second of all, the output fader track is drawn as this sort of bow tie shape rather than as a straight track, just to help remind you that you're looking at a relative fade. A relative fade changes the level based upon the current level. So when I start this cue at -45, and run a relative fade of plus 30, it comes up 15 dB from where it was. Up 250, up 30 dB from where it was, 215. If I run this relative fade cue again, much too loud. It will add another 30. So a relative fade is to be approached with caution, with care, with respect, and it can be a really useful tool. Critically, if a fade cue targets a group, it must be relative, because the action of the fade cue is passed to all the cues within the group. So if I want to fade out a group of sound cues, I could fade each sound cue individually, or I could target the group and fade the whole group. A relative fade and stop to -infinity would fade all the contents of the group out to silence and stop them. Fading in a group of sound cues from silent, though, does not work, because no matter how much you add to -infinity, you stay at -infinity. So there's a trick about that, which we'll learn in a little bit. But the only reason I've mentioned this now, and the reason that I want to sort of hammer on, is the most obvious reason to use a relative fade cue is that a relative fade cue can target a group and therefore pass the action of the fade to all of the cues within the group. Yes?
Is there a scenario where it might be beneficial to use a relative fade on a single cue rather than a group, rather than just doing the math that a relative fade would do?
Well, it has to do with your workflow and your scenario. It could be that that's productive. For instance, in that aforementioned example of the composer rendering his music at different levels, if I had used relative fades, then as long as I set the initial level of the cue manually to match what it used to be, the relative fades would have all sounded the same. So that would have been one way to do it. Another way is if you know you will be running the fade multiple times and it's a small incremental adjustment that you wish to make to taste every night. So if you do sketch comedy and you have a sound effect and you don't know how loud the audience or the actors are going to be in that moment, you might run the sound effect and then repeatedly run the relative fade +1, -1 dB to tweak in a level that makes you happy. Equivalent to standing over here and running the fader until you like what you've got. That's another reason you might do it. When we get into triggers, you could assign a button on your MIDI box to run the relative fade cue. Down, 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 down. Oh no, up, 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 down, down. Okay, good level, right? Could be nice.
How do you do a fade in?
A fade in.
Mm-hmm.
An unfortunate comment is that when we make the mouse larger, the thing that converts it for the stream makes it go invisible. So I think we should go ahead and put it back to its normal size. When it's still, it shows up, and the moment it moves, it disappears. So,
Computers.
yay! Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
It was inaccessibility.
Of course, makes perfect sense.
Display.
Pointer.
Yeah.
Okay, could be ginormous, but we're going to make it normal. All right, fingers crossed that this continues to behave well for our stream. A fade in of a single cue.
Yeah.
Great. So I'm going to copy and paste this down here. We're going to start with a level we like. Okay, 20 is good. We remember 20, we like 20. Now we set the volume to silent. While that cue is selected, create a fade cue. Oops, I clicked it twice. Click a fade cue. In the fade cue, set the level that we remember is good. Now, set the original cue to continue. Now, when I run the cue, it will start at silent and immediately continue to the fade, which will raise it up to -20. This work for you?
Yeah.
Great. Now here's another way. Using a piece that I haven't spoken about yet, but was waiting for the right moment, and it is now. In the Time and Loops tab, we can do a number of things beyond just set start and end time. I'm going to talk about them right here. Let's set the level to -20 again. When I roll the queue, looking at the Time and Loops tab, this yellow divider slides along the queue, showing me the current playback position. I can change the playback rate here. So if I set this to 0.75, the queue plays at 75% of its regular speed. Kind of slow. And you'll see the wiper move slower, because this time scale is file time, not real time. So file time multiplied by this number is actual time. There's a fly that really wants to talk to the trim tab. Off you go. That's rate. I can also do it slow rate and check the box labeled preserve pitch, and it will change the rate, but keep the pitch the same. Why did I go on this little journey of things that seem irrelevant to fade-ins? Because the next thing is the integrated fade curve. The integrated fade curve is a yellow, let's say it's a rubber band, that lives up at the top of the view and can be dragged around to create a fade curve, which is applied separately, sort of on top of the Levels tab. So 0 in this view represents whatever level this fader is at. And -infinity in this view represents -infinity. So here, I have created a 3-second fade-in by drawing this fade curve. No external fade cue necessary. Some folks prefer this method, especially because it allows them to visually track the fade along with the waveform. The custom curve that you get here is based on Bezier math. If you switch from custom curve to linear curve, you get pointy math, which is of course not what it's actually called, but it is what I wish to call it. Below that, lock fade to start end means that the fade curve follows the start and end time handles. So if I have a fade in and a fade out drawn in, and then I change my start and end time, the curve travels with my start and end time. Sometimes you prefer that, sometimes you do not prefer that. Entirely up to you.
Where was that located?
In the Time and Loops tab, integrated fade checkbox turns on the yellow band, and then this menu lets you choose
There you go. Okay.
bendy math, pointy math, and whether or not it locks to start and end or stays scaled to the whole queue.
What
Yeah.
is the difference in what it sounds like between the pointy math and the curved math?
Absolutely. So here's pointy math. And here is bendy math. You see, right away, it's going to take a lot longer to get up to 0. I don't think necessarily we need to wait the whole minute and 20 to
No.
understand this difference.
But if you had them both set at a 3-second fade in.
So to make a 3-second fade in using the custom curve, you need to create one fade point at 3 seconds and another fade point before that, and actually put the average between them at 3 seconds to get this curve. Whereas in a linear curve, that same thing can be achieved basically by just doing this, but the onset's a little faster.
Actually hearing
Yeah.
it,
It's really a matter of taste. Audio levels vary logarithmically, and human perception of audio levels vary logarithmically. Audio is difficult to intuitively understand loudness differences in quantities, and so, not impossible, but it's a challenge. So what I like to suggest is that depending upon the type of thing you're trying to do with the integrated fade curve, you may get a better result using one approach or another. For instance, if you're trying to notch out a little bit, I would like to just skip that beat right there. So if I want to notch that out, it's a little easier to do with linear. To do that same thing with custom fade requires more control points. Right? And that's a little bit more tweaky and frustrating. Yeah?
Is there a limit to the number of nodes that you can put in an integrated fade?
No, I think there's a limit to how close together they can be, and I think that limit is 0.05 seconds, 0.01 seconds. It's a very small limit, but it is a limit. Okay, so that's the integrated fade curve. And that's fading audio. I want to talk next about slices and devamps. Vamp, musical term meaning to play a measure or a couple of measures, a selection of measures over and over again until the conductor says it's time to move on. Devamp is a QLab term meaning to stop vamping, right? Because we don't have a conductor, so we need to give it a name. It can't just be like when the guy throws the baton and goes like this. Yeah? No. So, first of all, let's talk about looping. Here I have sliced this cue. Sliced what? These green lines are called slice markers. The regions in between the green lines are called slices. To add a marker, click somewhere in the timeline and either click Add Slice or click and type M for marker, because S was busy for stop. To get rid of a slice, click on it, drag it up, and it's gone. To move a slice, click on it and drag it left and right, or click on it and edit its time numerically. Slices have individual play counts of their own, along with the whole file, which has a play count. So here I have a slice with a play count of 1. Here I have a slice with a play count of infinity. I adjusted that play count by typing a number. To get it to infinity, you type anything that's not a number. So when I play this cue, that slice plays once. This slice plays indefinitely. It keeps looping and looping and looping until I'm good and ready. And then this cue, which is a devamp cue, which has this cue as its target. The devamp cue says devamp currently looping slice. When I roll that cue, it tells this cue, listen, next time you get to the end of this slice that's looping, stop looping and move on. This slice plays once, and now this slice loops indefinitely. I have another devamp cue, and I can devamp whenever I'm ready. Whenever the actors have made their entrance, well, here we go. And we move on. Remember I was telling you that QLab doesn't know about bars and beats? QLab doesn't know about bars and beats. I know about bars and beats. That's a bar, that's a bar, that's a bar. If I take my audio file straight out of Logic, well, if I stay in Logic and I put markers on all my downbeats, and then I export as AIFF, WAV, or core audio format, CAF, those markers appear in QLab as slices. Poof, presto changeo.
Can you repeat that sentence?
Cheerfully. If I'm using Logic to create my audio, which I recommend. Or Cubase does this, or I think Reaper does this. Everyone but Pro Tools does this. When you put a marker in your DAW and then export as AIFF, WAV, or CAF, the marker in your DAW becomes a marker in the exported file, and the marker in the exported file appears in QLab. Because markers are part of the AIFF, WAV, and CAF file format standard. Slow Tools lets you make markers. You have to export them to a text file and then recombine the text file with the exported file separately. They do what they do. They work like they work. I think. Go ahead.
Can you then go in and customize the amount of loops?
Absolutely.
It just has the markers for you?
Yeah. Now, what I really like personally about Logic in this department is that if you are composing in Logic using, not using audio, but using MIDI, and you put tempo changes in, every tempo change automatically gets a marker. And so every tempo change automatically gets a slice in QLab. I think that's dope.
To make the mark, you just add a slice and hit M?
In QLab,
Yeah.
click where you want it and type M.
And what's the difference between adding a marker and just leaving it as a slice?
The marker is the green divider line. The slice is the space between markers. So to add a slice is to add a marker, thus defining a slice.
Oh.
A slice is a piece of audio. A marker is the delineation.
Oh.
What were the different files? AIFF?
AIFF, WAV, and CAF, core audio format, all support markers inherently. MP3s and MP4s don't. You can also use Twisted Wave to edit markers. Any file that can edit AIF and WAV files, you can put markers, and those markers will save with the file because it's part of the file format.
So it's just Pro Tools that...
Pro Tools is the only troublemaker. And to their credit, they've been around a long time. And so I think that it's possible that when they got started, they invented their own markers sort of before there was a widely agreed upon standard. I don't want to only speak ill of Pro Tools. I only want to mostly speak ill of Pro Tools.
I think only speaking ill of Pro Tools is pretty fair.
It's your choice. Nothing wrong with that. It just bugs me.
Is this Figure 53's official standard?
Absolutely not. Figure 53 is completely agnostic when it comes to DAWs, as well it should be. Our role is to play the audio you give us. Right? Whatever. This guy, me, I find Pro Tools can be frustrating, not to mention expensive. So, don't like Photoshop either. Just me, just me, just me. But QLab doesn't like PSD files, systemically on principle. That we can talk about that later when we talk about video. Talk about a demon of a file format, my goodness. Where are we? Markers, okay, great. So I have these markers and I just did that devamp, okay, cute. What else can the devamp queue do? Turns out a little bit of cleverness is available to us. So this devamp queue here is set to start the next queue when the target reaches the end of the current slice, and stop the target when it reaches the end of the current slice. So here is a track that starts here. I'm going to play this track first. The vocalist is going berserk here, right? This is my intro. Just going to loop this as long as I like. And what I want is to stop this cue and immediately start the singing cue whenever I roll the devamp. So the devamp cue is essentially a very special form of follow, right? When this cue goes, you stop, you go at the same time. Got it? Right? And on top of all that, wait till the end of the current slice to make that happen. Once again, QLab doesn't know about music and bars and beats, but I do, and I made it sound like it did.
Because person telling story got to end a story, wanted to start song.
Ding, ding, ding. Or, you know, juggler balancing the chair on his chin and doing the thing, and then a top on the other, and ta-da, right? And then we move on, right? Absolutely.
How are you continuing to preview the audio and go on other cues?
So, in the gear menu, which is the gear button, which is the workspace settings window, in general tab, at the bottom is lock playhead to selection. By default, this is locked, which means whatever cue is selected is the cue that's standing by. But I have unlocked them. The cue that is standing by and the cue that is selected are not necessarily the same thing anymore. So I can select the cue that I want you to see and keep looking at it even as my playhead moves around. Make a sense?
Yep.
Great.
And you're clicking plus or minus to move that playhead around.
Plus or minus moves the playhead. Up and down moves the selection. Apple Shift up and down moves the playhead. Strictly speaking, plus and minus moves the playhead from sequence to sequence, so it skips over follow cues. Okay, so now we can devamp and continue to next. Now let's continue down the journey of imagining that QLab knows about bars and beats. Here is a file, the same file, but I've sliced it every downbeat, but I'm not looping the slices. They're just playing on one time each. So as far as QLab is concerned, this file is playing straight through as though unsliced. But still, the devamp cue knows about slices. So when I roll the devamp cue, and I start next, and I stop target, I can effectively punch out of a cue on a downbeat, not knowing in advance where that downbeat will come. Are the actors ready? They are not ready. Are they ready now? They are not ready. How about now? Not ready. They're ready now. From the audience's perspective, the music is cut to length, composed to fit. But from the actor's perspective, they can take as long as they need with the scene change. It's always going to work. Make sense? Valuable tool.
So did that continue to the next slice and then end?
Yep, so here's the button. The devamp cue starts the next cue when I reach the end of the target slice and stops the target.
Okay.
Now, if instead of directly starting another piece of audio, we use the devamp cue to start some other kind of cue, we can do other kinds of things. We can pause and resume on a downbeat, sliced cue. Now this devamp triggers a pause cue. The devamp cue just tells the next cue to start, but it doesn't stop the target. Instead, it triggers a pause cue, which pauses the target, and then my start cue resumes that target. Yeah?
Was there a reason the resume was loaded?
So it's a side effect of the way that devamp works. Devamp creates a ephemeral auto-follow, essentially, right? And then it pushes the playhead to the next cue after that followed cue. And the way that it does that results in a load. Some under the covers business. New in QLab 5. Oh, I stopped my title card, which I love having up. New in QLab 5, if you are a QLab 4 user, this is new to you. 0 count slices. So here's a piece of music. Very slow paced. Perhaps this is the bit of the music I'm really hoping to get to, but the scene is actually much too quick for this piece of music. And I really need to get across this area. Okay, no problem. If I edit this slice count to be 0, QLab will play this slice, skip this slice, and pick up there. And the skip over happens with no missed time. Because QLab buffers the queue twice and knows to switch from one to the other, and Chris is a very clever person and made this happen. So the last sample of the audio before the skip and the first sample of the audio after the skip happened exactly one sample apart, as they ought to.
Within the slices, can you change the rate and have negritted fades? So like for that first slice, could you change the rate of it and then like to 0.75 or whatever, and the second slice be back to 1?
Do you mean, can I fade rate? Spoiler, yes. So, take an audio cue, set its rate to 1, take a fade cue targeting that audio cue, and go to the Audio Effects tab. And here, check the box saying fade rate to and enter some other number. The slowest rate possible is 0.03, or 3% of actual speed. The fastest is 33.0, which is 33 times faster than normal. When I roll the audio cue, it plays at regular speed. And when I roll this cue, it fades the rate down to 0.03 and then stops. If I want, I could instead slow down but not stop and auto follow to a pause. Does anyone know the play Tribes? First of all, highly recommended reading. Beautiful play, beautiful. There's a scene in Tribes in which someone is listening to a record player. Someone else walks in and snaps off the power without lifting the needle up. And so the record spins down, but you hear it. They argue for a scene, then the person who interrupted leaves the room, and the person who was listening goes back to the record player and turns it back on. This effect is completely achievable inside QLab. Play the track, have a fade cue which slows down to minimum speed, auto-following to a pause cue, have a scene where you argue, and then have a start cue which resumes the track, auto-follows to a speed up, a fade cue where it fades the rate back to 1, exactly simulating the effect of turning off a record player without lifting the needle, something that about 1% of our audience knew what that sounded like as it happens.
What was the fastest you could speed it up again?
33x, which sounds quite absurd. If you are going to do a lot of slowing down audio, consider the sample rate of your audio. If you slow audio down, you're effectively asking the sample rate to change, right? So if you're making your own field recording, and you know you want to do a lot of slowing down, I would recommend recording it at a high sample rate. If I record something at 96 kilohertz, and then I fade its rate down to 50%, it plays back at 48 kilohertz, which is fine. But if I record something at 44.1 and I slow it down to 50, now it's playing at 22.05, you can start to hear that it's wrong. It's not a must, it's just a thing to think about. Is there another question? Yeah.
Going back to the vamp, I have a question. So in some scores you have to it'll be jump out of vamp and not play through the finish of it. In some shows, do you have a way of not finishing a vamp and then jumping to the next slice?
Tricky, but yeah, let's do it. Which one did I? No, that's a bad one. Yeah, we'll use this guy. Okay, great. Gonna go to this cue list over here that is uncluttered. So you're saying you've got let's say a 4-bar vamp, and the score says bail at the first available downbeat, right?
Right.
Or are you saying bail at any time?
Line happens and beat and go.
Beat and go, right, okay, great. So let's make a 4-bar vamp that we can bail out of. So 4 bars, 1, 2, 1 measure, 2 measure, 3 measure, 4 measure. This slice is at 22.046, so we're going to end the track at 22.046. get rid of the extraneous slices just to make it easier to look at. And now I'm going to loop the whole cue. So each bar doesn't loop, but the whole cue does. I hope this will sound right. Yeah, not bad. Okay, now I'm going to make a devamp cue. The devamp cue devamps the currently looping slice, not the looping cue. Let's go find that button from the demo because it timed that out pretty nicely. So now, this devamp takes us out on the next downbeat rather than at the end of the whole loop. I've done it on measures, but you could, if your music were appropriate for it, zoom in and put a slice every quarter note, put a slice every eighth note, whatever you like. So as long as it's composed to suit it musically, that you can exit at any beat, then you can do it. But this is how to both loop and not loop, or basically how to loop but also have multiple exit points within a loop.
And then just use a second cue, like
if you want to go on instead of
yeah.
button.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then instead of button, we would just.
Gotcha.
Let's come on, come on. So yeah, here we go.
Thank you.
You betcha.
And you can also have it devamp without hitting a mark, like wherever you want, like as soon as you hit.
So if you want to just bail, if actual musical precision is not important to you, you just want to get out, you don't have to use a devamp at all. If it were that, I would just use a stop cue, or probably more likely what I would use is a fade cue, set to very, very short fade, bring the level all the way out, stop target when done, and have the fade auto continue. If musicality doesn't matter, I'm out. Right. If maybe I have a piece of music that has no tempo, right? Or not no tempo, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Ephemeral tempo or undetectable tempo. Yeah.
If on the slices and markers, is it possible or could it be possible to label them in some way?
That is a frequent request that we get, and what we have not yet gotten is a succinct explanation of how the label would be used, which we don't need in order to facilitate the feature, but can help us understand what. A lot of times when someone asks us to do something in QLab and we do it, they're like, great, but that's not what I wanted. To which we respond, how can we tell the difference between what you said you wanted and what you wanted until we do it wrong? So labeling slices is something we've been getting that request a fair amount, and I have been trying to push back a little and say, tell me what you do with that label in detail, so that when we do it, we don't accidentally miss the whole point. Because I have a feeling, and I think you have a feeling, Chris, as well, a feeling that just labeling the slices with a textual label is not actually the root of what most people really want. Maybe it's the root of what you really want. But somewhere in some of these requests feels like there's a feature you don't know you're asking for that you are asking for. Tell me what that is. So, how would you use labeled slices?
Well, a recent example would be that in rehearsals, I need to skip back and forth. Well, if we're doing like a musical number,
Yeah.
I'm going to start where the chorus comes in or
Right.
whatnot.
So for you, it really is a
Yeah.
visual label where you
Yeah.
can jump to that spot.
Yes.
Yep, makes perfect sense.
Instead of remembering times and noting times down and all that.
Well, let me offer you this. Until we make this, let's reset this cue. So I'm playing the cue. Playing the cue. Okay. Ah, that's part was where the roads comes in. It's 243. So I'm going to make a load queue. Load track to 243. Oh, that's where the base comes in. What's that? 1225. Make a load queue, base, and then these become rehearsal marks. It's not perfect, but it is something for you to prepare this situation until we've made labels for you.
I would also say that one of the current design elements of a devamp is that it is only talking about the next marker. You can't specify one in the future at some specific point in the file. And I do think that there would be some benefit to being able to manipulate a specific loop point, potentially. And the way to doing that might be labeling the markers. You know, there's definitely some room for continued thought on how these are set up, and labels might be the path. They might not. But yeah, there's something there that's interesting.
Right, a labeled marker might mean that a devamp queue could say, instead of devamping the current slice, devamp this specific slice.
Right.
That's one way to that. Yeah. Got the box working again. I think actually my just USB adapter had come loose, wiggly. Yeah, that's appealing. That has appeal.
That would also be like if I needed to jump to measure 7 and I knew it was there and could tell to go to that slice.
Oh, that's even more fun. Not
That's
just
what I was
devamp.
kinda talking, like keeping it within one audio file,
Mm-hmm.
and if I could number them and say wherever we are and we hit this point on the next go, it jumps to measure 20 or label 25 or label E or whatever.
Mm-hmm. 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 I like that because that's another way. That's another hook into QLab's understanding of musicality without requiring QLab to actually understand musicality. You know what I mean?
Then your button doesn't have to be a separate
It's the
queue.
music director in me.
Right.
It's very. It would
But
be
like we,
very helpful.
because like having to teach QLab about bars and beats is a monumental task.
Yeah.
Right. So everything I can do to facilitate the musical director and you getting musical director stuff out of QLab without teaching QLab bars and beats, that's an easier win. So that's a really nice, clear explanation. Have a devamp queue say, listen, you don't stop. Just skip ahead to blank. Skip ahead to whatever I've said this slice is called.
Which you could do with a load queue.
Which you can do with a load queue. So the devamp, right? So thanks, Ethan. You make me do it. Right, there we go. So let's say that this downbeat is the one we want. Okay, so here is a marker. The marker time is 27,560.
The devamp could trigger the load queue.
Yeah, but not while it's playing. Okay, what Ethan is saying is 27.56. 27.56 is, wouldn't it be nice, skip to this spot, if I have the track playing and I have some markers and a devamp queue which doesn't stop the target, it just starts the next queue, then it would run that load queue and the load queue would load the track. Trouble is when the track is playing, loading it does nothing. So what it would need to do is stop the target, load the queue, and then the load queue would need to continue to a start queue to restart the track. And I don't think that this would happen musically. Yeah, it doesn't happen. It's too busy. The queue is still ending when it is asked to start. Yeah, no dice. So it's a bit tricky. So what you're looking for is indeed new. Fun though, like it. And is a nice, clear example of exactly how to use the thing, and is another example of why labeling the slice is not the real feature. Making use of the specificity of the label is the real feature, and so thank you all for the conversation. It's been very enjoyable. Let's see, we did slice and devamps. We were doing fading rate and pitch. Record player, oh yeah, slow down and speed up without pitch shifting. I wanted to demonstrate that. The rate is at 1, preserve pitch checkbox is checked. I fade rate to 50%. You hear smearing at the top of each, the onset of each piano note feels like shredded because it's slowed down, and so the transient gets broken up. If this were sampled much faster, we might not hear that. When we fade to triple speed, we have what feels like some kind of warbling. It's because there's a little vibrato on the track. Vibrato turns into what feels like some kind of palpitation, some kind of heart condition. So the demo here is your source material can sound very strange, sped up or slowed down. Sometimes that can be appealing, sometimes it can be unappealing. Take some time to figure that out before you do it in front of the director, who, if is anything like a director I've worked with, they hear it once wrong, they never want to hear it again, even if it gets really good while they're not looking. So, headphones. Okay, that's rate and pitch and fading it. Thank you over there for the segue into that. Audio effects is the next topic. It's the last audio-related topic that I dodged in audio cues before we get to audio patches. Audio effects, we're going to use this piece of music again, which is recorded with minimal reverb or effects on it. It's pretty dry sounding. Oh, that's not the name of it. In the audio effects tab, I have added a compressor for some reason. Don't know why. And AU matrix reverb. AU matrix reverb, no wait, before I get to there, the way that I did that, I went to the audio effects tab, I went to the add audio effect menu, and I chose from this list of audio effects. All the audio effects under Apple that start with the letters AU are built into the macOS. They're available, I don't know if they're built in, but they ship with the macOS. They're available to everyone, they're free. They are all not bad. AU matrix reverb sounds quite good on account of its, when taking into account that it's free. When comparing it to reverbs that cost money, it can be found to be lacking. The multiband compressor is actually pretty phenomenal given that it's free. So every Mac has these. You can also use any audio unit format effect in QLab as long as the effect is 64-bit, registers as an effect rather than a generator, which is another category of audio unit, and reports its tail time, which is the amount of time that the audio effect wants the audio rendering path to remain open, even after the last sample of audio passes through. So if I have a reverb that has a decay of 2 seconds, that reverb wants to tell QLab, hey, listen, I'm adding 2 seconds of time. So when you give me the last sample of audio, don't shut the channel. Wait 2 seconds before you shut the channel so that we can hear that nice decay that I've been working so hard to produce for you. QLab needs that tail time number or else it will shut the channel. And in fact, we have added safety. I think we still do this. We do 2x the tail time. We used to keep the channel open for double the tail time because we felt like some audio units lied to us. But Chris will tell us.
I don't even know if we may just leave them running.
Oh, we don't close it anymore.
If it doesn't tell us the time, we may just be forced to be conservative and.
So maybe we've done better than when I started giving this little admonition, and we can just say even.
We'd need to double check.
All right.
I'm not totally sure, but we did at least do our best,
Great.
you know, to try to make it not sound bad.
Great, thanks. The audio unit file format is weird, and it turns out that you can get away with doing a lot of it wrong, and your audio unit still works. And so that's why I have to make all these caveats. Yeah?
Do VSTs
No, VSTs do not work. I am yet to find a truly reputable manufacturer of audio effects that doesn't offer audio units. VST and audio units are essentially the same thing, but different, right? They do the same thing. There was a while where VST has a kind of cult following where people are like, well, it's not a VST, then why am I even using it? And I don't really know what that is. I think that stems from a time when only good effects came as VSTs, right? But that time is gone. And now anyone who makes an effect that's any good, they make a VST, they make an AAX for Pro Tools, and they make an AU for everyone else. Waves makes great plugins. I recommend the Waves Gold bundle, which has a sale twice a year and is very, very inexpensive twice a year for a bunch of high quality effects easily gotten. But that's just an example. I will give you a warning about only one well-loved and respected audio unit, which is Valhalla. Valhalla has been causing all manner of trouble for us, and we are not Norse enough to know why. We have been chasing it down, but it's not solved yet. Is that right? Is that still right?
Yeah.
I know you were hot on Valhalla's trail.
Yeah.
It's still a shrug, right? Yeah. So that's the one to watch out for. It causes crashes. And then I told the story earlier about Altiverb, which scans your whole hard disk. Also one to watch out for. It's phenomenal, so you just have to guard against that thing. Other than that, I don't have any strong recommendations for or against. Yeah.
Have you had any users that program their own plugins, and have they had any kind of difficulty using them? It's something I've done a bit of.
Yeah, one that I know of. And what I told him was 64-bit, report as an effect, report your tail time, get on with your life.
Okay.
And the thing about audio effects in general is that QLab is not the application that audio effect developers are imagining when they write audio effects. And so the one general rule is test, test, test. Anything you add that you haven't used before, test it as much as you can. Hopefully, it'll just work great, but because QLab is operating in a way that developers don't imagine to be a thing that anyone's ever going to do, which might, this is why we have to load and turn on effects one by one, because if you have 10,000 cues in your workspace, you cannot load them all and have them all running at the same time. And so the reason that a lot of developers don't put tail time in is they just imagine that their effect is running all the time. So why would you need a tail time? It's just running. Who cares?
Right.
And the fact that we have to load them and unload them to manage resources, and we can't have 10,000 effects all running at the same time, is oh, I guess that does make sense. I never thought about that.
I realize there's something else related to that which I left out, which is some audio units have strong opinions about the number of channels in and out. So AU matrix reverb requires 2 channels in, 2 channels out, non-negotiable. If I take a mono track, put it in QLab, put AU matrix reverb on it, I get no reverb. That's just its rules. So the number of channels in and out of your audio effect need to be compatible with the audio you're using with it. That's true everywhere, but if you use AU matrix reverb in a DAW, you can do things like send 2 copies, make 2 auxes, one for the left, one for the right, send 2 copies of a mono track, blah, 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 blah. In QLab, we don't have that. It's an audio unit is inserted into your cue here. Right there. So, here we are with that same piece of music with a super wet reverb, right? I click the edit button. And these adjustments are all live while it's running. No, thank you. You can fade effects in and out. Here's the audio cue. In the audio effects tab, it has the reverb, but you see that the dry wet mix is at 0. Here is a fade cue. In the audio effects tab of the fade cue, I see a copy of the effect on the target cue. When I click edit there, I am not editing the effect parameters of the effect. I am editing the effect parameters values that they will fade to when the fade cue runs. So here I see 2 copies of the audio unit's interface. In the first one, in the title bar, it says not all thieves with solos M4A, AU matrix reverb. Not all thieves with solos M4A. Here I see fade to wet, AU matrix reverb. Fade to wet. So this copy of the audio unit interface belongs to the fade cue. This copy belongs to the audio cue. And you see that in the fade cue's copy, the dry wet mix is dragged all the way to 100%. Caveat, all of these parameters are active. So when you fade an audio effect, you can only fade all of the parameters or none of the parameters. So what we do is we have this button, Set Audio Effects from Target. It copies all these levels and pastes them here, and then you can tweak just the one level you want changed. And then, when you run the audio cue, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. You run the cue, then you run the fade cue, and that one parameter fades up. Here's a fade cue that fades it back to dry. End of story. And that answers the question, well, why would you bother rendering an audio effect live in a show instead of just pre-rendering it in your recording? The answer is so that you can modulate it live in a show. So I can have my imaginary band walking across the stage and walk into the Tile train station and say, no, thank you, I'm leaving the space. Invisible prop comedy, my favorite. We can also, yeah?
These are only absolute, not relative?
These are all absolute, yeah. Technically relative is possible, and your mileage may vary. Okay. Weird things may happen. Okay. Good luck. It's also fun to do other kinds of effects. Completely dry version of the cue. This fades in an EQ, so I can do the classic fade down from the mains into a prop radio on stage. And then turn off the radio. The dry copy has AU graphic equalizer. Fade EQ fades to this curve. Voila. Yeah?
With time-based effects being inserted, do you ever have any kind of latency issues?
What's time-based effects?
Like reverb or delay?
Oh yeah, sure, certainly, absolutely. And the answer is you try it and see how it sounds. QLab does its best to render as quickly as possible. I don't think QLab has any way to show you exactly how much latency is being added by a given effect. And because we don't know what you might do with the effect once it starts running, it's not even clear to me that we could show you something like that. Because, again, unlike a DAW, where in theory, when you've made a whole composition in Pro Tools, Logic, any of them, the moment before you press the spacebar to start rolling, it is hypothetically possible to say, I know exactly what's going to happen at any point during the playback. You could calculate that. Whereas in QLab, there is no way to do that because there's no way to know predictably, what will the human do after they play this cue? Will they play the next cue? Will they play 6 other cues? What's going to happen? Because QLab is meant to be, at any given moment, prepared to do any given thing. So it's a little squishy in here, but almost deliberately. Audio effect questions? Okay.
Can
Yeah.
you do like batch editing? Like let's say
copy and paste is the way to do this particular thing. We do, QLab does have some batch editing facility. So if I have multiple cues selected, the inspector will show me which parameters I can apply to all of them and adjust. Like I could give them all the same name, but I can't adjust their target. It's not applicable because one of these cues that's selected has a file target and the other has a cue target. So that's not batch editable. If I have multiple audio cues selected, I can adjust the time and loops tab as long as the targets are the same and the slices are the same. But if I slice one, but not the other, editing cues with mismatched slices not supported. So some batch editing is possible, some batch editing is not possible. But if you set up a cue with an audio effects chain that you're really pleased about, you can copy that cue. And now we are skipping ahead to a fancy tool, which we'll talk about more in detail later, but we'll talk about it now. Here's my other cue. Instead of pasting, I paste cue properties. And paste cue properties shows me a checkbox-oriented list of all the properties of the cue that I copied. And I check the boxes for the properties that I want pasted onto the selected cue. So I want to paste just the audio effects, but I want to leave everything else alone. And now my audio effects are pasted. If I have several sound cues, I can select them all, paste cue properties, audio effects, apply, and now they all have it. That's basically paste cue properties, but there's a couple more details, so we'll get there. Anything else about audio effects? Then we will move on to audio patches. So remember I said this is deserving of a little break before we launch into something a little more technical. Now we're launching into the little more technical. I'm going to go to Workspace Settings, Audio, Audio Outputs tab. And we're just going to sit and look at this tab for a couple of moments because there's a lot going on here. And most of this stuff you can get away with not really understanding much about it. So if you're in a rush, you just take your laptop, open it up, launch QLab, stick a wire into the headphone jack, plug it into your speakers and get going, and that'll work fine, which is good. No problem and no shame in doing it that way. Here's where you can go beyond that when you need to. But I want to really strongly emphasize that delving into this is not mandatory. It's just useful, right? Okay, great. To start with, if you're coming from QLab 4 or earlier, you will notice this looks basically nothing like. QLab 4 allowed you 8 audio patches for audio cues and 8 audio patches for mic cues. QLab 5 just allows any number of patches that you like, and they're used for all audio output. The end. To create a new audio output patch, you just click that button, or while this window is open, Command-N creates a new patch. New patches are automatically named, but you can name them anything you like. Once you have a patch, this menu lets you select from any of the audio devices that are currently connected to your computer and 3 other sorts of things. So here in the middle, these are all the audio devices that are available to the computer. The Dell U2420Q, that's this monitor, it has built-in speakers. So it appears to the Mac as an audio device. If I choose this, and I play a cue signed to this patch, the sound comes out of these speakers. Decimator is this device here. Epson PJ is that one,
Yep.
that one, thank you, which appears as an HDMI device to the Mac, and therefore it appears to have 2 audio channels. Dante Virtual Sound Card is running on here. That's how we're actually sending audio to the sound system in this theater. The Mac Studio has built-in speakers. Microsoft Teams was installed on this computer for some reason unrelated to this class. And Microsoft Teams, what?
A bad reason, probably.
probably. And Microsoft Teams includes a virtual audio device that allows you to pipe audio from a program on your computer into Teams. And then NDI Tools installs another virtual audio device that is, for some reason, 6 channels, not some reason, so you can do 5.1 surround over NDI. Then this device here says black hole 64 disconnected. This workspace running on another Mac somewhere used black hole, which is another virtual audio device, much like Dante. And because a different patch in this workspace is still assigned to use black hole, it remembers, once upon a time I was connected to that device. I remember those days. And that device remains available in the list of disconnected devices. That way you can work on the show, close the computer, get on the tour bus, open the computer, work on the show without having to be plugged into the interface, which is in the rack in the trailer, right? So that's all the devices that are connected, all the devices that were once connected. The very top is no selected device, lets you create a dummy audio patch so that you can work without knowing what the audio device will be. Not really important. And then the next one is a special one, system output. In your Mac, before QLab, without thinking about QLab, in your Mac you know that you have system preferences and you have sound. And there's an output tab in sound which lets you choose what the output device is for sound output. So if I have the Mac Studio speakers selected, and then I open iTunes on this Mac, it'll play out of the Mac Studio speakers. New in QLab 5, system output allows a patch to follow the system output wherever it goes. Certain Mac laptops treat the built-in speakers and the headphone jack as a single audio device. So when you're working with your laptop in QLab and you just play cues out of the speakers and then you plug in a headphone plug, it automatically plays through whatever you plugged in. But other Macs, most Macs, treat the speakers and the headphone jack as different devices. They are in fact different devices. So if you are using this Mac and you play QLab sound through these speakers and plug in headphones, it won't automatically move unless you use system output, in which case QLab's output follows whatever is selected here in system. Does that make sense? This is your friend if you're using a Mac with no audio interface, no Dante, and you're moving around doing different kinds of stuff. If you are trying to move quick and not really think about it, not dealing with your hardware, this is the way to go. Okay. Bye. Each audio patch, if you have an audio license installed, has an edit button next to it, and that edit button opens the audio patch editor, which is kind of complicated looking. We're going to go through it step by step, work through each thing, ask the questions, please. The audio patch editor at the top has another place to rename it and choose a device, which is the same as this and this. And then 3 tabs, Q outputs, patch routing, device outputs. Q outputs are the columns in the Q's matrix mixer in the inspector. So Jeff asked earlier, how do I name the Q outputs? Right? We saw left, right, center, sub, left side, right side, blah, blah, blah. Here's where you name them. QLab has 64 Q outputs available. By default, each of these 64 Q outputs is routed one-to-one to device outputs, which are the outputs of the audio device itself. Dante Virtual Sound Card is an imaginary device in my coffee mug that has 64 outs, right? These 64 device outputs don't have to be one-to-one with the 64 Q outputs. And in fact, in the patch routing tab, we see that here at the Voxel, they are not. Here, why is that like that? For whatever reason, Left and right Q outputs both route to device output 1. Doesn't matter why. Doesn't matter why. They do. Left output also routes to device output 6. Right output also to device output 4. Center to device output 5. Sub to output 11. Left side to 7 and 8. Right side to 2 and 3. I'm really baffled by this. Right rear. This can't be on purpose.
Is it like a lobby feed?
It isn't. Hey, Alec, do you remember why this was like this? Left, right, and right rear all to output 1.
I was wondering why everything was coming out of that speaker over there for no reason.
Yeah, okay, great. So that's just a demo error. I was demoing this and forgot to reset it. Curse you, pass Sam. Okay, so forget about that. If we go to my sound check list, here is a piece of music. It is set to infinitely loop. And it routes through a set of Q outputs 21 and up. These Q outputs, starting at Q output 21, are routed 1 to 1. 21 to device output 1, 22 to device output 2, and so on. These fade Qs fade my target level, my target Q, up into one output at a time. Output 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Just the sub. Output 12 is something else. We'll talk about it later. But as a designer, it's not productive for me to think about these numbers. It's productive for me to think about main left, center, right, those sides, and rear left, center, right, and sub. So I've labeled my first few outputs in the order that makes sense to me as a designer. Left, right, center, sub, left side, left rear, center, rear, special. That's the order that makes sense to me as a designer. It doesn't matter the order of actual outputs. And then here in patch routing, I route the output of each of those channels to each of the corresponding Q outputs as needed, including left side to both 7 and 8, and right side to both 2 and 3, because that's what I want to do here, right? So that's the patch routing tab. This matrix mixer is Q outputs to device outputs, but it has all the other properties that the matrix mixer in Qs has, where I can set different levels and route however I like, and everything's a volume knob. Does that make sense? Great. Device outputs, not nameable, but otherwise Q outputs and device outputs both have a quality, which is that you can put audio effects on the device output or on the Q output. So if I want my sub, if I'm working in a theater where the subwoofer doesn't have a good crossover, I could create a low pass filter and put it on my Q output so that the Q output itself low passes the output to the sub. If I want to time align my rear speakers, I could add AU sample delay and do some time alignment. Whatever makes you happy. I could do that on the Q output, on the device output, or both. So if I wanted to time align my side outputs, since they're ganged together effectively as a Q output, one Q output goes to both those speakers, I would go to the device outputs and say, you get a little more delay than you. That times it out nicely. Does that make sense? Okay, great. Multiple effects are allowed. They chain side to side. And because some effects require 2 channels, like AU matrix reverb, if I want to put AU matrix reverb on my mains, I have to make it 2 channels ganged together, because AU matrix reverb requires 2 channels in and 2 channels out. This ganging is only for the purposes of effects here in this UI. This ganging together has no other effect anywhere else in QLab. Yeah? If you get a patch all set up just like you like, This menu here lets you pull that data into another patch. So I could say, oh, you know what? I want this audio patch to work. It's device routing exactly like patch 4. Or I don't want to copy the device routing for patch 4, just the output names from patch 4. I like the names I put in patch 4 even better. Now,
Sorry.
go ahead.
How did you get 21 through whatever to then, because they're, okay.
Is that the question? How did I make those one-to-one routed?
No, not how did you make them one-to-one routed, but if they're, how did you associate what they were with which speaker?
So, my device outputs, 1 through 11, were told to me by the TV in this room. Those device outputs, 1 through 11, will end up at those speakers, 1 through 11. So, because I was told, or imagining a different scenario, because I designed the sound system thusly, because those device outputs 1 through 11 are those speakers, I know that if I go to patch routing and I assign 21 to device output 1, 22 to device output 2, and so on, that represents this ring of speakers in that order. Does that feel good?
Yeah.
Okay, great. It's okay if there's more detail you want.
No, I think I understand. So you're basically using 21 through 32 only for your sound check.
Correct.
That's the part that I missed.
Because,
Got it.
because what I would like for my sound check is a sequential order that makes logical sense with the physical layout of the system, but
Part makes sense.
that part makes, right.
Yeah, no, that part makes sense. It was just the fact of I was thinking that you were then having to link it back to like associate it to like.
Totally,
no,
totally,
Got
totally.
it.
So, to get something much simpler.
Of course.
My laptop.
Yep.
Right now has nothing connected to it but a pair of headphones.
Right.
So would my Q output 1 be headphones?
Q output 1 would be one ear or the other, or both, depending on how you routed it up here.
I don't select 2-channel under I'm in the editing patch.
You're here?
No, the next, if you hit
Edit.
Edit, yeah.
You're here?
Yes, that's where I am.
So
Q output 1, I put headphones. Now do I need to put like headphone left as Q output 1, headphone right ear as...
So each Q output, it depends on how you want your audio routed, right? But each Q output is a column in the matrix mixer here, right?
Yeah.
Each column can go to one or more than one device output. So if you wanted to be able to maintain the stereo spread of your audio that comes into QLab, you could say, I'll take Q output 1. Here, let's explain it a different way. Go here and click on device outputs. And what do you see?
It says no outputs available.
Oh, well then I'm not sure that your headphones are connected. Up here, what audio device do you have selected?
Where? System output, external headphones, under, is that under patch?
And does it say system output external headphones parentheses 2 out?
Yeah.
And then here in device outputs, it says no device outputs?
No, under there. Under device outputs, yeah, no outputs available.
This I must see for myself.
I have the same thing.
What is going on here? Okay. May I?
Yeah.
When I choose system output external headphones, and let's look at system preferences on this Mac, and go to sound, Output is set to external headphones. Great, check. Output volume is muted. I wonder if that's related.
Wow. Oh, maybe, because it kept,
My audio is also muted.
because Siri kept picking up your voice and giving me messages based on it.
Incredible. But when I switch, Chris, from system output to external headphones, I get my device outputs. There is something unknown
If you switch
afoot here.
Back to the system again when it's unmuted. Does it pick it up? Huh.
I don't know what the answer is here.
We'll have to explore.
Yeah. But if you switch to external headphones, then you will see two device outputs.
Right, so is that the left and the right ear?
That's the left and the right ear of your headphones.
Okay, so now device output 1, I have the ability to select 2 channels.
That 2-channel is only for the purpose of pairing them together to send them to an audio effect.
Oh, okay.
If you don't want to send them to an audio effect, or if the audio effect that you want to send them to supports being sent to only a single channel, then you don't need to use that menu at all.
Okay. So select each ear as a separate output.
Right. So then in the patch routing tab, you would route your first Q output to your first device output, and your second Q output to your second device output. Yeah.
Is it possible to copy an effect from one output to another?
Copy an effect.
Yeah.
You can do that by holding down the Option key, and no, that's not true. You used to be able to do that, or somewhere else you could do that. I don't know where that is. No, the answer is no. So what you do is make an effect, set it like you like it, and then go to Presets, Save. Save it in User Presets as my preset. Then add the effect to your other cue. Go to Edit, go to Presets, go to User, my preset. Not perfect, but not bad. Yeah?
So let's say you have an effect that you want to pan across like 4 speakers.
An effect, you mean a sound effect?
Yes.
Yeah.
So say I want it to start in speaker left front, and then I want it to go to right, back, etc.
Yep.
Would you then just like have it in that, and then fade it out, and then fade up the next cue with the next destination, etc.?
You are segueing very nicely to another demo.
Oh, okay.
But we're going to do the demo together. It's going to be a live-made demo. Before we go there, though, I want to make sure that no one else has anything else to ask about this here.
Maybe, what is it, like Q output versus device output? The Q output, are they not the same thing?
They are not the same thing. Here's my imaginary audio device.
Yeah.
It's got outputs here to the world.
Right.
Coming into this are my 64 Q outputs. The Q outputs come from Qs and are routed any way I like into the device outputs. Now, if all you have is your laptop and your headphone jack and 2 speakers in the theater, this feels like an unnecessary abstraction, right? Well, I've got 2 outputs from my laptop, 2 speakers in the theater. Poof. But in this theater, I've got this ring of speakers. As an example, those 2 speakers together, the only reason there's 2 of them in this physical layout of this room is so that there's even coverage front to back. If this room were full of students, I'd want everyone in every row to hear the same thing when it came out of my side speakers. So from QLab's perspective, those are one weird wide speaker. 2 separate device outputs so that I can give them each individual tuning and individual time. But I want to take one Q output and route it to 2 device outputs. That's the separation.
How often do you do your tuning in QLab rather than through like a mixing board or a processor?
It depends on the rest of my sound system. If I'm working off-Broadway with a lower budget or a simpler sound system, or honestly what really happens off-Broadway is a smaller amount of time, I will do as much tuning in QLab as possible. I think the Meyer Galaxy is beautiful. I think it is an easy $1,000 to cut from my budget. If all I'm using it for is time alignment and EQ, I'm happy to do it in QLab. The difference, of course, is if my show has microphones, and those microphones are not routed through QLab, they won't receive the benefit of my tuning. So if I'm doing a playback-only show, and I'm either trying to keep my rental budget as small as possible, or I'm trying to keep my physical install as small as possible, or I have minimal crew help, I'll do it all in QLab. I did a show in a truck once. The show is called La Ruta. It's a play about illegal immigration, and it's a really cool play. So the play was, we were gifted a 55-foot box truck trailer. We parked it in the parking lot of a community center, and then we built the theater into the truck. So the audience comes in through a side door on the trailer, and they sit in what feels like, on what feels like cardboard boxes in the trailer. And I installed speakers, a full surround sound system, all around the top, all driven off a generator. And the whole play takes place in the truck. It's the story of people smuggling themselves across the border from Mexico to the United States. Really moving play. I did not have physical rack space for system processing. I was counting amperes because I was running the thing off of a generator. We had to end sound check early because we ran out of gas, right? So they're tuning in QLab because I wanted to keep my total footprint of wattage as low as possible. I selected the amplifiers that I used based on their power consumption, not based upon their sound characteristics. So that was all dedicated by that. On the other hand, a year ago, April, I was the associate designer on a colossal musical. 32 wireless, 9-piece band, huge amount of playback. We had a digigrid waves processor so that we were actually rendering live waves effects on microphones over an entirely separate gigabit network. The whole thing was just a beast. No tuning in QLab. Monstrous sound system. Wanted it all handled in the DS100, where we were doing lots of crazy stuff and had to keep things pure. Sound designer preferred to program his own playback. No, we had a programmer. So we had a QLab programmer. He was doing Q playback only, no tricks. I was doing DS100 programming and a small amount of effects programming. The designer was creating content for cues, sending it to the sound programmer, editing the digigrid live to tweak the sound of everything as desired. The A1 was programming board cues and mixing. All I was doing was DS100 management. Parting it out and isolating the jobs is what made this mega musical possible. So we had 5 people applying pressure. So it was the opposite scenario where I wanted to spread things out. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Patch routing, anything? Effects? Show in a truck? The musical also had a 6-person puppeted dragon puppet with a 20-foot wingspan, came out over the audience and roared at them. We had the operator sitting there with hotkeys every time the dragon took a step. Boom, boom, boom.
What show?
Otherworld. And I tell you, if that script had stood up to that dragon. No. It was a workshop. It had a lot of things that were like ready and a lot of things that were getting ready. And it was in the middle, and it was sort of a glorious fun to do. And different things were ready at different times, and the next evolution of it hopefully will be the next evolution. Was a cool dragon though. Okay. I'm going to move on from this window. There are a few things left in this window, and then we are going to get to your question about panning around the room. Volume limits is what I want to talk about next, and volume limits is a little head-bendy, but it's important. We've set what we think are reasonable defaults in the volume limits here, of a maximum of +12 and a minimum of -60. And what that means is that no matter what you do with fades, particularly with multiply running relative fades, no single volume control in QLab can ever get louder than this, +12. So if I have this number set to a number where even my loudest sound cue is playing at an acceptable loudness, then I know that I'm out of danger. As it happens, I live in the real world where some of my cues come into QLab very quiet and others come in very loud. So I've gone to Central Park and I've recorded crickets, and they come through and the audio file is, you know, peaking at like minus 42 dB. And if I normalize it, all I hear is the background traffic. So it comes in quiet, and that's what it is, and I gotta crank it up. But then I also have a piece of music that's been studio mastered, compressed within an inch of its life. I want to turn that way down. That dynamic range between the quietest cue I've got and the loudest cue I've got means that I need to leave this volume limit a little bit higher than is safe for the loud cue in order to allow for the possibility of the quiet cue getting loud. Do you hear me? So that's why this number defaults to plus 12, which some people might say is a little bit hotter than you'd like. The minimum number is the number at which QLab regards the fader to have gotten to silent, to minus infinity. And I'm going to teach you now how to set this number based on real things, not based just on feelings. And this is what I recommend doing before you do anything else once your sound system is up and running. Step 1, set this minimum as low as it can possibly go, which is minus 180 dB. Step 2, find a piece of music or sound that you don't mind listening to for a little while that is inherently fairly loud. So the audio is normalized, good and loud. Step 3, pick an output. We're going to do the center output. Drag the volume to a relatively low level and start playing the sound. You hear it. Start dragging down until you think you can't hear it. I hear it when the sax hits its loudest point. I don't think I can hear it, but I bet if the HVAC were off, I would hear it. Keep going until you're confident that you definitely do not hear it. Take note of that number, and then set your minimum volume just a little bit lower than that. All right, 67.8 minus 68 is the minimum volume in this setup, which is to say that all of the equipment involved, including my ears, the HVAC, the temperature, the humidity, everything in this scenario adds up to a very loud sound file played at minus 68 in QLab is inaudible. But a very loud sound cue played in QLab a little bit higher than minus 68 is barely audible. That means that minus 68 equals silent for this system. In a hypothetical other system, maybe with amplifiers that had more juice, I would need to bring it from 68 down to 72, right?
Our amps are set to negative 24.
I do not want our amps to have more juice, right? These are D&B amplifiers.
Yeah.
They will give you an unbelievable amount of gain if you want them to. So, right, amps at minus 24, that is good and careful, because otherwise we can blow the roof off the place. Because the same amplifier that D&B makes and sells to theaters this size, they also sell to stadiums. So they want a little bit more. So that's how you set the minimum volume. What that means is that when you bring a fader to minus 68, you have wasted no fader travel. The bottom of the fader is at silent, but as soon as you move up, you start getting into audible. If you set this number too low, a fade out will hit silent before the fader's done fading down, and a fade will sound like it takes less time than you've programmed. If you set this number too high, a fade out will come down to quiet and then snap out, right? Once you've set this number, you've now maximized the amount of fader travel that is in fact useful fader travel. Does this make sense? Great. Set that number. Now we can roll up and down comfortably, knowing we're using the whole fader track. If you start there with every sound system that gets set up before you program your levels, you're sitting pretty. Questions here? Okay, great. Onward.
Have you ever encountered a room where you could go significantly past like -70?
I think 84 was as good as I got.
That's a good room.
Yeah, it was dynamite. It was dynamite. It was a show with no scrollers. Love them, especially when they're replaced by LEDs. No scrollers, no movers, no IQs. And there's this theater I worked at in Portland, which has the quietest HVAC system in the world, quite literally. This HVAC system was engineered to be silent. The acousticians who came in to evaluate it said it is literally off of their chart. This thing has no moving parts. It's some kind of weird solid state thing. The actual blower is like hundreds of yards away, and the air radiates passively through a vent in the floor every third seat in the audience. So it's a 600-seat theater with like 200 vents. And you go and you lie down on the floor and you put your ear on the vent and you hear nothing with the thing cranked. The disadvantage of this HVAC is that to change the temperature,
Huge amount of money.
that is a disadvantage. But it actually, here's the thing, is that the HVAC for a room this size cost a huge amount of money, basically no matter what. But it was pretty expensive.
I mean, even this room, the HVAC for this building was about a third of the cost of the building.
It's just not right.
Yeah.
It's just not right.
Painful.
But this thing, if you wanted to raise the temperature in the room by 1 degree, you needed like 8 hours of warning. It just didn't move quickly. On the other hand, it cooled and heated from the bottom up. So as long as you were comfortable up to about 6 feet, then what happened above didn't matter. So it ran really cheaply, is the thing. It ran really cheaply compared to traditional HVAC. And it was dead silent. And then they spoiled it by buying the crappiest, noisiest Crown amps at the bottom of Crown's price line. So I was excited about how that room would sound. Turns out only when I rented other gear and brought it in could I dial it down all the way down to the low 80s. But that silent room, man, it was glorious.
Thank you for the story.
Yeah, you bet. What else? When else have I gone that low? I guess I've been in environments where with D&B systems where the amps were actually cranked up a fair amount, and I had to pull it way back. And for those, I think I actually set the maximum volume limit lower than I would otherwise. I think I set it to like -3 because I didn't want to blow the roof off. Meyer sound gear has good gain, but middling noise. I mean, good enough, although the new ones, the X40 and the X32, sound outrageously good and very low noise. So I'm very pleased with those. But that has sort of unremarkable noise characteristics from QLab land. I'm trying to think of what other scenarios. Unsurprisingly, the show in the truck did not have a particularly impressive noise floor. We could hear all the traffic in the Bronx. We were like, I don't know, we were 500 yards from Interstate 95. So that was like part of it. But it worked for the show because the show was on a highway, right? You know, who cares? Anyway, I've journeyed. We're going to go to make your fades now. So let's take this piece of music. You said you wanted to start here and end up back there, right? Oh, you said you wanted to start here and end up back there. So where do we need to go? Left, center, right, right side, right rear. Left, center, right, right side, right rear. And let's label them before we go out of our mind. Left, center, right.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. No, you were right though. Start on the left. Your left, my right. Now we're going to go to center. So the first thing I do make sure this green button where it says preview is green and not red with an X. Preview means as I adjust a fade cue, if its target is playing, the results of my adjustments are heard immediately. So the first thing I'll do with this selected is set levels from target. Levels set from target. So now I see all the levels in the fade cue as they exist in the target audio cue. And what I want is to come down in right and go up in center. Hang on. But that feels awkward, right? I've got to change this level and maybe this level. That feels like a mess. So let me rearrange my target. I'm going to start with all my outputs at silent and all my cross points at unity. Because that means that I'll be able to do all these fades using just the output handles. In this particular case, there's no real difference, but it'll make it look nicer. So now that I've got my starting point where I like it, I'm actually going to set all of these from target. Set levels from target, set levels from target, set levels from target, and set levels from target. Now, in the center, I'm going to take the right speaker down and bring the center speaker up. So we go from here and run the fade, and it comes here. Now I want to go over there. Up in the left, down in the center. Now I want to go from there to there. Now I want to go from there to there. Now, I'll make them all auto-follow. So we hear the first cue, and then when I'm ready to start the journey, I hit go. Center. Right. Right side. Now, I hear dips.
Yeah.
This is the equal power fade versus the equal gain fade conundrum. So how to do? One thing we can do is try adjusting the fade curve shape. The fade curve, by default, is this S curve, which is a fade shape that sounds nice, just fading something in or out. This is a curve that we developed by trying things until we found the one that sounded nice. And by we, I mean Chris. This was one of the earliest design choices in QLab 1, and one of the few that has persisted similarly, though not identically.
Pretty close.
Pretty close. If I change from S curve to custom curve, though, I can make a fade curve that looks like this, handles at the corners. I know from experience that this is going to produce a crossfade that sounds more even. So I'm going to copy this fade cue, Command C, select these three fade cues, and then paste cue properties. Command Shift V, and adjust just the fade curve shape. That's all I want to paste, because different fade cues fade different levels. I'm not interested in changing that, just the curve shape. And so now, not bad. Not perfect. I'd tweak it, make the fade times, because right now it's 3 seconds for every fade, but 3 seconds to get from there to there and there to there covers less distance than 3 seconds to get from there to there and there to there. So I think I would probably lengthen those fades to make it seem even tempoed, because that's more distance. But that's a matter of taste. Is good?
That's good, thank you.
Thank you.
A slightly related question.
Please.
What do you have that you're just clicking and it goes to 0 and clicking and it goes to?
Option key.
Thank you.
You betcha. Option click toggles between 0 and silent. So handles in the corners. If I'm working with the one designer who I associate with most often, am an associate designer for, I know she likes that fade shape. So this is the Leah fade. It's just how she prefers it. And this is from many years ago when we started working together. She's like, I don't like that fade. Change it. Too fast, too slow, too what, too wetter. We talked for like 10 minutes about one fade, and she's like, that is the fade I like. And so
you saved it. Yeah.
Locked it up. Other shapes are available. We can use a parametric curve, which uses this intensity field to create a a slope that is exponential. Help. Is this an exponential slope?
Could be. I don't remember.
It's a math slope made of this much math. If I increase the amount of math, I get a steeper slope. I selected the college that I went to based on whether or not I would be forced to take math class. Just want to disclaim. Go ahead.
Could you set a custom curve as a default?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
We'll get there.
Okay.
Then there's also linear curve, which uses pointy math, which we all know about now. Yeah.
Is there or may there be a plan for using like spatial type visual software to
You all want to field this one?
do this instead of manually like that?
I'm just going to have a seat. I'm going to let Chris field this one. This is maybe you want to come walk on camera.
I put it in the wide shot, but yeah, I'll come. Wait. Oh.
Are you in the wide shot? You're
I'm
in the wide shot. But you're not lit. Come on in here. Come on in here.
We're still in wide shot. Well, the first answer is that you can do that now if you have a DS100, which this room happens to have, and you can, once that system is configured, you can send it messages from QLab to place sound in the room spatially and make it sound easily like it is the place you put it. So you don't have to sort of think through these steps of the fade. You just draw the path. The DS100 does a bunch of math and changes the levels and sometimes the delays to make it sound like that. The longer forward-thinking answer is that sure would be nice if that happened in QLab. We agree. No further comment at this time.
Great.
That's not a lot.
It's a thing we are working on. What do we want to say about that?
I think what you just said.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. No promises of any specific time. It clearly is very cool.
And it's really easy to do poorly. So we want to make sure to not do that.
One reason that this room exists at all is to be able to work on stuff like that in general, right? Because after 15 years of working at a desk, there's things like that where you go, I can't really make sure this works with headphones. We need a room with lots of speakers. So at some point, we would like to have it baked in, some version of it. We haven't really said that publicly, so surprise.
Sometimes I like to talk about our GitHub issue list, which is like our to-do list in QLab. It's got somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,600 things on it right now, right? So it is difficult to easily answer the question, which of those 1,600 things should I be working on right now? We have a developer team of 7 people, and is that right, 7? Sure, 7. We have 7 developers, so we could work on 7 out of 1,600 at any given moment, hypothetically. Unless 2 of them are working on the same thing, which makes things go a lot better. So it's a challenging question. And so we are always reticent to talk about what we plan to do, because the more interesting the thing we plan to do, the more difficult it is to say how that thing will turn out and how quickly it will get made and what the end result will be when we get there. So we are in a fuzzy space with that question where we understand the appeal and we share enthusiasm for it, and we have nothing specific to say about it yet because it's a thorny and challenging problem to address. But yeah, sounds good to me. I'm a sound designer first, chronologically speaking, not like priority-wise. So like, I came to QLab as a QLab user before I was an employee. And so I always sort of adopt the position of, should we do X? Well, I don't know, am I gonna use X in my next show? If the answer is yes, then yes, we should do that. Yeah. But I also like, it's important to to have that selfish perspective and to step away from that selfish perspective and try to enthusiastically vote for things and say like, here's what we do with it in the theater if we had it. So why don't we do that? But yeah, you know, we're working on stuff all the time. There is, to tide you over until and unless something happens else, a gentleman named Daniel made a thing called, Daniel? Dan? No, what's his name? I'm thinking of someone else. Oh, no.
QLab.
Yeah, but who made it?
I'm Googling his name.
Is that who that is?
Yeah, Daniel's right here.
Yeah. PanLab is the name of the program. It's an app created to go alongside QLab and to create a graphical representation of your space and move sound throughout it. And what you do is you tell PanLab, here's what I'd like, and then PanLab says, all right, QLab, make these fades and do it like this. And it is Daniel Higgett?
Yeah. Yep.
Great. It's very clever and very impressive and works very nicely. So,
Well, according to my sound department, it's quite fiddly and doesn't produce like the best results.
it's certainly fiddly,
Yeah.
because the problem is fiddly.
Yeah.
No question. So yeah, I mean, I think like all these tools, right? I've used L-Acoustics Eliza, I've used the DS100, I've used Meyer Galaxy, I've touched but not really used Spat Revolution. They are all incredibly different, like very different. And for things that are approaching essentially the exact same problem, it's sort of amazing how different they are. And I have personal preferences and tastes. There's attributes of the Meyer system that I think they got it perfectly right. And there's attributes of the Meyer system that don't work for me. And same of the DS100. And that's the problem, right? Like making it work in a way that really works, not only technically productively, but also practically productively is a great big challenge.
And I'll add that if we ever do manage to tackle it, that's why, what Sam just described as why it will be one of several valid tools to use. You know, the way that D&B does it is has a very hardcore engineering-driven approach with incredible precision to achieve results that are spectacular, and we may not choose to try to, you know, I doubt we would try to choose to tackle the same problem in the same way that they do, because we typically have a somewhat different audience in mind, or, you know, there's just different choices that can go into this kind of tool. So I think there will always be several available options. We'd like to add our version of it, but it won't necessarily be definitive. You know, we'll sort of see how it goes, but there are these multiple options now that work with QLab now. There will continue to be, and it's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, shall we continue the journey? So, we've talked about audio output patches. We didn't talk about this aspect, so I'm going to go back to workspace settings, and I'm going to create a new workspace. And in this new workspace, I'm going to open its workspace settings screen and go to audio, and demonstrate that if I found an audio patch that I've configured just like I like, I can drag it and drop it into the other workspace to copy it over. Very straightforward. If I instead like everything about this workspace audio output, and I would like that all in my new workspace, I can go down to Import from Workspace and choose the Open Workspace. And I get what looks a lot like PasteQ properties. But say, just audio outputs, please, import those. And here they are. Yeah? I can also hold down Option key. Copy and paste. Hold down Option key and drag to copy. And if I like something and I want to save it for later, but I don't have that other workspace ready to go, I could select several patches and drag them to the desktop, where they appear as a settings file. QClass 5 audio outputs 3 items .QLab settings. And then this settings file can later be imported. New workspace, workspace settings, import from settings file. There it is, open, no settings found to import. That's funny. Do I have to be in audio? One for the developers to ponder.
That's the same version, QLabs?
Yeah. But if I drag and drop it in, it works. So something's up, but something small, I bet. Might be a version thing. I'm using 5.2.2. But this workspace was created a long time ago, in like 5.0. Anyway, workspace settings. Okay. Now, we can also fade levels in the output patch, not just in a queue. If I have an audio queue, oh, this demo is not ready. Here's an audio queue which needs some audio. Give me just a moment, please. Right? I can fade this queue's level. We all know about that. But if I take a fade queue, and in the Basics tab, I switch its target to patch, I can then target a patch. And now, the levels that I'm fading are the output patches, the patch's output levels. So here, I'm fading the output patch itself to silent. When I look in settings, in the audio patch, in patch routing, I see here, this yellow line represents the default setting, but I'm now seeing that it's silent. And this yellow border around this control shows that this level has been adjusted by a fade. A reset queue can also target a patch. Here's the reset queue. And I can reset the main audio patch to its default levels. Just in time for the end of the track. That was not rehearsed, but I wish it were. Or I can use another fade queue to fade it back up. So these fade queues targeting patches, Basics tab, target, patch, gives you another layer of control, a layer of power. If I have multiple audio cues playing, or if I'm routing audio through QLab, whatever. If I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff and I just want to take the whole level down, maybe again, thinking about fire safety, or thinking about a rehearsal level and a performance level, this is adjustable now using fade cues.
We have speakers outside on the sidewalk that I could make a time-triggered cue that fades them down by a certain amount, and
Right. That way, no matter what cue you play after that fade, it will come at that lower level. It's just an additional layer of control.
Do we need to do a bathroom break soon, or how are people feeling?
Great. So we have completed audio cues. We've completed audio patches. Let's do mic cues because it's a short topic, and then we'll take another break. Mic cues. So just as an audio cue's role is to play pre-recorded audio stored on a file on your computer, a mic cue's role is to route live audio through QLab. A mic cue has an I/O tab but chooses an audio input patch rather than a target. An audio input patch is just like an audio output patch. It attaches hardware to QLab. In this case, there's not anything to configure though. It just says, whatever channels the audio device has coming in, I'll take them. Then, on a queue by queue basis, you choose how many inputs you want and which channel you want to start at. So, routing audio into QLab, and we're going to use your microphone for this demo.
Ready.
So, hang on, how to do this. Will you take Chris out of the speaker directly?
Mm-hmm.
Please. So we're going to take Chris's microphone, which is currently routed through our house mixer, which is a DS100, into this speaker. Alec is going to remove that. So now that microphone, when it's hot, is not coming to this speaker. But it's still going to the Dante network.
It's still going to the stream?
And it's still going to the stream. Oh, that's interesting, yeah.
I mean, I can...
No, well, it doesn't matter one way or the other because in a moment it will be either way.
Great.
This mic queue has 2 channels starting at channel 1, and I have configured those channels to be, the first channel is my mic, but we're not going to use my mic. Instead, we're going to use the second channel and route it to both left and right speaker. And now when Chris speaks,
Hello, everyone. I'm speaking into the microphone.
we hear him through the sound system. Now there's a little bit of latency, right? You're hearing actually 2 layers of latencies coming through the mixer and then through the Dante network and then through QLab. So to reduce that latency, I'm going to go to QLab, Preferences, Hardware, and set the buffer size for Dante Virtual Sound Card very low. Let's try 32 samples. And now when Chris speaks,
It's going to be a scorcher in Baltimore today, ladies and gentlemen.
there's still some delay, but depending upon the environment in which you're using a mic queue, that delay can be either imperceptible, problematic, or somewhere in between. Enjoyably, mic queues, once they're running, are just like audio queues. So we can run a mic queue, which we can hear fine,
Hello, hello, hello. Testing, testing.
and then fade in an audio effect on that mic cue.
Yes, Christmas is a poor excuse to pick a man's pocket once a year.
In this case, an AU pitch shift, and voila. To use a mic cue with reverb, specifically AU matrix reverb, it has to have exactly 2 channels. So that's why I have a 2-channel format set, even though I'm only using 1 microphone. I can run Chris's mic with reverb.
Hello, hello, hello. This is the mic with reverb. Mic with reverb.
I'm not using that other channel, right? If I were, you'd hear my microphone also through the reverb. Hello.
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 Oh my, what a large room we found ourselves in.
Indeed, indeed, a very large room. But you don't have to hear that second channel. It just matters that it's present because AU matrix reverb requires 2 channels of input.
We have a question from the stream.
Could you restore Chris's microphone?
The question from the stream is there a way to control the level of the mic cue manually, like via a MIDI controller?
Yeah, that's a question that we get from time to time. And the answer is yes, but it is not straightforward. QLab has we alluded to QLab's OSC library earlier. QLab has a very extensive OSC library, and you can control many things using OSC, including the level of an audio cue, a mic cue, all audio cues, all mic cues. But as of right now, there is no inside QLab only direct link available between a MIDI fader and a level in QLab. So while it's possible to build something that hooks faders to QLab levels, it's a bit of a trick. And for the time being, my recommendation is that you avoid using mic cues in QLab if what you need is immediate tactile control over them. if what you need is immediate tactile control over them, have yourself an audio mixer. Let the mics come into the mixer. Let the outputs of the mixer go into QLab. And then you have physical control over the mic level on the mixer. And QLab is used basically just as a post-processor. Yeah?
What about using QLab remote for having a tactile mixer?
QLab remote runs on an iPhone and an iPad. And so tactile, it's like gestural, but there's no physical fader there. If you feel good mixing on glass, and some people do, go for it. I'm not going to try to stop you. For me, it doesn't feel like I have the immediate control that I require when I do that. So I feel a little squidgy about it. But that, like spatialization type fades, is one of the things that remains close to the top of the 1600 item list. And we'll hopefully get attention sooner rather than later.
There's no way to make QLab record the sample of what he did and save it as an audio file that you could then play back later.
No, QLab itself won't do that. But there are, because QLab can run Apple scripts, you could script a recording tool to run a queue in QLab that starts a recording in the recording tool, and then run another queue that stops the recording, and then run another tool that brings that recording into QLab and plays it later. But it would be a bit of a trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, more than a bit.
Yeah.
It would be a trick. Alrighty. Any questions about mic cues? I use mic cues all the time for things that are not a wireless microphone on an actor. I use mic cues all the time for room microphones to alter the feeling of the set gently. All right? Has anyone here heard of Constellation? It is an outrageously expensive system made by Meyer, which lets you turn the acoustics of a room into the acoustics of any other room through the magic of computers. So they hang speakers all around the room, they hang microphones all around the room, then they deaden the room acoustically, and then they have a very powerful computer that has acoustic models of other rooms. And you can change what it sounds like to be in the room. I'm not wearing a mic in this scenario, and I'm just here and I say, hello everybody, and then the room is just because we've loaded the preset for Grand Central Terminal. Or the preset for the Taj Mahal, or whatever. That's a very expensive and complicated system that requires a lot of work. A really cheap way to do it is to put a couple of SM57s in the grid, run them into an audio interface, run the audio interface into QLab, run those two channels into a mic queue with AU matrix reverb on it, and then those dangling mics become essentially room mics that pick up the sound of the actors. I did a play on a very, very little budget. I mean, I think I had a production budget of $300. And I spent those $300 renting two SM57s because Act 1 of the play takes place in a living room in Brooklyn, and Act 2 of the play takes place in a cave in Russia. It's exactly what it says in the script. And we just, like, the set change was strike couch, place boulder. And I needed to do something to back that up, right? So we put the reverberant sound in Act 2. It was not much, subtle, little, but it got the job done really nicely. And that is the kind of thing that I find mic cues most useful for. On-stage musician with an electric instrument that has no acoustic emanation from it, run it up into QLab, run a queue to bring it up. Great, that's great too. Mic cues. Okay. And with that, let's take a break. It's 3:56. Let's come back at 4:06 or so. Thanks. let's pick it back up for the final stretch, the last 50 minutes or so of class. We're going to move on the tour of the fundamentals of QLab. We have now exited the audio-specific portion of the day. Congratulations, you're audio experts in QLab. No, but no kidding. Everything that QLab can do in audio land, we have covered. So obviously, there's always detail specific to your scenario, or specific to your requirements, or specific to your design. But the principle of every topic has now been covered. So you should feel at least empowered to know where to look to get more detail about the thing that you're looking for. The QLab manual, I'm going to take this moment to hawk the manual a little bit. QLab.tips takes you straight to the QLab manual. If you are feeling angry and saucy, you can type QLab.wtf and also get there. The manual is, I wrote the manual with the attempt of it being utterly comprehensive and the mild attempt at it being digestible despite being 500 pages of technical discussion about a piece of software. And it's just like, that's what it is. So where possible, there are visual aids and a little light humor, something to make someone go, right? Just like they happened over here in some other pun. But the idea about the manual and the class is this: audio cues. What was that thing you said about the levels tab again? Something about set all the gang. Okay, gangs, right, here we go. Oh, right, that's what he did. And then what do gangs do? Oh, look, yeah, there's that little groovy thing that shows me what the gangs do, right? Refresher complete, and you can move on. That's the idea. Obviously, maybe something that I missed in the manual, or maybe something that I missed in the class, but I believe you're now basically good to go. Okay, let's move on to group cues. Because group cues are kind of apart from all the other cues in QLab, in that by themselves they do nothing, but they change the behavior of the cues that are within them, which we call their children. So the group cue is the parent, the cues inside the group cue are the children. If you put a group cue inside a group cue, then we could say that the cues inside that inner group cue are the grandchildren, and so forth. When you create a group cue and select it in the cue list, you'll see that the mode tab appears here, and there are 5 modes available to you, modes of the group cue, which define how the group cue behaves and how the children of the group cue will behave when the group cue is started. Timeline mode of the group cue starts all its children simultaneously. When I hit go on this group cue, all the cues within the group cue will start at the same time, and since 3 of them have pre-waits, those pre-waits will elapse before the actual action of those cues starts. So I've hit go, and indeed, they start counting down from the top. When a group cue is in timeline mode, the inspector has a timeline tab. And the timeline tab is a visual representation of the cues within the group cue. Everything that's true here is true here, and vice versa. This is just another way to see this. But some groovy stuff goes on in the timeline tab, and we'll come to that separately because it's worth a whole little delve of its own. The important thing to point out is that the pre-wait elapses starting at the go of the group cue itself. So if I have 8 children inside a group cue, they all start. If some of them have pre-waits, the pre-waits start at the same time as all the other cues start. So in this way, you can easily make a series of events, a cue sequence, in which the timing of each event is relative to the go of the whole group. If you change the pre-wait of one cue, it does not affect the timing of any other cue, because there are no continues or follows, right? Because all of the individual children are started by the group. The parent says go, and the children all go. Very much different from how things were in my house when me and my siblings were kids. The next type of group queue is the start first group queue. The start first group queue has a indigo-ish, bluish outline with square corners. The timeline group has greenish outline. The start first queue starts its first child, and then the playhead moves below the group. And then whatever happens inside the group is dictated only by waits and follows and continues, right? So when I hit go on this queue, the first child queue goes. The playhead is now down here on this next group queue, standing by, ready to go at any time. But these queues are now going with their own sequence, timed out by their post waits and their continues. You'll notice the fourth queue here will never fire because the third queue has no continue. So in that way, you've set yourself up for danger. Here's a queue that will never happen. Or you've set yourself up for possibility. Here's a queue that will never happen. I know a guy who, when he's doing a show, doesn't know which version of a sample he wants. The director asked for a barking dog. He's got 4 barking dogs that he likes, but which one's the right one? Throws them all in a start first group queue and sets nothing to continue. And then every time we run the scene, he just shuffles a different one up to the top. And so only that one plays. And then when he finds the one he likes, he pulls it out and deletes the rest. I find that a little strange, but it works really well for him, keeps him organized, keeps it clear to him what he's used and what he's not used. I actually can understand why it's good. It doesn't work for me, but it really works for him. Here, because we use post wait and continue, changing the wait time of any queue affects all of the timing of the queues after that queue. And so here, what you were saying earlier about how at the very beginning of the day, you said, well, when you continue, a post wait of 5 seconds here and a continue is no different than a continue and a pre-wait of 5 on the next. Here, it starts to make a difference because your changes in this sequence of events have cascading effects. I used to work with a director, a marvelous director and choreographer, who when she hired me, she said, I am a non-linear communicator. Your job as my stage manager will be to translate what I say into something that people can do something with. And I was like, I don't really know what that means. And then we got to tech, and boy, oh boy, did I know what that meant. And she's mystifying, but wonderful. She would say, here's what I want to happen in this dance. And then she would start to describe, so this person enters, and then that person enters, and this happens, and then that happens. And then sometimes she would describe the dance, okay, at the beginning of the dance, lights up. 10 seconds in, we'll hear this sound in the music, do this. And then 15 seconds in, we'll hear this, and then do that. And then 30 seconds into the dance, this will happen. And I, at that time, had this little brainstorm. Sometimes Robin speaks in timeline groups, and sometimes she speaks in start first with post wait and continue. She's speaking to me in different ways based upon how she's perceiving the dance, and I just made whichever type of group corresponded with her language choice so that I could always be speaking her way. If she's talking about times relative to the top of the dance, I make a timeline group with pre-waits. So that then, 3 days later, when she's like, I'm gonna bump Yoji's exit back 5 seconds, he's gonna enter at 20 seconds instead of 25. I can just go and say, okay, great, 20, not 25. But if it's the other kind, where she says this changes, and it has a cascading effect because it pushes all of the events forward, that's what she's expecting, so that's what I'm expecting, so that's how I programmed it. The danger comes when she changes the way she speaks about the dance halfway through tech. Nothing can be done there. Although someone, probably Rich Walsh, has made a wild script that converts this to this. Not quickly, but accurately. So that's timeline versus start first and go next. They both are forms of queue sequences, but start first and go next requires a lot more manual management of the sequence internally. With me? Okay. The next type of queue, group queue, is a playlist group queue. The playlist group queue sequentially starts each child. So when I hit go on the playlist, it starts the first child. In this case, I've set the playlist in the playlist tab to loop until stopped and to crossfade by 3 seconds. So slide 1, 2, and 3 are 3 text cues which are automatically playing one after the other, only one at a time. The playlist group cue is iTunes mode. Only one plays at a time, and if you choose it to, if you choose it, each cue, when it's done, will play the next cue. By default, any cue with a duration put into a playlist group cue will play through and then trigger the next cue to start. So a playlist queue is a really great way to create pre-show music in a hurry or to create a slideshow. If you just dump a bunch of music in a playlist group queue, select the playlist and hit go, it'll play each cue one at a time. If you tick loop until stopped, after it plays the bottom cue, it will loop back to the stop and start the first cue. And you'll see in the continue column, we have a U-turn arrow, which lets you know that that's about to happen.
Does that one have a randomizer?
It has auto shuffle.
Oh, I should have just...
When you auto shuffle a playlist queue, it auto shuffles each time it's started, not each time it's looped. So if I restart this playlist queue, I get slide 3, 2, 1. But when I go here again and run it again, now I get slide 1, 3, 2.
But when it loops, you're always going to get 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2.
That's right.
1, 3, 2. There's no way to have it totally random each time.
Well, what I can do is will a load queue do it? I can make a load queue that targets the playlist and put that last in the group.
Although the trouble is that a bit shuffled as well. It gets a little fiddly.
Yeah.
But you can.
Well, you could have it play, not auto loop. When it's complete, have the playlist group auto follow to the load and to the start to restart.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So here's a playlist group that's not looping until stopping. Well done. Make a load queue.
Just do a start.
Oh, just do a start queue. Yeah, you're right. And set the whole playlist to auto follow, which will auto follow to the start queue. Let's see how this goes.
Oh, in a new random order.
In a new random order. I might have to give this a little pre-wait because it's still playing, it's still finishing playing. Yeah, there we go. Not bad. So this start queue just no, looks like it doesn't cause it to reshuffle.
I think it did the first time. It may have.
But not the second time.
What's this?
We want it to reshuffle. Oh yeah, okay, so it randomly shuffled to the same
way.
order of 3. What can you do? That is truly random. One of the random possibilities is the same as it was last time. It's a 1 in 6 chance, I think. No math, no math. Okay. The next type of group, playlist is orange. The next type of group is start first and enter into group. And it's sort of that blue indigo color with round corners. Start first and enter into group is essentially no different than no group. A group queue of this type, the playhead moves, when you trigger the group, the first child goes, and then the playhead sits on the second child. And you just work your way through the group queue. The main purpose of this type of group is visual organization. Although every time I mention this next thing in a QClass, someone is delighted by it, so I'm going to keep mentioning it. We got a email from a customer service email from a guy who did essentially a vaudeville show. And his show had like 10 or 12 acts, but only 8 or 9 of them went every night. And so apparently like seconds before starting, the MC would duck into the booth and be like, okay, it's the gal with the cats first, and then Funny Hat Man, and then the unicycle act, the jugglers, the song bit, and then the stand-up comic, goodbye. And so he'd have each of the cues for each of those acts in its own start first enter group. And as the MC came in and started reciting that, he'd just rapidly be shuffling them one after the next, and then he had a show order. Easy. It sounds to me like a terrible way to live. I don't need that kind of blood pressure problem, which seems entirely avoidable. Just come to the booth 1 minute sooner. 1 minute. Anyway, but that's how he works. The last type of group queue is the start random group queue. When you start a start random group, a queue at random is chosen and started. Now, there's two qualities here that make it not truly random, but it is random. Quality number one, it only chooses among queues that are not currently running. Number two, every queue in the group gets triggered at least once, or gets triggered exactly once, before any queue gets triggered a second time. So it's a round robin, but it is a randomized round robin. So when I run this queue 4 times, 1, 2, 4, 3. When it's done, 2, 1, 4, 3. So it's as though I have shuffled, right? But critically, I will never see it trigger a queue that's already running. And if I run all 4, more triggers will be ignored until at least one queue is not running.
So even after the first round through all the queues, it'll never play the same queue twice in a row?
It may play the same queue twice in a row if it's the last trigger of the first set and the first trigger of the second set.
Okay, so it could.
It could play the same queue twice in a row.
And it doesn't automatically assign the auto continue, right?
No, it doesn't. So so by default, also the playhead moves on, right, from the start random group. So by default, the start random group is just a way to get a single cue out of a collection to play, and then you move on with the show. Multiple triggers of a random queue is something you have to manually program. There was
That
another.
answered my question.
Oh,
I was
okay,
gonna say
great.
if there was another one, would the playhead just move down to the next?
Yes, the
thing?
playhead just moves on. So I use again, teaching design for a moment, I think random is the opposite of design. Design is choice, random is not a choice, or it is a kind of a choice, but people want to randomize their pre-show music. I think that is leaving design money on the table. The pre-show music order is a value to you. It's a journey to bring the audience from wherever they are when they walk in the theater to where you want them to be when the show starts. So I would say do not randomize your pre-show music. Use it, but start random group is valuable when you are doing something nonlinear, when you're doing sketch comedy, when you are doing improv. Start random is extremely valuable when you have a set of sounds that are similar and triggered many times. So I did a play called Kung Fu, which was the life story of Bruce Lee. And the culmination of the first act was a scene in which we filmed an episode of The Green Hornet. We had this incredible fight choreo and this awesome scene with, it just looked exactly like The Green Hornet. It was really cool, and everyone was doing a great job. And we had a MIDI piano for a sound operator, who's a spectacular operator. And every time Bruce threw a punch, he hit C, and C triggered a start random group, which had a series of punch sounds in it. So if Bruce threw 8 punches, whack, 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 it sounded a little different instead of just machine gun triggering one sample over and over again. The choreographer then tightened things up, set the order, and so we moved away from needing that because we were like, there will never be 8 punches. It will be exactly 3 punches in this order. And then we picked our 3 punches. But while we were working on it in rehearsal, Walter could just bang away at the piano, and we would get what felt like a more organic selection of sound effects. Yeah.
So is that 8 separate random groups?
I had one start random group for 8 punches,
Okay.
all inside. The start random group itself received the MIDI trigger. And so whenever it was triggered, one of the 8 punches would fire. And if it was triggered up to 8 times in a row, we'd hear all 8 punches.
Okay.
And that was all C. Then I had another start random group, which was kicks, and that was D.
Got it.
And I had another one that was some kind of like knee gesture, kind of very painful looking thing, and that was E.
And you would never hear the same punch twice if he threw 8 punches.
If you threw 8 punches, you'd never hear it twice. So I just made sure that I had a bunch of samples in there. You know, I don't know how many times he was going to throw a punch, but I figured not 8 in a row without at least kicking once or some other thing happening. Really fun was that we also linked up the piano to the video projection system. And so every punch was accompanied by a full stage projection that was sort of the 1960s Batman style. A very, very groovy multimedia effect. And a great way to end the first act. Leave people, in high spirits. Okay, those are groups. Feeling good about groups? I'm here to tell you, my friends, the timeline group is your friend. I can't think of a show in which I do not predominantly use timeline groups as the only cue that my operator sees. Every time the operator sees the cue, it's a timeline group, they hit go, and then stuff happens, and it's all inside the timeline group. Lights up on a woodland scene. I hear the rustling leaves, I hear the babbling brook, the chirping birds, the chitter of little tiny woodland toothy things. And all of those sounds fade in on their own levels. So we've got like 12 cues just to get into the woodland scene. What does my operator see? Timeline group, woods, day. When that fades out, do I fade it all out in a one fade cue? Maybe. Or maybe I fade them out one by one, slightly different lengths, so that we hear the breeze fading out at the very end, which gives us the sensation of leaving the woods in our memory, right? Timeline group, all the stuff in the timeline group timed out. Does the operator see it? No, they do not. The operator only cares, what is it, Q12? Standing by 12. There's 12, go. 12 went, I'm happy. That's what I want. If they have trouble with 12, they can go up and unfold it and see all the guts of 12. Deal, fold it back up, get on. So for me, if I have one piece of advice to you as a designer using QLab or as a programmer, is lean into the fact that a timeline group is a little miniature set of events with a completely predictable series of events in time. And that little mini series of events is each moment of each cue. Yeah? Okay, over here.
So putting like a bunch of different cues into a timeline group is also the same thing as if you just had them all like auto-followed.
Absolutely. Auto-continued, that's right. Or, I mean, a timeline group configured like this would be like an auto-follow. But like this is continue with wait. There is no functional difference, but the practical difference is that your operator, looking at a whole series of waits and follows and continues and whatevers, they hit go and they're like, where's my playhead going to end up? Down here somewhere. Timeline group, you fold it up and hide it, gone.
The main advantage of that over the playlist is that on the playlist you can't adjust the post weight.
The main advantage of timeline over start first and go next is that timeline, each event is independently timed against the top of the queue, whereas start first, go next, you have to adjust post weight.
Start first and enter? Or
No, start first and go, start first.
start first.
Yeah.
Start first, yeah.
Playlist is unique in that it only allows one child to play at a time. So the whole value of playlist is to individually play cues one at a time, like a pre-show cue list.
Oh, they won't overlap.
They won't overlap unless you check crossfade, in which case they will only overlap by crossfading. So, whereas the timeline cue in the woodland scene that I just described, the whole point is to hear many things at once. A playlist would not do that for me. Okay. Let's talk for just a moment about timeline groups in detail, because timeline groups specifically have some powers. I'm going to look at this timeline. First, let's look at this piece of music here. I've got all these slices. I, as a musical person, have placed these slices on musically interesting moments. Right? I have decided I want events at this moment musically. What those events are, it's not important just yet. That's where the event goes. I've now created a bunch of light cues which will change the color of these lights. And in the timeline view, notice that the audio cue shows the slices as little green vertical lines. When I grab another cue inside the timeline, sliding it left or right adjusts the pre-weight of that cue. So here, the pre-weight of this cue is adjusted when I slide the cue graphically. This is just another representation of that. When I have my mouse down, you see all these vertical blue lines? Those vertical blue lines are like magnets. My cue will snap to them. And there's a vertical blue line at the start and end of every cue and at any slice in any cue. So I slide, snap, right to that line. So now when I roll this group, I can see that each of these cues is going to time out just right. Piece of cake. This allows me, as the composer, to pick the musically interesting moments, or allows me as the lighting designer, who's handed a piece of music, to watch and listen to the music and say, oh yeah, that's where I'd like it. And follow along in the music, just hitting M as we go. If we kept listening, oh yeah. Or whatever, you know, who cares? And then go back and exploit that queuing by simply dragging my cues to taste. One advantage of the timeline. Zooming and scrolling in the timeline, just a little user interface business. Command plus and minus, horizontal zoom. Command shift plus and minus, vertical zoom. On trackpads and scroll wheels, you can scroll up and down, hold Option to zoom up and down, and Option Shift on a scroll wheel to zoom in and out. Shift scroll to slide left and right. On a trackpad, it's much more intuitive. It's what you're expecting with a little pinch and zoom and two-finger drag. It's actually, I find it actually pretty hard to navigate with a scroll wheel, but easy with the trackpad. And that is my little timeline queue demo. Yeah?
Those hotkeys, is there a place in the manual that lists all of that in one location, or is it spread out throughout the 500 pages?
QLab manual, general, keyboard shortcuts. This is surprisingly difficult to keep up to date as folks add stuff. So when, so I assert myself almost to the point of irritation, I would say, with my developer colleagues about being part of the conversation about keyboard shortcuts, just so that I can make sure that this page is kept up to date. But yeah, let's see, down here, while focused on the timeline tabs of timeline group queues. Oh yeah, I forgot about nudge. Oh man, nudge selected queues plus or minus 1 second or plus or minus 0.1 seconds. That's good stuff. Nudging. So here we go. Select a bunch of queues. Option, left and right arrow, nudge them by 1/10 of a second. Option shift, nudge them by 100th of a second. That's fun. That would be good for me to remember when I'm programming a show. Something else that is not immediately obvious is that cues that have duration can be scaled and resized. So if I want this fade to be longer, I can stretch it out to that marker. If I want it to be shorter, I can shrink it down to that marker. There's a bit more trickery to be had there in the, which you can find in the Fundamentals, Group Cues, Timeline tab, which has some animations which go over what we went over, so that you can cover it at your own pace. But there was a question here.
I was going to ask about the snap, but snap is, you can use the snap, but you don't need to. You can drop it anywhere within it.
That's right. And if you're dragging and all those lines are too much for you, if you, while holding your mouse button down, move the mouse down to a specific row, you will only see the snaps from that row. So if I want to snap this light cue to that light cue, easy, without seeing all these blue lines and confusing me what's what.
Can you pin
Yes.
one to the top? Okay.
Thank you. I did forget to talk about that. So here I am scrolling up and down in this timeline view because there's a bunch of cues. But if I had a bunch more cues, let's just do this for let's say I had just a zillion cues in this timeline. And I'm scrolling up and down, and I want to work all of these cues against the time of this top cue. I would like to keep this top cue visible. So I'm going to select it and click this button, Pin. And now when I scroll, the pinned cue remains pinned to the top, making it a lot easier to time this lower stuff against this. If there are more cues that I want to pin, I can pin them all to the top. And then when I select them, I can then unpin them and return them to where they belong in the list. Thanks for that.
If you want to move, let's say that you're like, oh, I need to move this over a little bit, and you go to move the marker, will it move whatever is associated with it too, or do you need to move it also?
No, the slice doesn't know what's hooked to it.
Okay.
Because it's not really hooked to it. It's
Right.
just
It's
snugged
just
up against
a
it.
place.
It's just a place.
Okay.
Exactly so. So if you want to nudge the slice, you go to the audio cue and say to yourself, oh no, this one's not there, this one's there. But then you have to know
And then go back and move the light cue to match to
that.
There's no way to pin it to it.
Yeah, you can't hook a cue to a slice permanently, though that would be
That's unfortunate.
That would be
groovy.
a nice feature.
Challenging,
Yes, but
Yeah.
but groovy. Yeah.
Then there might,
Especially because then as you vary the tempo of the audio cue, the tempo of the light cues would vary with it. Right? Because if I played the audio cue at 75% speed, then the time between slice markers spreads out, but the timing of the pre-weights doesn't change.
Oh, it doesn't change, yeah.
That's too slow for this track. It's already pretty ponderous. Yeah.
This is jumping ahead, but to connect QLab to like the EOS console, does it have to be on the same network?
Depends on what you want to do. It depends on what you want to do. The short answer is if you want to do wild stuff with the EOS, you want to put them on the same network. If you just want to tell the EOS, hey, you go, you can do that with MIDI, as long as the lighting department has a response gateway. Response gateway? That's the word for it. Thank you. Which is a box that lets you plug MIDI into an EOS network. And on larger shows that I've done, it's actually a very groovy thing where the lighting department comes to my shop prep, brings me response gateways, I put them in my rack, and then when we get to the theater, they come journeying up to me with a network cable, pop it into their section, and I have the response gateway right in my rack, so I know that I can plug in, unplug, whatever I need to do make sure the right stuff is communicating. But if you're trying to do wild and crazy things, you want to put them on the same network and use OSC for wild and crazy things, which we'll talk about, I would think, maybe tomorrow or maybe the next day.
I had a similar question about MIDI, but if you had a MIDI trigger on one of those markers and you move the marker, does the MIDI trigger move?
No, it's exactly the same. So the behavior is the same, but the result is different. Instead of a light queue in QLab, which changed these queues, I could have made a bunch of MIDI queues, which send MIDI messages to the EOS, which tell the EOS to make the lights do whatever they do. And that would be a perfectly workable way to do it.
And a very good way to make friends with the lighting department.
Yep. You will find, by and large, that the lighting department, this is my experience, is it is easier to persuade the lighting department to participate in a MIDI conversation than it is to get them to participate in a network conversation. I think that networking in lighting land has a little bit of magic to it, and when people interfere, it makes them anxious, and that's fine. But I think it is worth the climb up the weird path of co-networking if what you're trying to do is something wild and crazy, like I described earlier in punk rock with the multiple triggers to make the incandescents, the LEDs, and the fluorescents all go at once. It can be really rewarding. We'll get to that over time. All right, it is 4:45. We are wrapping up by 5 p.m. So I'm going to, since I've reached a natural conclusion of subject matter, open the floor to questions of any kind for 12 to 14 minutes. So no need to ask anything specific, but no need to leave anything off. All topics are open, please.
I know it's not your products, but by the end, will you suggest some MIDI controllers or anything that you personally would recommend?
I'm happy to do that right now.
That's fine too.
So what is the goal is operating QLab with a MIDI controller, or the goal is sending MIDI out to the world?
So we are operating out of a black box, and I'm running sound, lighting, and projections from just here, and I'm designing from here as well. I go out to a Intech DMX for lighting, but that is all I have for now, and I'm just using Spacebar as Go. But with children from 6th to 12th grade, if I have a 7th grader on something, it'd be easier for them to have this. So just any kind of suggestions on either that or your sound interface that you have, or just any helpful things.
Sure. So for running QLab, for operating QLab, your cheapest way in is Akai makes a series of very small MIDI controllers. Very small. They're like, it's a tiny 1-octave piano. There's a tiny 8-button drum pad machine. I think they're like $49, $59. That's the cheapest way in. Akai is AKAI. Highly trustworthy company. They do not make crap. I don't know how they're quite that cheap, but I don't need to know. Other folks who make stuff that's that cheap, like Behringer, you will find that it will fail on you. Akai stuff lasts and lasts and lasts. Novation makes some small MIDI hardware that I find respectable. I don't know if Steinberg still does. They used to. Or they used to put their name on someone else's. If they do, that's good. Now, I will disclose some bias. Outside of my Figure 53 job, I make and sell these. So this is the Go box, and the company is called Team Sound. That's my side hustle. I like them, but the reason that I make them is because I was dissatisfied with the options out there. I had a friend and colleague who made essentially this product, and then he got out of the business, and he let me know. He was like, listen, I'm done with making these. You should pick it up, because someone's got to. There's a company in Florida called Widgeteering that makes the Q widget, which is a pretty popular QLab controller. And I will say, no shade, it is difficult to get a hold of them if you have a technical problem or a shipping delay. They are difficult to communicate with. Some people find that their product design is perfect for them. It is not to my taste, but I have nothing against it. I understand why people like it. So I think the product is quality. but it's a strong design choice that doesn't work for me personally. So that's why I was like, no, I'm going to make this because I think this should exist. So I like this. But any device that sends a MIDI note will work. So if you find any device, Roland makes they've changed what they call it over the years, but Roland makes a drum pad thing like this. Those are great. They never break unless you do something really stupid with them. So, and they've got a nice mounting bit of hardware because they're made for drummers to wail on, right? Highly recommended. Any of these will do nicely. So you find the thing that physically suits your needs and you use that. For MIDI output, MIDI interfaces I like are made by ESI, Kenton, Kenton, iConnectivity, little I, big C, connectivity, and Motu, Mark of the Unicorn. They're MIDI-only devices. All of these are superb. Those 4 brands. Most other brands of MIDI hardware will fall over if you try to use them for MIDI timecode or a lot of intensive MIDI show control. If you're just sending the occasional MIDI go here and there, or a couple of MIDI notes, it doesn't really matter. But MIDI timecode really knows how to break something. And so the brands that I just described are my favorite because they're resilient to trouble with those heavyweight protocols.
Can you say them again?
Yeah, ESI, Kenton, Kenton, iConnectivity, and Motu. But specifically, I love Motu's audio interfaces for low to middle cost. They're great. I love Motu's MIDI interfaces for mid cost. I do not particularly love the MIDI interfaces that Motu builds into their audio interfaces.
And those are devices that we could send signals out of QLab into
some other thing.
To then go to, what was
a response gateway.
A response gateway.
Which is just a box that takes MIDI coming in and etc net goes out.
It to, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And some older consoles also just have MIDI ports in the back.
Yeah.
Right.
I was sad when that stopped. Yeah. It was nice, but I can understand who wants to support that weird little hardware.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
So we did SpongeBob last year, and we
Small show, no big deal.
Small show, and bought a Novation, one of
Oh, sure,
these
Launchpad,
speakers, and
yeah.
was trying to do each button had a different sound effect. Is that plausible with
Absolutely.
inside? Cool. Maybe I'll chat with you.
Absolutely.
Whatever we can do.
Absolutely.
Who makes the response gateway?
etc.
Oh, ETC makes it. Oh.
Yeah.
Are we going to talk about any improvements to connecting to EOS and Nomad? Has there been shifts there, or is it still the same process?
Well, Nomad is its own special little gremlin.
Yeah.
But we can talk about it.
Okay.
Nomad does something that's much more complicated than it seems, which makes it secretly incredibly impressive. And it's hard to understand what's going on network-wise, but it can be done. ETC has made some big leaps lately in the 3.x software about making it easy to receive and send OSC a little more predictably, but it is a little bit of a challenge. I am happy to spend some time on that. Happy to spend some time on that. I'll put Nomad, I have Nomad on this laptop. I have a license widget, and we can mirror the screen somewhere so you can see it, and we can play that game.
Great.
But yeah, it's not 100% straightforward.
There's always one step.
There's
that
always one
gets
step.
me.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, why isn't that working? And then I go through the whole thing, and then it works, and I'm like, I don't know what I did differently, but I missed something.
Yeah, and I have a good personal relationship with the EOS team, and I talk to them actually fairly often, and they and we change things just slightly differently enough in terms of tempo that it can be hard to link up their documentation and our documentation to make sure that they're both telling the same truth. Right? Like, oh, you just released an update. Oh, it changed that little thing. I should know that. It's just a little harder than I wish it were to keep up to date so that I can have QLab documentation say, here's exactly what you want to do, and also which exact version of the firmware do you have on your EOS? Okay, well, it's different in that one, but just that one. You know, like that's tricky. We'll talk about it, no problem.
Okay.
That's if you're trying to run the show off of
Either way, if you're trying to get QLab to tell Nomad or EOS to go, or if you're trying to get EOS to tell QLab to go. Oftentimes, there's always one step you can't quite find.
Yeah, but I know there's a way you can, I mean, with Nomad, with the right hardware, then of course you have to pay to unlock, right? Then you can run the show off your laptop.
Oh yeah.
On Nomad, you know.
Yeah.
I use Nomad just to edit and then save to a flash drive and then load it into the actual EOS console. But you have the
puck.
The puck.
No, not the puck.
Dongle. Oh.
Dongle.
These
Dongle,
tiny
right.
little guy.
Right, that they charge a fortune to.
This thing turns Nomad into an EOS.
Right.
And then I can output ArtNet from Nomad to my NTech or to my whatever.
Right.
And it works just fine. Love it.
How many universes?
2. No, wait. This one, I think, might be at least 2. It might be more.
Okay.
I thought the new ones were 4 or 6.
This is not new.
Oh, that's not new.
This is many years.
Probably 2.
I can't recall, but I'm sure that they'd be happy to tell you.
Oh, I'm sure they would, yeah.
And I'm sure they'd be happy to sell you whatever you need.
Happy to take the credit card number too, I'm sure.
Anyway, we can spend some time with that.
When you say complicated over network versus MIDI to lighting,
Yeah.
if you're just firing regular cues, just go, go, go type thing, MIDI be fine, right?
Yeah. And I have and there's 2 different ways to set your brain depending on whether EOS is telling QLab to go or QLab is telling EOS to go. You have to wrap your head around the design philosophy and then you know what to do.
Right.
We'll spend time on that too. A lot of EOS users in the room? Yeah, okay, great, that's a lot. I don't know. 6 people in a QLab class who are like, yeah, EOS, right? That's a lot. That's good. That's good. I am a big EOS fan. I don't want that to seem otherwise. I really am. I really, really am.
Yeah,
And
you want to synchronize Lightning and Thunder, you know.
yeah, that's
Lightning and Thunder. And,
that's
you know, and
a common
dance-
need.
And dance shows, you know, when you need a cue to go on a specific music change, you know, and the operator's always late, or the stage manager's always late, you
Right.
know. That's where I want MIDI.
Right.
set the signal.
Why ask humans to do something that it's very difficult for a human to do perfectly when it's very easy for the machine to do it perfectly?
Because the human is free.
Because the human is free.
Right.
But we will spend a little time on making the machine cheap at least.
in college. So
Yeah.
the human is free. Yeah.
Alrighty, I think that about does it for the day. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Is anyone here not joining us again tomorrow or the next day?
Not the next day, but tomorrow.
You'll all be here tomorrow. Phenomenal. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Doors will open about 8:30. You're welcome early if you like. Try to start as close to 9 as possible. And I think it's plausible we will be joined by other people tomorrow who were not here today. And so you can feel gently superior in your QLab expertise. And then help them when they are lost and then feel like, a good Samaritan. See you all in the morning.